ka tuku mihi mātou a Bowls New Zealand Aotearoa kia koutou katoa kua tai mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huinga. Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2026 National Fours, broadcasting live from the Mount Maunganui Bowling Club. It's men's section play today, 18 ends. Remember, killed ends are replayed, and Team File taking on Team Houlihan. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in the commentary booth today by Dave Edwards and Keith Sedder. Dave, what sort of game do you think we'll expect to see here?
Well, look, interesting that we've just delayed the start of the second round match due to the fact that one of the teams had to play an extra end in the first game. So they'll be on tender hooks. I'm not sure whether they got up and won it or not. We'll find that out as we go. But look, two evenly balanced teams here. If I had to pick a winner, I'm probably going to edge slightly in the David File camp. But you can never trust those guys from the Central Otago region. They're likely to upset my first prediction right from the get-go. So it should be an interesting, close battle.
Absolutely, and it was Paddy Stewart and Adam Blucher and David File and whoever the fourth person is in there who went to an extra end. Keith, what do you know about them?
What I know is that they're very, very good quality bowlers, and just like what Dave was saying, I imagine this is going to be quite a close encounter. I'm expecting with the overhead conditions to be a very good display of bowls, and I think it could come down to 2 or 3 crucial shots during the game.
And you can see on the screen we've got, and I need to explain this slowly, we've got a team wearing blue shirts on the left and a team wearing red shirts on the right. And we have blue and red bowls. But the blue shirt team are going to have red stickers and the red shirt team are going to have blue stickers, just to be as confusing as possible for anyone watching. So you need to look for the stickers. The stickers relate to the scoreboard, and we promise we won't be this confusing again. Just wanted to start the morning off with a bit of a brain teaser for those watching.
We'll keep everyone on their toes.
Certainly will. See, it's our broadcast schedule for today. So 11:30 start was scheduled for this game, obviously pushed back 10 minutes. And then the next one, we've got Dean Elgar and James Hunter playing at 2:30. It's a good schedule we've got, isn't it, Dave?
Yes, I'm pretty excited. Look, I love the Nationals. I really do, because... Look, sure, most of the time the cream rises to the top and we get the big names in the nitty-gritty stages of the tournament. But the other feature of the Nationals is those sneaky, unnamed teams, the Neville nobodies. We don't know who they are, but they're good, solid club teams. And they come through causing upsets along the way. And so that's the beauty of these New Zealand Nationals, and I love the Nationals for that reason.
They now get the opportunity too, because we broadcast so much of it. We get these teams of both known players and unknown players live on television. That's Sean Goldsberry there on his forehand.
I just think it's a part of bowls that you really can't expect or not expect to have an upset or two. The reality is that bowls is a great leveller, and it doesn't matter whether you've got a team with international players or whether you've got club players. If they're compatible and they're having a good game, they're just as likely to come out winners.
You're absolutely right, and that's why another reason why we love our sport so much too, because you can have the average club player playing up against a world champion in our national events or in lots of events that you have around the country, and there's no other sport where that can happen. World champions rubbing shoulders with the average club bowler, and every now and then the world champ gets beat by that club player, and never happen in any other sport. And that's one of the real draw cards of our game.
Yeah, I think, Dave, that's exactly right. I mean, you look at athletics or any other sport in the world. If you're a world-class athlete, you're not going to be, if it's athletics, you're not going to be running a 400-metre race against a club athlete. Essentially, you have to run a certain time to even qualify for the Nationals. In terms of bowls, you pay your money and you're a chance.
Absolutely. My word, that's a big swooping hand on the forehand there. We've seen the leads playing there, bowls Sean Goldsbury and Roger O'Brien. Sean Goldsbury had good weight with both of his bowls, but and he went a bit wider with his second delivery, but it still managed to swoop in on that forehand. So you can see David File here playing 2 in this 4. He's gone out really wide on this hand, so a big swooping hand we've got here on the forehand on this rink.
And David, of course, has played for New Zealand before, and he must be close to holding the record for the most centre titles held by anyone. It's always that race, isn't it? There's Bill Clements in Central Otago on about 732, or more realistically, I think it's 70 or 80. And David, similar for Poverty Bay East Coast. Oh, they come back.
I think if you notice already that they're taking a very wide line, and it's still with the right weight, finishing under the jack. So it's going to be quite a test to get both the green and the weight matched up, so to end up finishing jack high and jack level. So, I mean, at the end of the day, that's a big part of the game is weight and green.
Yeah, it's the two things that we have to worry about, isn't it, Keith, in the sport? You know, sending the bowl down the right line at the right speed. Two things. That's all we have to get right. Sounds simple, but my word, when you get out there and give it a crack, it's a real challenge.
It's the easiest thing and the hardest thing in the world. If you're getting it, it's the easiest, and if you're not, it's the hardest.
Yeah.
It is going to be interesting, as you said, Dave, when you look at this first end of the game, and it's clear that the hand away from the bank, so the forehand coming in this direction to the left of you on your screen, it's probably going to be the big swing, isn't it? And the other hand, as a bowler, you go, right, we've all missed across the head on the forehand side, so we expect to see the ditch hand might not turn quite so much, and will be interesting to see if there's any team that decides, right, we're going to stick to one hand or the other.
That actually plays into what I was going to say earlier, which is the team that adapts first, and obviously the quicker you adapt, the better. So it may be if you're not quite getting the forehand and you're not quite getting the green versus the weight, then changing first might be the way to go.
Still finding
all of the bowls in this end so far, this first end, have been played down the same side of the green. So early days, they'll take a few ends to sort that out, to have a chat amongst themselves probably and say, well, look, that's a big swooping hand, shall we try the other side? Be interesting to see which hands they opt to play heading back down in the opposite direction on end 2. It'll be give us an insight into what the thinking is.
There is still such a thing as playing around the clock, so there could be every chance that they play forehand. Which will mean that we'll get a look at that supposed narrow hand to see how it's playing.
So this man here, skip for Clyde Pat Houlihan, has played for the New Zealand over 60s team, I think, or we might have called it the New Zealand senior team, and is another sort of serial winner. He's been around the scene for a long time. It was a fours team that I think finished third equal at Nationals 3 or 4 years ago, but he's been around for a long time, hasn't he, Dave?
He has. He's a well-renowned player, good, solid player, has won his fair share of titles. As we see, he might have just drawn the shot there with his first bowl of the match, which will give him some good confidence as Paddy Stewart just runs the fingers over it and tells Adam Blucher what the situation is. But yeah, Pat Houlihan, been around a long time, as you say, and really experienced, pretty cunning sort of a character, and a lovely guy as well.
Sort of one of those skips who you see them, they just find a way to win, don't they? And this end's a good example. It's been a fair to middling first end of bowls. You know, the teams you've sort of just chucked some bowls up. Pat's first bowl's drawn the shot. His second bowl he's going to make a liar of me. I was going to say he's a sort of skip you wouldn't be surprised if a second bowl's just as close as his first, and you sort of scum a strange 2 on the first end because he's keyed in right from the start. Just tends to take those opportunities when they come up for him.
It does look like early on, they're just feeling things out. They obviously just don't want to drop a big number. So one of the teams is one up, one of them's one down, and obviously if you can just draw the shot with your last bowl, you get a feel for the rank, and you just move on. You're only one down first end.
So we'll just see if it was a blue stickered bowl or a red stickered bowl that's the shot. So
Paddy Stewart, obviously the fingers, when he put the fingers over it, must have been really close because he's got down there straight away to measure it.
How many times he's done that in his bowling career. One to the blue stickered team.
Houlihan.
First blood on this 18-end match. Kill's a kill, of course, still at the Nationals. We have seen a lot of events in recent years move to a respot rule on the 2 metre mark, but the New Zealand Nationals, there's still an appetite for a killed end staying a kill, and it's a question that we ask consistently just to sort of take the temperature of how people are feeling about the national event, and a kill remains a kill, which I think is good.
I do too.
We're in danger of agreeing here, gentlemen. All three of us. I mean, a little bit of history never hurt anyone, did it?
Okay, so interesting to note that Roger O'Brien, he's decided to stick to that big sweeping hand. So he's played forehand, backhand on the second, forehand on the first end and backhand on the second end, and it looks like Sean Goldsberry's decided to do the same thing. So, and that's what we recommend as coaches. We recommend that you play up and down the same side of the green as Sean. His first bowl on the second end's a ripper. Two or three reasons. One, quite often there are rinks where the speed of the rink can differ from one side of the rink to the other. So if you play forehand in one direction, backhand back the other way, you're playing on the same speed. You're also playing on the same line. You get to learn the lines, and so recommend forehand, backhand, playing on the same side of the rink. And if you can handle, if you're struggling, if you start the game off playing forehand, backhand, and are struggling, obviously there's the option to switch to the other side of the rink. But definitely the way to go early in the game, to try and stick to the same side of the rink.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, the magic word is adapt, and if you can adapt and you recognise you're not playing well on one particular way, you need to be able to have the ability to change, and hopefully you skips onto it and gets you to alter what you're doing to help the team get a better result. You got two great bowls early on from Paddy Stewart. He's now 2 bowls really close, which is putting the other team under a little bit of pressure early on. It's a really great leads and a great start to the end.
Just for your information, Keith, this David File team, they've been a bit of a pain already for us because they're not playing in the order that it says on the draw. The lead actually was Sean Goldsberry.
Oh, was it?
And this
okay.
is David File
Yes.
was down as a skip, but that's him just playing as a 2, and then it's Paddy Stewart at 3, and Adam Blucher is the skip. So they've played with their minds already.
Thanks for that, Dave. I wasn't aware of that. I've changed my order now. The betting order's changed, and that's good.
What have I missed?
Oh, I've just realised that this has all changed around completely, not just David.
It's about the teams trying to. We thought, we'll let the teams. If you let the teams put the entry in, in the order that they'll play. But some teams don't. Which is their prerogative, and you can change game by game as well. And to be honest, you look at a team like David File here. You look at that team of 4. You could just about play it in any position you like. All 4 of them are quite competent skip. So sometimes it's nice to have that ability within a team, isn't it, to be able to change it around if you need to.
Well, while you were just out of shot, I was playing them in any order they liked, and now we got them in the right order. It's going to be a little bit more sensible, I suspect.
We've seen the first bowl played down the other side of the green, and looks to be a nice even draw on that hand too. So pretty good looking rink here for these guys. And as a result of that, once they settle into their groove, I think we're going to be in for a treat as far as the heads are concerned. And we can see this one has started off pretty well with the team file obviously dominating at the moment, holding 1 or 2.
Now, Dave, this is Paddy, is it?
This is Paddy Stewart. Yep.
Right, I've got it now. Don't you worry about it. And I think they're holding at least 2, possibly 3, and this just looks like it's going to be a bowl, which is going to be a position bowl. So anything past it when you're holding shots is not a bad option.
Interesting to note, these guys both had wins in their first games of the tournament. Patrick's team had a dominant 33-7 win, and as we mentioned earlier, the David File team, or the Adam Blucher skipped team, went to an extra end and obviously got a couple of shots on that extra end. They won it by 2 in the end. So both on the road to qualifying with their first wins under their belt.
And just to let people know, David, I assume it's 4 wins out of 6 to qualify?
Yep. That's the rules. You can win 4, 5 or 6 games and you'll be into post-section.
Well, starting off with a win is probably quite important then. I mean, you don't want to be throwing the cat amongst the pigeons and having an early loss, because obviously it puts undue pressure on the rest of the other 5 games.
Yep, banking that first win definitely gives you the confidence and belief that you're going to get the other 3 that you need. 3 out of 5 is, you know, a little makes the equation just that little bit easier. We see these opening lead bowls from Sean Goldsbury. They were outstanding bowls. There they are sitting there. And then David File with his first bowl, he added to the equation.
That's, I think we've already mentioned, it's an excellent start coming this way. And when you look at the first end, that was very much just a feeling out scenario where none of them really knew the green or the weight. Now they're starting to get the hang of it, and the head itself is a lot closer.
It's pretty impressive after one end to be playing this accurately. You can see a little bit of wind about.
It might have caught a gust, do you think?
Oh, I'm not sure about that, but that's the hand we did think would be the straighter hand, isn't it? Because the wind's probably blowing from the right to the left as we see it. I suspect that's sort of the more holding hand.
Yeah, definitely not as wide as the other side, but also looked to have a nice arc on it on one of the earlier bowls that was played down that side, but definitely not as wide.
Pat knew the moment he let that one go. He's just trying to draw himself out of trouble there. It's perfect weight. You can see he's finished level with the jack, but I'd say that the Red Sticker team of David File and co. Holding 1.5, so Adam here looking to draw a bonus for 2.
Trying hard to come home.
He was willing it down. Let's see. What do we reckon, gentlemen?
I think it might have been 2, but we'll wait and see what they put on the scoreboard for us.
100 years. Oh, there you go. That's cool. I like it when, and it's interesting because we're just about to approach another. I've got to give a history lecture now. That was 2. We're just about to approach another 10 years or so of bowling clubs celebrating their centenary, because there's 2 or 3 major times when bowls sort of happened. We had the 1880s in the South Island, where that was an explosive time for bowls. Then after World War One, so the 20s on, there was another explosion as the return servicemen were looking for things to do. So there's a whole lot of bowling clubs sort of due for their centenary celebrations and who've had them from 2020 onwards, which is what we saw. I got the eye on that. I've got that the picture of the shirt with 100 years.
2021, yeah.
Isn't it cool to see a club that's lasted an entire century?
It is, and the history of our sport. As I know you're big on it, Alex, which is fantastic, but it's just amazing. The clubs that started way back, and they were the hub of the communities as they are today, and things have changed. Obviously, greens with technology, greens have got better. The bowls have got better, and but yeah, the sport has survived big time, quite comfortably over such a long period of time.
I guess that would be the nature of the sport, that it involves everybody from very young to very old, male, female. It's completely inclusive. It's just one of those sports that you can play socially, you can play semi-competitively or competitively, and everyone is welcome. It lends to being able to be part of any community.
Decisions here from David. You see him staring down, thinking, well, if I play the backhand, there's a bowl on my way. Play the forehand, I can draw around it. Opting for the backhand.
So it's interesting to note that his lead, Sean Goldsbury, immediately switched to the backhand coming in this direction. Only the second time they've played in this direction, and he'd already given up on that forehand side with the big swoop, but didn't quite nail it with his 2 bowls, dropped them both a bit short and wide, but you can see with that bowl from David File, he's ended up wide as well. They've probably still got in the back of their mind that on the other side of the rink it's really swooping, and haven't quite cottoned onto the fact that this backhand coming in this direction is not as wide.
See what this finishes with if he's got the weight at the end of the track. God, that's an unusual looking bowl, isn't it? I've seen a split bowl before, but that looks like it's in 4. It's running down the face of it.
It looks to me like, and I think he's changed the forehand this time, but this way might be slightly up into the wind, because a lot of the bowls are still shy. That going the other way, they were a lot closer and more consistently. So it'll be interesting to see as the game develops whether or not these guys can all adjust their weight.
Pretty good effort there from David.
He'll be happy with that. Switch across. This looks nice out of the hand, and we'll see this bowl move quite a lot from the left to the right on your screen. Look at that. Isn't it pretty to watch when you have a nice swinging hand?
And it's even better when it's nicely played. I mean, if you're going to get close like that consistently, you're going to have a pretty successful time.
I must admit, when I played, I loved playing the big swooping hands. Really did enjoy seeing the bowl interrupting the head next door and sweeping back in. And it's amazing just watching the footage of some past games. I was watching for a while the other day. I was watching Peter Bellis and Rowan Brassey up against David Bryant and Tony Alcock in that awesome final at Henderson in Auckland 1980, and with the old bowls, and they were going round the world, but those guys had it mastered. It was an awesome game to watch.
It is a great game. It's available, I think it's on the Bowl New Zealand YouTube channel actually, at the Henderson bowling club, but it's the definition of round the world bowls, isn't it? Sort of let the bowls come back. I think if you're brave enough to trust the bowl, you get rewarded. And look at this here, Paddy Stewart. Lovely.
So it looks
Excellent
like
effort there. That would have been a toucher if it hadn't have been for the opposition bowl being in the way. But yeah, it looks like it's 2 to the Houlihan team at the moment.
It's a tongue twister and a half, isn't it?
Well, I just about called him by his nickname, which is Hula Hoop. So that's but I managed to get there in the end as we see another short bowl. I think, Keith, you might be onto something here with this wind direction. The guys have struggled a little bit to get their bowls up coming in this way, so you could have latched on to that.
Well, it looks even after this is the second time coming this way, and I'd say we've got 2 that are jack eye slightly past, the rest are shy, and I think it was much the same on the first end as well. So I think, from memory, the first end, one of the bowls went quite a way past. I think there was a little bit of a, I don't want to be short, and they overcorrected, but once again, shy. So yeah, there is a bit of a pattern arriving.
Interesting. And no bowls past the head, really. Pat holding too, as Dave said.
Now, having not seen the old footage, could they have gone, a rink and a half outside for them to swoop back? Different type of bowls. What was the story?
That'd be narrow.
Very much so, yep. Very much so. They were going way. I mean, especially Henderson was running pretty slick. It did rain during the event, which might have helped stop things from going as wide as normal. But they were really going out there.
You can almost, when you watch the footage back, the bowls just about start coming back up. You know, it has a nice
coming
real,
back up the
real
ring.
quick green.
Yep.
Even nowadays, if you get a bit of a wind, you can see the bowl doesn't sit down at the centre line. It actually starts sort of coming back up. That's what you're talking. It's very satisfying to watch, and it's a brave way to play bowls when they just trust themselves to take the green, as we see Adam Blucher here playing with a little bit more intent, backing himself to swing down onto the shot bowl. He's close.
Very good bowl.
That's outstanding. What a shot. You happy with that one?
Good option too. Couple down. You know, even if he hadn't sat the bowl in the belly and but if he'd got the edge of it, got rid of one, he would have cut the count down. No major danger out the back, because we alluded to, because everyone had been falling short. So real good shot option and played to precision. So that'll give him some confidence going forward.
I think, Dave, one of the things at this level is that these skips need to take the right option. That can be the winning and the losing of any game, just at the right time, taking the right options, and then obviously the skill to be able to perform that shot under what some people would consider pressure is key to being successful.
Talk about performing under pressure, Alex. I hope we can end up having a final like we did in last year's Fours Championship. What an epic game that was. And Mike Galloway, David Clark, Martin Dixon and Steve Fisher, they won that game last year and made it back-to-back titles. And I believe the same 4 are back in action at the Nationals again this year, going for the three-peat. So, but that was an epic game last year, 13-12, and a massive bowl played by Mike Galloway on the last end to secure the victory. It was a fantastic game of bowls. Let's hope we get a repeat of that throughout this year.
Entirely agree. One of the games you feel fortunate to have witnessed, really. It was tit for tat the entire way through, and you could see how much it meant to both of the teams. I think Sam Morden played a bowl that he thought was a winner. He was the 2, wasn't he? So his second bowl, he played a bowl he thought had won himself a national championship, and 9 times out of 10 probably would have.
It would have.
It was incredible stuff. or won the score. Yeah, it's certainly freer, isn't it, coming down in this direction? You can see the bowls just happy to roll on that little bit.
The thing about a game like last year's final is that you're constantly surprised when the perfect bowl's played, but ideally everyone that plays bowls are trying to play the perfect bowl, so it should never be a total surprise. And you probably, even if you're sitting there thinking you've won the game, until the last bowl's played, you really can't be sure. David File.
I don't think we've ever had a three-peat, have we, Alex? I think
No.
there's been a few that have achieved the double.
Yeah,
back-to-back titles like Mike Galloway's team did last year, but
there's been teams like, obviously, Nikankovic won nine national fours titles at Skip, and I think did he win a pairs, maybe a singles? Might have been a singles to round out the 10. So he's won a lot of fours, but the three-peats being extremely rare. So that'd be etching a name in the history book for sure. And in the women's fours, which we're covering tomorrow, it's nearly as impressive. There's been a year off Val and her team. They didn't win it in between, but they won it last year and then 2 years before that, so 2 out of 3 years. Should they go close to winning this year, that's 3 out of 4. It's interesting how you get the runs of success with teams at these national events, and great to watch.
That begs the question. Have you got a winner for us for the men's and the ladies?
Oh, you can't ask me that on day one, Keith.
I can try.
I think I've got more chance of winning Lotto than picking the winner of the National Fours.
Have you got your ticket, Dave?
On the back end again. Ooh.
Just as a matter of interest then, if you're not going to go with a winner, have you got any maybe outsiders in inverted commas to look out for? Either of you?
The silence.
Met by deathly silence, Keith.
I really didn't think these were tough questions.
There's plenty of good teams. I think there's one for me, like Ray Martin from Wellington, with Nev Rodder, Liam Hill and Gavin Hamlin. Nev Rodder is probably not that well known in New Zealand, but it's won an Aussie Open pairs with Lee Schreiner and won the New Zealand pairs with Gary Lawson's just come back to the game. And with a team like Liam Hill, who we know has got all the talent in the world, Gavin Hamlin, who was a scratch golfer and now a very good bowler, and Ray Martin, I think they could be one to watch if you were to push me for a team that people might not have considered before the event.
And I'll come up with one too, just for interest's sake. Finbar McGuigan's team from Wellington with Blake Signal, Philip Hewler and Robbie Bird. Another very, very strong-looking regional team that, all from the Wellington Centre. They would be my dark horses.
Okay, well, just remember to hop down to the TAB and get the bet on just before their odds shrink.
They have to qualify first.
Yes. There's always a problem, isn't there? Anyway, getting back to the bowls, this head overall is again quite a tight head. Still a number of bowls a little bit shy, and that could be something to do with the fact that people are a little bit tentative early on. Perhaps their deliveries aren't quite what they'd expect after a few ends, but nevertheless, still a pretty high quality, I think.
Willing it to hold.
Whether Adam's got the green here. Not gonna. Wasn't so much the green as the speed. If he'd had a bit more speed.
See, now that, to me, that's actually a good miss. I mean, it's the correct green, maybe a metre and a bit too heavy, but you can correct that pretty easily. It's when you're short and narrow that's when it becomes difficult, because you've got the two things you're meant to be doing, green and weight. You've got to correct both. Whereas that last bowl, it's just the weight you need to correct.
Oh, it doesn't look happy with that one.
Yeah, he clapped it, but I think that wasn't a positive thing.
Wasn't a happy clap.
No.
So it looks like Team Houlihan might be holding one shot with the bowl slightly behind the jack.
Green's perfect again. Just all on about the
See
weight
if he
now.
can add the bonus bowl, the bonus shot here.
Oh, I think he may have done it. Depends how far
Could
it
have
travels
just
forward.
fell over, which wouldn't have helped his chances, but
So Pat will measure that red stickered bowl of theirs first, or Paddy, sorry, and then go against the two blue stickered bowls of Houlihan's that you can see on your score tick at the top left. Right, so I think that blue sticker was in. Is there a bowl there? Oh, it's just been efficient with the thing. So two to Houlihan, 3-4 the score now after 4 ends.
Now, recently I was having a look at the Taranaki fours, and there were 25 end games, and there was some talk about breaking those down into sort of five end games and half the game and that sort of thing. Dave, is that something that do you think quite helpful to players to be able to break a large or long game down into sections?
absolutely. I mean, it's definitely it's horses for courses though, because some people know it doesn't do it for them. But yes, majority of the players that I dealt with at the New Zealand level, they did like to do that, just break it down into 5 ends, or 10. Perhaps let's work on things for the first 10 ends and have a chat about our tactics and are we going to change them, how are we travelling. But yeah, set yourself little goals of trying to be in front after the first 5 ends. There's all sorts of game plans that you could use, and breaking the game down was definitely a really good option just to refocus you. I mean, like, one of the things that we had trouble for a while with one of our fours teams was getting out of the blocks brilliantly, cruising to an 8-10 shot lead after the first 5 or 6 ends, and then they seemed to switch off and go to sleep. And so it was a challenge that we set the goal of, okay, for the second lot of 6 ends, you got to win that 6 end group. You got to win that little match over those next 6 ends.
Win the game within the game.
Yes, and it caused them to refocus. They might have been 6 or 8 up, but right, it's 0-all. Let's go again. We're going to start again, and these next 6 ends, we're going to be in front after these next 6 ends as well. So it is definitely an excellent tool to have in your kit bag for the longer matches, for sure.
So we have a score now of 4-3 to Team Butcher. They've started, I think, overall slightly more consistently than the Houlihan team, but there's nothing in it, as we predicted at the start of the game. That one good end will change the way people think about how they're travelling. So from my point of view, there's absolutely nothing in it. One good bowl, 2 good bowls, and suddenly there's a decent differential. So it'll be interesting to see how the game develops.
This is close. Oh, that's a lovely bowl from David File.
Some nice deliveries on display here too. Very nice.
I guess, Dave, that's where for the better players, where it starts and finishes. It's about being consistent, and to do that, you've got to have a not necessarily a textbook delivery, but a pretty consistent delivery.
And having said that David File's delivery has changed over the years. I think David, like all of us, we start getting older and the body starts a bit harder to get down, and you'll notice that David does drop his bowl from quite a height. Never used to do that. So obviously that's a physical thing for him, and not ideal, but he can still play a handy bowl.
Is that, in your opinion, going to change his consistency over time, or is it just a matter of just adjusting to the new delivery style?
He just has to adjust, and it is a bit difficult because normally, as the body starts letting us down a bit, we can't play as well as we used to, which frustrates us. But you've just got to accept that and move on. I think the key thing about when you're dropping the bowl like David is it does affect your speed control quite dramatically. It's how high do you drop it from, how heavy is the bowl pointing towards the ground when it lands, how much weight does that take off the bowl that you play. So when you're dropping the bowl from that height, it does become a lot more difficult to be as deadly as perhaps he once was.
So it's a variance thing, isn't it? It's just basically it varies from bowl to bowl.
Absolutely.
Howard having a look at this. He's close to. When's it going to turn? When's it going to turn? Not in time. Oh, I feel like I've been drinking.
That's because you have.
Oh. So I stood in front of the camera and decided to focus on them instead. But what we didn't miss was a good shot. Well, it was a very good effort, but Howard missing by an inch or two of just flicking that shot bowl out. So still holding in blue chip.
I do actually think that that's this type of bowl that, when it's played properly, is the most damaging in it all, because not many players attempt those sorts. It's usually drive or draw. Playing a little run shot like that and getting the edge of that bowl to change the entire head, I think it's well worth playing more often, and only the best players tend to play it.
Yes, we relive that bowl of David Files that remains the shot in behind the jack. What do you think they've spoken about here, Dave? What would you play if you were Pat Houlihan's up next, isn't he? Pat Houlihan, what's his best shot?
I think he's got to play with a little bit of niggle too. I think he needs to be looking to land the shot bowl. He's only the one down, and he's got a few other handy ones around it. So I think playing to reach that shot bowl just with a couple of yards of weight, and it looks like he is too. Maybe more than a couple of yards, but he's definitely looking for the shot bowl.
Oh, let's follow. What's the body language telling us? Well, swing and a miss, but not by much. Goodness, that was close.
He's probably made it a little bit better for his second attempt at the shot. He's still got a couple of good seconds there. Unless Adam changes things, I think Pat will be playing something similar. But it looks like Adam is going to change things. He is. I think that could be another shot.
Interesting, isn't it? It's changed the complexion of the head a little. So Pat's now 2 down. Still on his forehand, but is he more on the draw?
Yep. Going back to the draw now.
Give it the green. Wait for it to come back into the head. And that's beautiful weight to rest through the white bowl. So it's just slightly overplaying the bowl. And the reward is you sit down for a back toucher off the white. And the risk is if you miss it narrow, you're not even... your bowl's not going to be hanging around. So a chance here for a bonus shot from Adam Blucher. Could be a 3 here to the Red Sticker team.
Who've got the blue shirts, remember? Not to confuse anybody.
Oh, it's clear as mud, Keith.
Yes.
Note that one down. Something, isn't it, Dave? When we talk, it's fascinating the number of times you talk to someone after they've played a game of bowls and they go, oh, I lost it on the last end, or someone played a good bowl on the second to last end to get a number. If you were to then think about, well, actually, how many times did either team miss a bonus bowl where there's no right of reply, that usually answers the question for you.
Absolutely. Oh, the bonus bowl, it's such a Oh, you talk for hours about it, really, because I've mentioned in the past doing commentary that it's something we worked on big time with the New Zealand team as well. You know, it's a free hit, as using a cricket terminology. It's a free opportunity to get another shot, another valuable shot. And we worked and worked and worked on it. It's a mental thing, really. You've got to, but unfortunately, even though you say, right, I've really got to nail this and take the opportunity to get a bonus shot here, to get this extra shot. But way back in the back of your mind, I think that you just relax a little bit, and we've got the shot. There's no danger here. We're safe, and we're going to be scoring again. And you relax and and miss the opportunity to get that bonus shot. It really is a huge part of the game, especially at international level when the games are all normally so tight and so close. The bonus shot becomes so vital.
Absolutely. A great start from the two leads here with Sean Goldsbury right on top. And to see how good his memory is, rinse and repeat on the back end. It's given the bowl room to breathe, and now it's whether he's got enough weight. Look at that. Well played. That's good leading.
Excellent leading. Two very good bowls.
And Dave, just getting back to that little story about the bonus bowl, the close cousin, the first bowl effectiveness as well. That's something else that, especially the leads in any team or a singles player, you really want to nail that first bowl. Of course, I'm only saying that because of this end. It reminded me that is actually another big part of the game, is to be able to consistently get that first bowl right on that jack.
Well, immediately you're dominating the head, aren't you? Immediately you've got the opposition on the back foot. So psychologically it's a big bowl, and first bowl effectiveness, you're dead right. It can be such a telling factor in games. And great time to bring the subject up with an excellent first bowl on this end.
He's got his weight right, David. It's hung around more than you might have thought it would. On release, I thought he was going to be underneath the line on that swinging hand. 6-3 the score. And we're on that first block of 6 ends, aren't we? So this is sort of, you talk about splitting an 18 end game up, you probably go into sixes. So this is the last end of that first little period in the game. And this is a nice bowl here if he's got the running. Well played.
Good head building up here.
Adam asking David to switch to the forehand. More of a half green.
Is this, am I remembering correctly, this is what we've found to be the slightly more accurate direction? They tend to be closer coming this way than the other way?
Yeah, I think it was this direction, yes.
Well, this is a perfect example of what we've been talking about. I mean, they've all seemed to have adjusted beautifully coming this way, and going the other way, a little bit over the shop, here, there, and everywhere. Having said that, this is great standard of bowls on this end.
Paddy on his forehand. A member, I think, of the Hamner Springs bowling club, which has been resurrected. Wonderful to have it back, really. And great to see some bowls being played there now. They put a lot of effort into resurrecting the Hamner Springs club. It's got an artificial green. Yeah, it's a delightful place to go, but what a nice place to go for a tournament, the Hamner Springs, Keith.
We should do it. Have they got one?
A tournament? Oh, I presume so.
Let's do it.
Go
and have a hot swim at the same time and visit their other facilities.
A big day on the green and then straight into the hot pools. Nothing better.
Heads continued to build. Howard on the backhand. Gets a right feather of this one. It's going to be brilliant. Oh, lovely effort. Good bowl. Probably in for another third shot. See there.
Looks like the Blucher team still holding 2.
We were due, weren't we, to have one that's not quite on the head. Maybe they're kicking for touch, knowing that they're going to. The other team's going to attack the. Yep, they're going to attack to push that ball through.
See what weight Howard's up to play with. Not sure how quickly the bowl's going to come back from there. It's just the lazier of the two hands. It was perfect speed to sit through the shot bowl, but he's missed it wide. So on the crossover, it's Team Blucher who are holding 1.5, probably 2 shots. What would you play here, Dave, if you're Adam Blucher?
Yep, I think Paddy Stewart called it perfectly there as we see that excellent first bowl from Sean Goldsbury. Yeah, just to draw another shot on the backhand as we're looking at it, so on the right hand side of the screen as we look at the head. If Adam can get down there and draw another shot. Beating the blue disc bowl that is jack level. He's just dropped a smidgen short.
I suppose
Lovely
he's not,
line.
Yeah, he's not made the target bigger, has he? So it's not the end of the world there. Oh, this will be an interesting bowl from Pat Houlihan.
It's very much entirely up to the weight he plays.
Oh,
It looks wide for that weight, yeah. He won't come back, no. But I would have been looking, too late to say now, but just a little bit less weight than that, looking through the gap for the jack. Otherwise, you're not going to get back in time. It's going to miss wide or it's going to hit the front one.
Be interesting to see if Pat makes that change with his second bowl as Adam. Nothing's changed for Adam Blucher. He's just trying to rest that one there. That's a nicely played bowl. Another one in the area.
That looks slightly wide still, is it?
Oh, I might try and come
Played
back.
with less weight though. Still going to hold. That is the holding hand, definitely, isn't it? Out there.
Yeah.
That's, now, I just want to make a point here too, Keith. You talked about first bowl effectiveness, and I hear a lot of times from leads who get bored with letting, I stick my bowls on the head, and they're never there at the end of the end of the rink, end of the completion of the end. Someone always shifts them. Well, there's a prime example. That first bowl from Sean Goldsbury was still there at the completion of that end, and the first bowl effectiveness, they dominated that head right from the first bowl. So an excellent example of that first bowl effectiveness. I think we're alluding to, Keith.
The other thing is, if they happen to go on and win the game by 1, he can say that was the shot that won it for them. Yeah, the reality is that every single player in a fours team has value, and whether it's that first bowl that in that case ended up being the shot, or whether the skip plays a bowl with his last bowl to win the game, you've won as a team and you lose as a team.
Absolutely.
8-3 the score now. And looking good, Team Blucher. They've been very steady. Bat's going to be on the wide side, you would think. Would have known that the moment he let it go. So one of the cruelties of our game is that a bowl takes between 15 and 20 seconds to finish its track. But you often know within the first 2 if it's any good. Then you get to watch your miss for the next 17 seconds as it goes towards nothing in particular. Good bowl from Sean
Another
Goldsbury.
good bowl here from Sean.
Yeah, nicely done.
you talked about how people know as soon as they've let it go, whether that they know, and that's a good thing. When someone lets the bowl go and they say, "Oh, I'm heavy," quite often I'd say to them, "Well, that's okay," and they'd say, "Yeah, but I'm heavy. I didn't want to be." Yeah, but you're feeling the weight of the bowl. You're feeling the bowl. If you knew as soon as it left your hand that it was heavy, then that's actually a good thing, because it means you're feeling the speed of the green and you've got control of your senses when it comes to getting that real good feeling of the bowl being beautiful as it leaves your hand. So
certainly there's nothing more confusing as a bowler when you're actually letting it go well and you're still nowhere near, because what do you correct? If you let a bowl go, if you let a bowl go good and it goes where you pointed it, and you're still poor, that's a much more challenging correction than I just need to let it go good the next time.
You blame the gust of wind, don't you? Surely that's the next thing.
We usually blame something, Keith. Yeah. Nice shot.
Quite a good drill to do, actually, to get the fit, to learn how to be aware of the feel of the bowl, is to let the drawing to the jack, obviously whatever length you want, but letting the bowl go and then nominating where it's going to finish. Is it going to be short? Are you pretty happy with it? It's going to be speed-wise right on the jack, or are you heavy? Whatever. So the minute you've let it go, you've got to call out whether it's I'm short, and hopefully you're short, because that means you are feeling and you're aware of you're aware of the feeling of the speed of a good bowl. So it can be a good little drill just to play to do with a partner.
I think generally it's easier to pick a line than it is to pick the weight, because the weight's up to you. The line is variant on a number of factors. So, I mean, if you're nowhere near, you start at the basics and you work your way through, and just keep it as simple as you possibly can. As long as you're consistent, if you're missing consistently, you can adjust.
Slice of hell there on the forehand. Look how far the bowl's run away from the jack.
They still haven't learnt, the Houlihan team, to take that grass on that big sweeping hand. And as you say, the slice of hell there, he's made it a lot better for the Blucher side.
It's just
even though the bowls are a wee way away.
It's handy that there's, for the Blucher team, it's also handy that you've got the short bowls in the way on the back end, because it means that the Houlihan team's going to really be forced into continuing to play the forehand, which they've not been playing as well as they could. See that? I mean, to be fair, look at the gusting in the background on those media balls. There's certainly more than a little breeze out there today.
But not impossible by the sake of that bowl.
Perfect.
Just white and green, Dave, isn't it? White and green.
Made the adjustment with his line beautifully there.
No, I really don't think that this hand is difficult. Of course, I haven't played it, so that's a good thing. But it seems like it's playable, and every so often you do get a very close bowl. So it's not impossible. It's just allowing that little bit of extra drift and making sure you take the green, and giving it maybe a little extra, because again, by and large, the pin high or the short, and ideally you want to be the right weight.
Narrow.
Yes. Tactical bowl when he does it.
It's obvious that what we alluded to earlier on is definitely happening, that the teams are handling, going in the opposite direction to this end, far better than what they are coming in this way. That the heads are not as tight in this direction as what they are heading in the other way.
That's Kevin Maxfield sitting there with his arms crossed. He's the greenkeeper here. Also a member of a team that went back-to-back in the fours. He's won 2 New Zealand fours in a row with Sid Giddy, and I think maybe Kevin Asplin and someone else. Adam's going to get a very good result. Of course it was Lance Tasker, I knew that. That's a good result there from Adam. It's good to see him apologise, just saying sorry. sorry for the result.
I've got Plan B there. I didn't actually. I was trying to get Plan A, but Plan B will do it. This looks pretty. Oh, it's going to turn.
That's into the internal monologue of the bowler there, Keith. That's what often you think. Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's gone. Waiting for this one.
Got to apologise for this one too, perhaps.
Here it comes.
Oh, he's not a million miles away. Yeah.
Smidgen heavy.
It's early to say it, but it does feel like a big bowl for Pat Houlihan here. He's got last bowl. There's a foot to draw. He can find a way to get the shot. He's staying within Cooey in the game. And he's not far away. Needs it to hold and rest on the shot bowl.
Oh, he tipped the shot bowl out.
Look, he's done enough. Surely he's done enough. Yeah, one conceded. So right at the start of the game, we talked about Pat and his sense of timing in a game. That's a good example of that. It's not slipping away by any means, but you don't score there. It's 9-3 after 7. It's easy just to let the game slip out of your hands, and he played a good bowl at the right time, so we relive that end. Slice of hell was well recovered, and this bowl here from Adam Blucher, good weight to be fair, but on the tight side. You play that 20 times and not get it that square more than once or twice, and Ed'll be pleased he's been able to find a way to get the shot. And look at this, we've seen the head extended right out. I think the jack has been delivered onto the 2 metre mark and the mat's on the 2 metre mark. Why might that be, Dave?
Team tactics, eh? They're making a change. They know that coming this way there've been some good heads, but they've been losing them. So this is a definite tactical change here to play dot to dot, just to see if we can A, latch onto it ourselves, and B, just upset the rhythm of the opposition.
Toucher this way on the first bowl for Sean Goldsberry. Let's see what he can do now on this longer end. And a longer end too means that the swinging hand's going to be even more swingy, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
This looks a good start.
That's a good shot. Got lovely greens here at Bowls Mount Maunganui. Vast majority is Maniatoto. Beautiful coverage. We went there to do a site visit not that long ago, but I couldn't tell you when it was. And they play really well, and you look at the green and there's just beautiful coverage all the way through, and they've got the ditches nice as well, so there's not that drop off that runs into the ditch. It's exactly what you want for a day of bowls. Competitors at this Nationals travelling far and wide to many clubs around the place. We prioritised green quality for this event, so clubs such as Hinuera and Central Cambridge and Tui Park are all being used, and all boast absolutely beautiful Maniatoto greens. The Hinuera one in particular, have you been there, Dave?
No, never been there.
I'll tell you about it then. It's the home of Debbie White and also Bev Corbett and Stu Settle and Bruce Milne, etc., etc. If you look at the Bowls Waikato Centre titles board, they're all over that, and it's 40 metres by 40 metres, so that's as big as a green can be. When it was built, I think it was the only international green in New Zealand, and it runs at about 19 or 20 seconds. So you talk about watching that video from Henderson in 1988 with the World Peers. It's similar to that, and it's a long green as well. So the Hinuerites feel like they have a little bit of advantage when you get visiting clubs that might play on a green that's 6 or 7 metres shorter, and you go into Hinuera where you get punished for not taking your green there. But a beautiful green and a wonderful facility, so cool to have them involved in this national championships.
Well, just a big shout out to all the clubs that are supporting the event. It's a major undertaking, and it's good to hear that you've been on a site visit and sort of handpicked the better ones. But at the end of the day, that's a big commitment for all of these clubs to support the Nationals. Obviously, all the players as well doing their thing, but without the greens and without the support of the clubs, you wouldn't be able to hold these events. So it's a big tick to all the clubs that are being involved.
Absolutely. It's an interesting bowl there, switching to the forehand perfect green. Seems nicer on this longer length.
That was another one of the beauties of going to the Nationals, I remember, was getting to visit all of the clubs and, some of the country clubs that you ended up playing at, just fantastic, and the history, the community hubs that they were. And of course, when you got out into the country, as David Fowle draws another pretty good one here, when you got out into the country, the hospitality was outstanding. They loved hosting you. The morning teas and lunches were just outstanding. And that's another one of the big attractions of the Nationals.
Dare I say it, it's probably still very similar to what it was back then. I mean, at the end of the day, the hospitality of all clubs throughout New Zealand tend to be just about over the top. They really go out of their way to make you feel welcome.
This is interesting as we've been talking. So Houlihan, the blue sticker team, stretched the end right out. They said, right, we'll deliver it to the 2 metre mark and put the mat on the 2 metre down this end, so it's the full length. They've all fallen. There's 4 of the 5 bowls are short of the head. You can see Howie shaking his head in the background. And Team Blue just jumped on top of it. They're holding 3.5, 4 shots.
Yep. So the tactic hasn't worked at this stage for the Houlihan team. And one other thing that I've observed while this head's been building is, whilst there has been, like that bowl, we've had some bowls where we haven't gone wide enough, the longer end doesn't seem like they've had to go as wide. And I can't quite work out why, but I mean, I think this bowl is definitely too narrow, but some of the others have been, actually hasn't ended up too narrow.
There's only a bowl underneath the line. Is that the sort of stuff, Dave, that you clock as a player? Oh, look at the dog. That's entirely distracted me from what I was about to say.
Forget the bowls. Let's look at the dog again, please.
Bowls is a bit quirky, isn't it? And sometimes you get...
Thank you.
You're calling the shots now, Keith.
Yep.
Sometimes you get a rink where, for whatever reason, something like that might happen. So as the players, they should be clocking that, shouldn't they, Dave? And going, right, well, if it is a long end, we know that maybe we don't have to take as much green. And Paddy looking for a good result now because he's under the line. I like that shot selection. So straight into it.
Yep, they've got 3 or 4 seconds, and it was definitely the way to go to try and get rid of the shot bowl. But that was an awesome bowl from Howard O'Donnell, because their team were in trouble, and he's ended up, it looks like it's close for shot, but I think the Blucher team will still be hunting that bowl, because even if they're still holding, it's holding them out of another 3 or 4 shots. Been a big day already for that little critter, hasn't it?
It's only 12:48. Obviously been around the clubs. Well behaved.
Just wait like me, waiting for lunch. That's the wait.
Got some cheese and crackers in the fridge, Keith. You'll be fine. So it's important then, isn't it, Dave, that Pat gets a second shot on the head, and ideally he'd want to actually be finishing sort of like wide of the head. You don't want to finish in line with the shot bowl, because then they can both get cannoned out.
Played it pretty well, although he might be a bit quicker. He's running a bit. Yep.
Adam's just about leaping down the other end to play this bowl.
I think he can see a shot. I'm not sure exactly which one it is, but he can see something.
He won't be short. Promise that.
He'll be hunting that blue disc bowl for sure.
Yes, he looks agitated. Yeah, it's going to be a firm draw.
If he holds long enough, he's close. Oh,
he's a bit lucky again.
I enjoy the spirit in which that's done. He had good weight and he had the right bias, which is the 2 positive things you can say about that bowl. Goodness gracious me. It's so, that hurts for Houlihan because he's now holding 3 or 4 Team Blucher. Be fascinated to see that one on the replay. And Pat's missed that bowl. This could be the difference in the game, right?
Pat turned his back on that real quick, and no wonder that. And the one thing I'll say there about he rushed that bowl. Pat was he was on the mat and letting it go. He knew that he was in trouble, and he wanted to try and fix it in a hurry. Instead of taking his time, going through his normal pre-shot routine, he really did rush that bowl, and consequently, it was a shocker.
And not to labour the point, but the bonus bowl wasn't taken care of either. So another thing we've chatted about. Right. So interesting.
Let's keep our eyes peeled and watch. I mean, there's a lot of things that happen in collision here. So Adam's narrow, but his collision bowl hit the short. He got it square enough that his collision bowl actually still got rid of the shot bowl. So his narrow is about 3 feet narrow on the backhand and got the short bowl square enough with enough weight that it continued on to get rid of the shot bowl. It's a fortuitous result, but that's bowls, and let's see how many that was to Team Blucher. It was at least a 3.
Yeah, they'd kicked 3 out already, and we're having a look at the 4th one, so let's see how many it was. Get a shot of the scoreboard if we can.
I'll put my money on 3 and we'll see where we go from there.
Oh, there's a scoreboard with someone standing right in front of it.
I can see a 1. I can see a 1 to the left, so it must be 3. I reckon it's 11-4 now. The score after 8 ends, 10 to go.
Brilliant.
So almost at halfway, and that gap of 7 has now become quite significant. And I think the Team Blucher will be very comfortable with being that far in front. It's now a matter of just making sure you minimise any bad ends, so that if you're dropping any, you're dropping 1s. Makes it really difficult for the other team to get back in the game.
Here's a question. I'll go Dave first. Do you think this incredibly short end was on purpose or by mistake?
I think it was by mistake.
Keith?
I think weren't keen on having another long one, but I don't think he wanted it to be this short.
And this is the way we thought was uphill, wasn't it? We think the wind might be blowing into the face here. So they have to play a little bit more weight. So Sean's probably thought, we'll throw it a little bit shorter than the last end. He's just pulled up a bit much.
Probably looking for half length, something like that, and it's ended up being quite short. And again, it's just a new thing to try to have, a new challenge. And it could be a bad thing for them. It could work out fine. We'll soon see.
Well, it's not been a bad start for Team Houlihan here.
It does bring up another one of my little sore points. Jack throwing. The importance of jack throwing. I cannot stress it enough. And one of the things that disappoints me about some aspects of the modern game is the elimination of jack throwing. We watch currently the BPL on over in Australia at the moment. The jack is placed, and some of the short form types of games, the jack is placed and you don't have to roll it. And that, to me, is taking a vitally important skill out of the game, and that is jack throwing. It can be so vitally important.
Totally agree. It's unfortunate because it's one of the... it's definitely under-practiced, because if you give a new bowler the choice between... Well, you can have a practice where you play 4 or 8 bowls and you're playing shots or going through drills with your bowls, or you can take a bucket of jacks and throw 10 or 15 or 20. Very easy to go, I'll do the jacks next week. I'll do everything else now. So it does get neglected, but as you say, Dave, incredibly important and can change the complexion of a game.
That does bring up something I was thinking about talking about. It was in terms of practicing, and we've mentioned skills, and that's yet another one of those skills. But is, Dave, in your opinion, playing, if you're going to do a proper practice, is it more beneficial to play a game against a mate, or is it better to play a set of drills or skills and try to perfect that?
I think you know the answer to that question.
Oh, I do. It's a loaded question, giving you an opportunity to wax lyrical about it.
Definitely the skills, and definitely the skills and drills, and definitely having an objective for your practice. Sometimes when we had the New Zealand squad together, we used to give them free time. We'd go through some drills, but then we'd say, right, the next hour's yours. You can do what you want. And at the completion of that hour, I used to see them coming off the green, and I'd bail them up. What was your objective today? What was your objective for that hour? What were you practicing? And it was great because they did come up with excellent answers, and so it was always, that's the key, have an objective for your practice, and also have it measurable, make it a wee bit measurable, a wee bit challenging to keep you interested. And and if you want to do some drills for half an hour and then finish with a game against your mate, no problems, but always have an objective, work on it with the appropriate drill. And sometimes you've been doing some drills during the week and your mate rings you up and says, let's go and have a game of singles, go for gold because you've done a bit of drill work earlier in the week.
Well, with any luck, the data that you've collected from doing the drills comes in handy when you're actually playing a game. You say to yourself, okay, I'll throw the jack 3/4, and you do it because you've practiced it. I'm going to draw the forehand and I'm going to be within a foot past the jack. Sure enough, that's the weight you pick. And it all comes from practicing the skill of doing that.
So Adam Blucher now on his backhand. One down on the head. Needs it to hold on. Praying for a gust of wind now. Not going to get it. Do we think it's 1 or 2 to the blue stick at bowls?
Yeah, I think it could be 2. And once again, this is where the jack throwing's backfired on them. The opposition have, not dominated the head, but have got 2 crucial shots in there. So the jack throwing, this is a prime example of where it's so vitally important, because I'm pretty sure that Team Blucher did not want to throw it this short.
And an important time too for this to happen for Team Houlihan, with trailing 4 shots to 11. They haven't looked like scoring the number really when they have. Their bowls have been unceremoniously removed. So they've got an opportunity here. Pat has picked his time well. This is a nice shot. Wow, that's a good bowl, isn't it? Holding 3. And
cracking bowl from from Pat Houlihan there. And if they hang on to these shots, if they score on this end, they may have stumbled upon a little formula of their own that's going to work for them, and that is the short ends.
Well, if we remember, they just tried a long end, and that didn't quite work out. So
try the opposite.
Yeah.
Just by mistake, by the opposition's mistake. Yeah. If Pat was to hold on to, this is going to be huge.
Need to survive this bowl first, and they have done so.
So you've got 3.
They've survived it, and this could be a point in the game where Team Houlihan can try and make their way back into it. If they've got 3 already at 7-11, imagine how different it would feel if Pat can draw a 4, and suddenly it's 8-11, 3 the difference after 9 ends. This is a huge bowl.
Well, it goes far as to say this is one of those crucial moments in the game where even if you only score 3, you're back in the game, but a 4 would just be, I think, a very big boost to your own team and quite a devastation for the other team. And mentally, it's going to make a heck of a difference. And we're halfway through the game. We're only 3 down.
It's pretty much come out of nowhere this end. All for just one lapse in concentration. And
perfect.
Pat's made them pay with this one. That's a beautiful bowl.
Played it.
4 it was. So 8-11 the score. Out of nowhere, the Clyde team back into contention in this match, taking their opportunity. And I think, Dave, we will see short ends might be the way to go for Team Houlihan from now. Just relive. This was the bowl that did it. Howard able just to move the jack a couple inches on the forehand. Adam was narrow with his first bowl and then wound up with his second. And he was due a miss, to be fair. He's been pretty accurate and effective with his drives this match.
You've got to love the sport, don't you? This that one end has sort of changed potentially the whole way that this game's going to be viewed. Certainly by the 2 teams playing, because the teams at 3 in front feels like there should have been a lot more in front halfway through the game, and the other team who felt like they were possibly drifting out of it are now right back in it. It's just in one end.
And look at this. We've got a short end, all right. They've latched onto it. They've thought, hello, that worked for us. Let's give it another crack. And he's managed to throw another very short end. So good jack throwing.
Alex was going to ask me whether he did that on purpose, and I was going to say yes.
I've already had this conversation, Keith. Deja vu. Eight 11.
It's definitely a little too soon for the Blucher team to be worrying. That was a great bowl to start with. First bowl effectiveness, let's call it that. But at the end of the day, they've let them back in the game.
No, all Blucher team needs to do is exactly what's just happened here. Is you just want to bounce back straight away. Go, oh, it's just a little blip, and
forget about it.
He has successfully drawn a touch there, has Sean Goldsbury, so he'll be happy with that as a rebound from the 4 that they've just dropped. Very focused.
I'm finding it interesting that immediately with the shorter ends it seems to be more consistent bowls being played, and yet quite often on I'm guessing a 17-second green, a short end can be quite difficult, and yet already you've got again quite a tight end. Do we know how many seconds the greens are running at?
About 17, 16, 17 seconds. Seems to be the nice speed nowadays.
Yeah, that's very good too.
Bowl.
Concentration 100% here from Dave DeFile.
I think he's. Someone told me he's on only on about 86 centre titles. David File. It's not a bad effort.
Only.
Yeah, only 86. Only 86. Imagine how many finals he's made, and he's won 86 of them. Great record.
Tight. He's given up on it.
Now, just thinking I watched that delivery and he sort of became a little bit unbalanced, and it's reminded me of a discovery that I've made, which is in the context of all things of an app that's been put together for people who play darts, where you take a video and the app, which is free on an iPhone and on an Android, finds your elbow point, your wrist point and your arm, and analyses three throws, goes in lots of 3, to see if you're consistent or if you're moving around. And I thought to myself, I wonder if that would work for bowls. So I took a side-on video I had of Aidan Takarua from years and years ago when we had some practice and were doing some video analysis, and it does, it works. So it's sort of it puts points in all the spaces where your body's moving, and does a different colour for all 3 deliveries, and you can see if it's the same delivery all 3 times or a different one. And before the end of the broadcast I'll remember what it's called, because it's a free app, and highly recommend nowadays with the technology we have. It's easy to do. You take a video of someone playing 3 bowls from the side, upload it to the app, it maps out like this, what would you call it, Keith, a virtual skeleton sort of thing,
yep,
and shows you if your delivery is consistent or not. How good is that?
I think that would be
awesome.
It would be an amazing tool to use along with all the other things, simply because we've talked quite a lot today already about consistency, and one of the things about consistency is to obviously have a routine that is similar each time.
It would have been helpful had I remembered what the app was called when I started that diatribe.
It's your job for the day to let us know that a little bit later on.
I'll come back to you after this end as we see it continuing to build up. That's a good bowl from Paddy Stewart there. I'd say red stickered bowls holding 2.5, maybe 3 shots. So an immediate good comeback here from Team Blucher, just treating it as a little blip. What would you play here if you're Pat Houlihan, Dave?
Look, he's got to draw pretty close to get second shot. I mean, I think that's probably... If he was confident on the drive, I'd be whacking that with my first bowl. But it's only a 1-bowl target, and it just depends. If he's been hitting good in the first game that they played this morning, I would probably be spending one on that with my first bowl. But it's over to Pat with his confidence levels, and he obviously feels he can draw at least second shot here.
If you'd have asked me, Alex, I would have said exactly the same thing as Dave. I would have been playing aggressively because he's got the backers bowl. If he'd have hit any of the jack back, it's going to him, and he would have been far better off than he is now. And we're saying that in hindsight, of course, but the reality is now he's sort of semi-blocked the draw, and he's still only got a 1-bowl target.
Is it the sort of shot where you commit from the start? If you're going to be aggressive, you go, right, I have 2 bowls at this, or I'm trying to draw myself out of trouble? Or do you think there's still an opportunity for Pat to be aggressive with his last one, Keith?
For me, it's your own confidence level, whether you are a person who's happy to draw or you're more comfortable with the drive. If you're happy to drive, you play what your strength is. You play to your strengths always, not to your weaknesses.
Well, this will be interesting then from Pat Houlihan, as Adam is a very expressive bowler. It's great for television. Showing us exactly what he thinks of that one. And Pat staying on the draw. They've just picked up a 4, remember. Desperate to score again. And he's on the tight side.
If I was up at the green now, hello, the dog's woken up, and I was had anything to do with the Houlihan team, the first thing I'd be doing is having a wander over to Pat, and I'd be saying, slow down, mate, take your time. Because once again, he rushed that second bowl. As we see another one coming in here have they got their 4 back straight away?
Yeah, it might
have been 3 or 4 anyhow.
Really classy from the Blucher team. It's exactly how you want to deal with the disappointing end, because that's the first lapse of concentration they'd really had as a team. The drop of 4 and straight back into it, and we see the score 14-8 in the background there. So 14-8 the score, so it was just a 3. And a very good recovery as Sean Goldsbury delivers the jack and thinks to himself, go! Make it to the halfway, and he's done so well. It's a good jack delivery.
Oh, that's not quite straight, is it? No, there you go. Oh, still further. Never mind, doesn't matter. We're not here to be too critical. It was a good bounce back because, again, there could have been some panic if the Houlihan team had scored again on a short end. Things would have been guaranteed that short ends would have been continued with. Now that they've bounced back and dropped a 3, maybe it's not their go-to anymore. Dave, just a question. Gary Lawson's name was mentioned recently, this afternoon, and I know, having talked to him previously, that when it comes to major events, he tends to put a lot of time and effort into preparation. I gather that would be skills. I gather that's just physical fitness, all the elements of becoming, or giving yourself a chance of doing well in that tournament. Are you a big believer in doing extra, or keeping it the same, or doing something different?
I think it depends on this is where it goes back to planning your entire season and choosing the pinnacle events that you want to really target. And so, I think I definitely encourage people to plan their seasons, and included in that planning is some downtime, having a bit of a breather from bowls. But definitely, if you're targeting a specific event, then yes, you increase your workload leading into that event. So it might be that you play in a couple of events leading up to your pinnacle event in the position that you're going to be playing at the pinnacle event, whatever, but definitely increasing your workload a little bit as you're heading into that big event. And look, to be, Gary Lawson was one of the best preparers, he left no stone unturned heading into big international events. A real good role model in that aspect of the game. His preparation was outstanding.
And in terms of that and part of your preparation, is it as important perhaps to, like you said, with downtime, just taper off a wee bit just before that major event, so you're not going in stale?
Yeah, I think the excitement of the event normally keeps you motivated and keeps you up, and so I think it's just a matter of doing the preparation before you get to the event, and then just having half an hour on the greens to familiarise yourself, and then having a quietish day the day before the event starts.
So again, a little bit of horses for courses. If you're a person that needs more, you do more. If you're a person that needs less, you do less.
Absolutely, I think you're right. It's it's a personal thing, very much so. But probably the thing that I'd like to stress the most is that planning your season, and very few people do it. But what do I want to really perform well, and what are my target events for this season? And it could be your club singles, and that's fine. But okay, so my club singles, first day of the club singles are then, so the weekend before, there's a tournament on that I can play in that I want to lead in a pairs tournament the week before, so that I'm getting the feel of throwing the jack and delivering those first bowls, which is, and so just planning things like that, so that you can be targeting the specific pinnacle events you want to really try and do well in.
And I guess that feeds on to the fact that you're practicing the skills you'll need to be successful as well.
Absolutely, and one of the things that sometimes I think if you don't plan your season, then the weekends just roll into each other. I've got club singles this weekend. Next weekend, me mates asked me to play in that 2-day tournament at Hokitika, and the week after that we've got the club triples, and the weekends just lose themselves amongst it just flows on and on and on, and you haven't targeted specific events. All of a sudden you've been playing in all of these events, and next minute, here's the centre singles, that's what I'm defending champion, I wanted to try and win that for 2 years in a row. All of a sudden it's on me, so that it's just about being a wee bit more aware and better prepared planning wise.
The 3 weeks before you've skipped a fours and played run shots the whole day, so you probably haven't been practicing your draw shots.
What a beautiful bowl was from Howard O'Donnell on his forehand. Interesting, the Houlihan team, they've never been in front, and it has looked like Team Blucher. I would say they've been in control the entire way, but Houlihan stayed close enough to be within Cooey, hasn't he? They've been in the game enough that you still wouldn't be surprised if they find a way to at least be, it's probably reasonable to say, maybe within 3 or 4 shots by the time we get to the last 10. It'd be a nice space for Houlihan to be in, then anything can happen.
Yep, without doubt. They're playing well enough. I think both teams have settled down. We've seen both teams take advantages of certain areas, and we've seen them also been taken advantage of. So from that point of view, this game is very much up in the air. I think overall the Blucher team has been slightly more consistent, and it looks like it's a fair scoreline at 14-8, I believe.
Oh, lovely effort.
Actually, Pat might have been a wee bit unlucky there, because he tipped that bowl of the Blucher teams, and it fell in and could now be second shot. And so Blucher might only be one down now. That might be why he's coming up to have another good look at the head.
In an investigation. If he is only one down, you're 14-8 up. It wouldn't be too extravagant. You wouldn't think. You'll want to play, it's about shot play, right? So he's thinking, if I play the plant, is it going to snick the jack back? Probably not.
Now, that's a plant, not a cannon, correct?
Yes, because the two bowls are touching, Keith.
Right. That's the differentiation between the two things?
If we want to get really technical, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Whereas a cannon,
just for people watching, I mean, it's of interest to me.
cannon is a bowl onto a bowl, whereas plants, the
two bowls are touching.
Although,
and yep.
colloquially, it's easier to say a 5-bowl plant than a 5-bowl cannon, isn't it? If you've got bowls that are sort of like scattered out a little bit, as we see Kevin Maxfield again. Greenkeeper here, lovely, great bowler is Kevin. And they've made their decision, and it's the forehand. Great, really easy to see through the...
The red-shirted bowlers are prevalent on this end?
Oh, we'll never know, but he played with weight.
Oh,
it was probably a beautiful bowl, wasn't it?
It was a great bowl, yep.
Oh, still got blue stickered
It'll be two
bowls
now.
close to the jack. He may have, maybe made it 2 instead of 1.
Pat's still got one to come.
It was a bit scary trying to draw on the forehand for Pat because you can see that red stickered bowl on the forehand line. Be easy to hit that up. So you might think maybe he'll play the backhand.
Especially if he's got 2, he wouldn't want to roll the other one in.
Yeah.
Safety first. He definitely wouldn't want to score here, and if he's holding 2, it'd be foolish to cut it down to 1. Now, at my memory...
Good to see.
Sorry.
Good to see him taking his time this time. He's went back and stood behind the mat and did his visualisation and took his time over this bowl, unlike those last couple of ends when he was in trouble and got on the mat and let it go in a hell of a hurry.
In theory, it should be a good bowl, Dave, in that case.
Just a little bit wide,
Yeah,
but
not too bad.
no, just good to see him take his time. So 2 the call.
And double figures, the Houlihan team go and staying just within reach here in this game at the score 10 shots to 14. Well, I might want to turn that over at the bottom, Adam.
He'd rather it be 0, I think.
14 mils.
Yeah.
He still hasn't noticed. Question, and I can't remember actually, but I know that Adam's put his hand up a couple of times for lucky results that he's played. If those lucky results hadn't have been lucky, this score would be pretty much even, I think.
Yep.
I think there'd be
Good point.
probably 3 or 4 the difference of those in inverted commas luckier shots. So again, between the two teams, just those 2 shots that he's got a good result from. Good start.
It's been a
Excellent opening
fascinating,
bowl from Roger O'Brien.
fascinating game. And Sean Goldsberry on the backhand. Had a pretty good battle, these two. Sean probably slightly more effective.
More consistently effective, yes.
I think so, but it's been a great battle between the two leads, nonetheless.
That draws another question from me.
Oh, you're full of questions today, Keith.
Well, I'd like to think so. When it comes to a game of bowls, and I'll be interested to hear Dave's sort of take on this, is it man on man, or do you play your own game first and just try to master the green and the rink in front of you, rather than pay any mind to the opposition that you're playing against?
Yeah, look, I tend to just get immersed in your own game, get immersed in your own process, and just do the best that you can, and don't worry about, I mean, one thing that's, I find, I've heard it a couple of times throughout my years involved with bowls, where the lead comes, a game of 4s, and you come off and the lead, and you've lost, and the lead said, well, I won my battle, you buggers let me down, sort of thing. Well,
Thanks.
Time for a new team.
Yeah, so I mean, look, whilst you know, probably in the back of your mind, look, I want to try and win the battle against my opponent, but I think it's more about just immersing yourself in your process and doing your job
So
rather
it's
than
performance based rather than anything else.
absolutely. And I think also we pointed out to that lead that made that comment that day that whilst he had won the battle, his bowls were still predominantly 4 feet away. It was just the opposition lead had gone awful and he had gone less awful.
Right. So there's
Yeah.
also that to consider as well, for sure. Just a battle within battles, just like we were talking earlier about breaking this game into groups of 6 ends, or in this case, get halfway and see, reevaluate. All these things are done instantly by good players, good skips, because they've got to be able to read the room, so to speak, and adjust things accordingly to help win the game.
On the back end. Needs it to hold.
Might land.
Hold.
Oh, okay. It's not bad.
Interesting to see what hand David opts to play. 'Cause we know the forehands are holding one, so it'd be quite nice just to... You could play a metre or two over on the forehand side and be unlucky to get a bad result.
Or a positive draw on the swinging hand looking for the jack or the bowl. So
yeah, just scary.
you've got choices either way.
The swinging hand would frighten me because once it goes, it goes.
Well, him and I both can't hear what he's been told, so that's good.
Right, forehand it is.
Yep. I'd say never going to be shy. Here it is.
Yeah, good bowl. Well, it's not a good result, but I didn't mind the... I forgot that David has probably skipped a number of teams, right? Even though he's playing in the 2 position, if you've got a player who has shots in his locker, he may as well consider just asking someone to hit it rather than playing the metre or 2 that I was suggesting.
Having said that, that weight seemed a little excessive from my point of view. Where, if you'd have played 2 metres over, you get jack or bowl, you've got a chance, haven't you? Now they're back to 3 down and probably not much better off, if not a little worse off. So, again, attacking, I suspect. Maybe should have been. Hand holds.
Yeah, I think even though he got rid of the shot, I don't think it was a good option. I would have liked to have, exactly, Keith, I think you hit the nail right on the head, arriving weight. So that your bowl was turning.
If it's landing on anything,
with
it's
the
staying handy, isn't it? That's the thing.
That's right. And it was the direct drive, he just didn't get any splash, as we see the head building up very nicely for Team Houlihan here.
More twists and turns left in this match, and Paddy Stewart on his forehand with big weight. Oh, he could get a lucky result. Hasn't. He's cannoned 2 of the bowls out, but still 3 blue-stickered bowls are the 3 closest ones.
Possibly 3 down still too.
Yep, still 3 down.
And there's not much of a target, to be fair.
So Pat Houlihan would look at that and think it's a 1.5 bowl target. So the things you can't do as the Clyde team is what you don't want to do is make the target
Fatter.
bigger, right? So then he has to work backwards from that for what he's going to play with this bowl.
The safe shot for me is to play the backhand, the swinging hand, and if you're going to miss, you're missing slightly short, so it becomes something in the eye. And if you happen to reach the short one and sit it down, you're not fattening the target at all, which gives the Blucher team nothing much to hit. First thing first, he's playing the backhand. That's good. Yeah, they're looking for all the bowls now, which is interesting.
Oh, Adam's got a very quick drive. This is interesting.
Needs to be quick and accurate, though, to be fair.
Well, I mean, it's one of those ends, right, where the risk here is if you miss by a little bit, nothing's going to happen at all, and you're going to drop a 3 or 4, but if he gets it, fair play to him.
Yep.
He's taken his opportunity.
I'd be saying the Jack Bear is what he's after.
Oh, cameras are actually in danger here. Always wide.
He's got that last one.
And the target stays narrow. What would you play here, Dave? What's Pat do?
Pat's first bowl was pretty good. Just he finished Jack level, drawing to beat their front counting bowl. So drawing to the 2 bowls in there. So he's not fattening it. He's just adding another one in the count, as long as they're okay out the back. I'm not sure what's happening out the back. But by virtue of his first bowl, I think they must be happy that they've got the back covered. But otherwise, if the back's not covered, he needs to go around there. Otherwise, drawing a 4th shot.
So time too, where occasionally you'll see a skip might follow this bowl down, just to where we are in the game.
I like this. It's going to finish right in the road, which is exactly what... Oh,
Careful.
Touch.
Careful.
Oh. Okay, it's no worse.
That's okay.
It's not worse.
4 shots.
Yeah, good bowl. So there it comes down to this. If Adam Beluch is a swing and a miss again, has he played it already?
Oh,
He's played it.
oh my
It's
gosh.
gone already.
He can't have. That.
I was busy talking about if he misses again, it's going to be 4 to Team Houlihan, which it is. I mean, it's 14-all, but I would have preferred a little bit more time to get dramatic there. What were you saying about rushing a bowl, Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And to be fair, his drives haven't been flashy. He got the results that he got earlier in the game were not hitting the target. He got results off of wide-ish bowls, so not driving particularly well.
Yeah, so is this bowl...
As we see here, this one really wide.
I thought the one that he played, the second bowl that he played, was a replay of the first one he played. He played it so fast.
Right into his work. And now we're 14 each. Exciting times here at the bowls.
Well, I don't think I wouldn't have picked that at 11-4. I wouldn't have picked that. That'd have been 14-all.
I do feel that you're right, Keith, and I feel that that particular end was a crucial one, and the Blucher team played it all wrong, in my opinion. And I think, Keith, you agreed with me that driving, getting David Fowler to drive at his second bowl was not the best option. And things went downhill from then, really. They were sort of committed to the... Paddy tried to draw it with his first bowl, but then he had a drive, and then, of course, Adam Blucher drove with both of his, so they didn't play that tactically. I don't think they played that head particularly well at all.
Turns into that, it is that whole thing we talk about in bowls, which is risk and reward, isn't it? And you go, well, the reward is it was either that weight. To be fair, your reward's just a replay of the end. You're not achieving anything else. So the reward is we could replay the end, and the risk that it comes at is, well, if we miss, we're going to drop a bundle. And unfortunately, the risk is what won out on that particular occasion. Another shortish end here.
If you're reading the rink, and again, this is just a subjective thing, but if you're reading the rink, I would have thought you had to play the drive. If you're going to play the drive, you play it on the narrower forehand, going for the jack, and if it swung half a bowl, you get under it and get the 3 bowls that were sitting there, rather than play the swinging hand and miss both wide and narrow. You have more chance on the narrow hand with weight than you did on the backhand. So it's just, again, reading the rink and playing to your strengths. Maybe he's better with his drives on the backhand and more confident.
Yeah, who knows. It's interesting here. Sean's gone past twice with his 2 lead bowls, so he's got back bowls in for his team. And it's not the end of the world as a lead when you do that. You just have to back your 2 and your 3 to
nail it.
Play there, but you're backing your 2 and your 3 to be effective, and they can be allowed to be a bit effective because they've got the position. But the Clyde team here is just absolutely on fire. like a different team.
They've managed to find a wound and rub some salt into it, so that's quite an opportunity. The reality is it's all about timing, and they've certainly come right in the last 2 or 3 ends.
Yeah, bowls is a funny game.
In fact, if you look at the scorecard, the last 4 ends they've scored 10 points.
We talk about momentum swings in games, and that's definitely happened.
So, just where we're sitting now, we've had a team that was at one point 8 in front, now level, and we've had a team that was 8 behind, now level. In terms of positive mental attitudes, where do you think both teams are sitting, Dave? Is one now feeling like they've got the advantage because they've caught up, or is the one that was way in front that is still even, still thinking that they're playing well enough to win the game?
Well, definitely the red team will be up. Obviously, they've come from way back, and they'll be walking a couple of feet higher off the ground than what they were earlier on. But the blue team, and this is another big mental challenge for you. Okay, they've caught up, but we're not playing too bad. We're not playing too bad. I think overall we've just got to stick our heads down and get back in the game. You know, just common sense. We've got to stick our heads down and get back in the game. Get back to what we were doing earlier in the game. Just relax. Don't get tense and tied up about the fact that the opposition have caught us up. Let's just take some deep breaths here and stick our heads down and get back to what we were doing earlier in the game.
So do you think the important thing would be for the skip to take a cue and actually give really strong, clear instructions to the team to get back to what they were doing well?
I think just a quiet chat on the way over as you're crossing over. You know, okay, guys, we were cruising earlier on. Let's just get back in the groove. The last thing you want to do is put negative thoughts into the players' heads. You just might want to make a quiet comment to the lead man. You're still playing pretty good up there, eh? Just building the confidence.
It's
keeping
often
it positive.
It's often not what you say; it's how you say it, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yep.
Andy Green there from Paddy. I had a bad moment at skip once, which I would coach against. We were playing centre triples, and we dropped a 6, and then we dropped another 6. So that's 12 shots in 2 ends. That's a nightmare. I should have retired. But what I said to my team was, I don't know. I said, I literally don't know what to say to make sure that doesn't happen again. So can we all just pretend I've said it? I'm not sure how effective that was, but I had nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, Dave, I'm sure you're looking forward to playing with Alex one day based on that.
I'll stick to commentary. So Paddy now, so they're all square on the card, down on the head. He's been asked to play his backhand. It's David Files' white bowl that sits at 1 o'clock to the jack. Oh, that's such lovely weight from Paddy Stewart. Beautiful speed, but just on the wide side.
So we've now played 12 of the 18 ends. We're 2/3 the way through the game, and we're all square. So we sort of predicted before we started the game that this could be quite a tight game, and by hook or by crook, we've stumbled on the fact that it's 14 all. Again, what I said earlier is that I didn't think it would be like that when it was 11-3, 11-4 at one point. But hey, we're faced with 14 all, anyone's game. Dave, do you have a winner for us?
Well, I just think that there's been a change in the way that the Adam Blucher team have been playing the game. They're all of a sudden looking to, they're looking at playing shots. Let's just draw some shots, guys. They've all started playing shots and driving, and earlier on they were out drawing their opponents, but Adam's winding up here again now. I just think that they've lost their way a little bit as far as
needs it square.
The way they're playing the actual match. And the Houlihan team are just plugging away at it. They're just, putting bowls on the head. They've tightened up a little bit from what they were playing earlier in the game. And, and for some unknown reason, the Blucher side have decided to abandon the old draw game and let's play some shots. And it ain't working. So I'm going with the Houlihan team to win this.
Okay. Well, not a big call at 14-all. I mean, you could pick either and you have argument for both. But you're right. The way the game is going, it has changed significantly.
It needs a good result here. Hasn't got one.
And remember earlier when he was hitting those, he was getting results. Now he's not getting those results.
Yeah, one more to Pat Houlihan and team. So they take the lead for the first time, I think, in this match.
No, they won the first end.
Oh, they won the first end. The second time in this match. Oh, it was so close, but so far. 15-14 the score.
Dave, you and I wouldn't make a big deal of that, would we? We wouldn't do that. I mean, people make mistakes.
I know the feeling.
But the interesting thing is that, there's been 2 fours in the game, and both of them have gone to the Houlihan team, and they've won less ends than the File team, than the Adam Blucher team. But yeah, it's just a couple of tactical decisions that have gone wrong for the Blucher boys, in my opinion.
Well, there's 2 things that I've noticed, and again, I might be imagining this, but firstly, the communication isn't as clear as it was at the beginning. And secondly, a little bit of panic has set in since that big lead has been frittered away. And those 2 things combined can actually change the way you play the game. And that's what you've pointed out, is that the Blucher team is definitely playing a different game now to what they were, and that's allowed the other team to gain confidence and play better bowls.
Summed it up perfectly. Yep, that's exactly what's happened. You can see the great opening bowl there from Roger O'Brien as, the first bowl effectiveness again. It's straight away put the Bluchers boys on the back foot.
We'll keep an eagle eye on that bowl. Hopefully it'll stay the whole end so we can make that point yet again. Look, that, again, definitely Roger earlier on I think was being outplayed. Now he's hit his straps, and look at that, 2 pretty decent bowls from the lead. So what can the Blucher team do to change this back again in their favour, Dave?
Get back to drawing. Get back to drawing and setting the heads up like they were earlier in the game. And a good opening bowl here from Sean, and his second one's not too bad either. They're nice, handy bowls, and so that's a good start from the front end of the team. And it's now just about adding to that, getting some bowls on the head. Where earlier in the game they were the ones that were getting bowls on the head, and the Houlihan team were struggling to keep with them. But now the roles have been reversed.
Well, as we get toward the end, the pressure doesn't get any less, does it? So if there's signs of panic, that it'll only get worse for the Blucher team. They need to, I think, take a deep breath and as you just said, get back to what they were doing earlier, which was outdrawing the Houlihan team and playing more consistently, and just try to get back to what they were doing. Now, the reality is that's easier said than done, unfortunately. And again, I suspect that, and we've talked about this, Dave, and I'm sure the 3 of us would agree that a couple of the times they really haven't taken the right options, and at this level you've only got to miss or not play the correct option a couple of times. Makes a massive difference to the scorecard, which again is a different type of pressure again.
Exactly what I was saying earlier on, that they just changed their game plan. They started niggling and driving and running and lost the draw, and I think they're going to have another whack here.
all the naughty words. Yes, he
Wouldn't
looks like he's
surprise
through
me
it.
if
Yep. Yeah. And he's very accurate, but still, replay the end, eh?
Yep, good shot. He killed it that time. Successful shot, but yep, they need to start getting bowls on the head.
Yep. Just what Alex was saying last time, that David played a run shot or drive like that. He has got that in his repertoire, which is handy to have when you're in trouble. However, you shouldn't need to go to that well too often. I wouldn't think that's very healthy in terms of scoring regularly. Just a quick question, Dave, just while we're waiting for the leads to deliver their bowls. What sort of level of physical fitness do you think is appropriate or desired to play even at club level? Do you need to be really fit, or is it just one of those games that you can turn up and throw bowls down and you don't have to be particularly fit?
Depends on how serious you are about the game, how far you want to go in the game, and how, if you're just keen to play club stuff and go to the odd tournament here and there, then physical. It's a personal decision as to how fit you want to be. How tired you want to be at the end of the game versus you're still fizzing at the end of a game because you are physically fit. So, but if you definitely if you want to make it all the way to the top and play representative bowls and eventually get to New Zealand level, then yes, fitness is important, because not so much for being able to handle the days out there on the green, but that is important. I mean, that, don't get me wrong, the long days, some of the international events that we attended, long days, some hot climates, so being physically fit was important for that aspect, but being physically fit also keeps the mind sharp. So that was two parts to the fitness side of it for international bowls. But club bowler, personal choice how fit you want to be.
I think it's fair to say that club level is completely different, but it's because it's such an inclusive game where it's largely mental fitness that you need. Ironically, if you play at the top level, you need to be mentally fit, and part of that is to be physically fit so you don't feel fatigued, so you're making good decisions under pressure. However, it's if you rock up to a game, and if I'm talking about somebody who's inspired to play, listening to us, watching these bowls, then get down to your local club, and they'd be well and truly looked after. And again, doesn't matter initially about your physical fitness. It's about the willingness to be involved and have a good time. So we see the Houlihan team's got at least one there. Once again, they seem to have the answers here, and we're hoping the Blucher team will get back to what they know best and do what they were doing first sort of 8 or 9 ends. And this looks a better line from David. As the weight, looks pretty good to me. Oh, good early call. What a great bowl. That's excellent.
Awesome bowl, and that's what they need. They need to get back to drawing shots.
Dare we say it, but the two's so important in a fours team, because if you're in trouble, they can draw you out of trouble, or they can play the run shot. But they're the ones that build that head for you, for your three and your skip to take advantage of. And if David can continue to do that, well, they'll get back on to what they were doing successfully earlier. And let's face it, if Alex is right, was it 86 centre titles? I think you don't get those without being pretty reasonable at the game.
Yeah, ex-international player too, David File, so been there and done that.
It's still looking okay for both teams. Obviously, the Blucher team's got the shot, However, the Houlihan team's got, I think, second and third, which means
And we've got some aggression.
we have. And boom. Thank you very much. What a great shot. That's controlled aggression, and those are the sort of shots that can win games for you because that's the right option, played absolutely perfectly.
Look at this. That's outstanding.
Great
What a
shot.
bowl.
And the difference there is that earlier when we saw David play an aggressive shot, when he hit the shot he was after, his bowl disappeared and they were still down. This time, the shot bowl was taken out, and now the Houlihan bowls are holding 2 shots, which is why that shot was the right option. This looks reasonably good.
Yeah, great bowl. Great reply from Paddy Stewart.
I think the skipper said go again, or is he going to draw? Just drawing. Don't mind this either.
He's gone from a full butted drive. That's quite good.
It's an excellent bowl.
Very good.
How good's this? Little feather. Tucked it in behind the corner, and if it sits down, it's probably worth 2. Maybe worth 2 even though it hasn't. It's 2 good bowls from Paddy Stewart.
So they've got back to the drawing there and have done exceptionally well.
Yeah, it's nice bowls. Showing a bit of composure. Be easy not to, right? If you've been comfortable, they were 8-3 up, 11-4 up, and now find themselves 15-14 down. Sometimes it's easy to think, oh, maybe this game's just not one we're going to find a way in, but Paddy knuckling down and playing 2 really good bowls here when he needed to, after he had played a great bowl himself and chipping out the shot.
Overcooked the green that time, Pat. Beautiful speed.
Now, if we're talking about timing, this would be a great time for Adam to play the dead draw, just to put another little nail in this end's coffin. He hasn't been at his best today, so especially on the drive. So here's a chance to redeem himself to a certain degree and help his team out big time.
You see him just throw his chalk onto the ground. Must have been annoying him in his pocket.
So green's good, as his way.
He's in the area here as Adam Blucher. Steering after this one, and that's why. Look at that. That's an outstanding bowl. Well played.
He's made 2 into 2.
Better looking to now, though, isn't it?
Much better.
Great bowl, that one. See, boys, you can draw the shots. You don't need to be doing all that running and driving.
I think they might have been listening to you, Dave. That's what's happened.
Pat Houlihan.
Pat,
What an
look at this
absolute...
here.
Look at this.
Oh,
What a
bomb.
shot. No.
no. Oh.
What fell out? You are joking me.
Oh, that's an emotional roller coaster there from Pat Houlihan.
Well, regardless, it was a great bowl.
Could you have played it? Well, obviously you could have played it better because it set out, but not much. That's outstanding bowls. Oh, getting spoiled.
We've been waiting for this for a few ends, so that's good to see, isn't it? It's really good quality bowls.
Excellent head this has been. We had to drive early on to eliminate a couple of the bowls, and since then there's been some brilliant draw play from both teams. How many was it in the end? Might have been just the one. Pat
Yeah.
might have got second shot with his bowl.
Must have been just the one. Must be relive some bowls from that end. It's just such a good bowl from... Right. So Adam Blucher played this shot, which we thought was as good as we were going to see this end. And he sat down. And Patrick Houlihan actually got past that front second shot. Look at this.
He just touched it. If he hadn't touched it, it wouldn't have sat out.
And then you think he thinks he's done it, thinks he's got it, and then just that agonising fall against the bias. And 15 all was the score after 15 ends.
Well, it couldn't be much closer, could it?
Well, that was a superb head of bowls. That one, superb end. It was some awesome bowls played by all eight players on that particular end. And a very good opener here from Sean Goldsbury.
It's an emotional roller coaster, isn't it? Because we've talked up the Houlihan team has come back and do it, and they're on a high mentally, I'm sure. And even though they played some magnificent bowls then, they probably played two of the best shots of the end, they still managed to drop a one to make it all square. So both teams have every right to feel pretty good about their form.
Hopefully we see a repeat of those quality bowls over these last four ends.
I'm a bit of a believer, and as the pressure goes on in a game, the teams that are involved in that game lift their performance, and this could be the beginning of that. I mean, there's absolutely
Great bowl again.
Fantastic bowls. Yep, and again, the performance now is so much better than it was perhaps in the first half of the game.
On the back end.
Don't mind this either.
Yeah, it's pretty good leading from both of those players.
Just having a look at the background there, I just want a big shout out to all the sponsors of the tournaments as the week goes on, but without them things would be a lot different, and really can't underscore the importance of having some support.
Yeah, certainly fortunate. Bowls New Zealand have had a long running partnership with Summerset Retirement Villages, who are again the naming sponsor for this national event amongst others, and it's not only do they support Bowls New Zealand, but you often see their name pop up in their local areas, because there's a lot of Summerset Retirement Villages around supporting clubs in their region as well. It's great for the game to have sponsors such as that, and a nice place to live too, to be fair. A retirement village, Summerset, everything you could possibly want. And he's narrow. This is interesting. That probably couldn't have gone much worse if he'd tried. Howard just on the narrow side, promoting the bowl of Bluchers up to be pretty much a flat sitting front touch-up.
Yeah, I get quite bored with saying it, but when you're holding the shot, never cross the centre line.
It's wise words.
How many people listen?
Not many, unfortunately.
If it was just that simple, surely. Take your green.
If he has a flat finish here, he could recover the situation. Needs it to hold.
Oh,
I was just about to say, has he actually found a way to make that even worse? But he hasn't, because the bowl set up for a second, and it could have been closer.
I think he's
again.
managed to get second, which was probably the first thing he was trying to do, at least second. If it had been a bowl wider, he may have set the shot for the shot itself, so he wasn't far off. He's now got a couple of chances on the other hand. It's opened up something for them, which is good.
See what Paddy does.
Yep. For every action, there's a reaction in bowls. This looks a good line. How's this weight? Don't mind it. It's heading there, isn't it? Wait. Looking to sit the shot ball, perhaps. We'll get one round the back anyway. That's a good miss. Yep. Mr. Houlihan's clapping that. He needed one back there.
Petty stalking after this one. Holding just the one. Overcooked, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit heavy.
Be interesting to see if we see it here. I was just going to suggest that we might see a backhand shot. You can actually afford to miss on the wide side, provided Howard's no less than a metre over. If he's a smidgen wide, there's good angles on with all the blue stickered bowls. He may be a bit quick in that based on this pre-shot.
Just don't miss narrow. That's the key, isn't it?
Even the shortest blue stickered bowl.
Yeah,
if you
any
hit
of those.
that, it's probably okay.
He's got, nothing wrong with that.
Good job. The angles are all set nicely.
Made the head a lot better for his own team, and Pat can still be looking to play a little bit of weight because of the right down where he's standing, the blue bowl that we see down there is his, and that's the direction the Jack's heading if he makes contact with the shot bowl.
Yep. If he gets it perfectly, he gets a rub off that purpley looking bowl there and comes across and gets the very edge of the shot bowl, he'd end up with 2 shots. So that's also a second option. Comes through there, and if he gets, as you say, gets narrow and hits the shot bowl clean, it's back to his one back here, and it's still going to be the shot because that's the backest bowl on that side. So if he does hit it square, it's going to be a good result, potentially.
Oh, they've got something to say about it.
I think we can all see the shot, and let's just see.
All right. Be interesting.
Oh, he's playing it, is he? Yep, he's playing it.
Rightio.
He's close.
He's really close. Oh, he's going to be
Oh, he's
really
through the
unlucky.
Oh, you wouldn't chip your own bowl out. What are the chances of that?
Yeah, he's still got another second there though, so
Yeah.
but
That's a fair
still
enough
only one
expression.
down.
You're thinking, what more could I have done? He played that really well. It's beautiful weight as well.
Yeah, apart from actually doing it, he did everything right. I mean, the reality is that the weight, and pretty much you couldn't afford to be any wider or any narrower. Just unfortunately didn't get the rubbies after or turn it another half a bowl. So, yep, it's one of those ones. You played the right shot, picked the right option, hasn't worked.
He's dropped his chalk again.
Yeah, it worked last time.
Interesting.
Looking to sit the second shot out.
Inside out. Always made the target.
Yep.
Oh,
A little bit more inviting. It's not a gap there anymore.
no, can you play the same shot? Because he can't go through there now. It's wider.
Tell you what, Pat Houlihan could not find the gap clean again. Surely he can't find the gap clean again. Hasn't.
Well, he got rid of one of them.
That's 2 lovely efforts. And chip one out, so it's going to be 1-2. Team Blucher, 16 shots to 15. As we start the 16th end here.
I think what those gentlemen were saying is exactly what he did too. I think that's what they saw.
We've got no way of knowing.
I had confidence in them. They looked like they knew what they were talking about, so it's pretty fair option.
You should know that's half the battle, Keith.
Yep, it is.
And for us, it's about sounding like we know what we talk about.
Never be questioned. That's the question.
Three-hour time limit, remember. And when did we start? 1:30.
1:40. No.
It's got ages.
Yeah. 11:40, was it?
I would say we're on track.
11:40.
Yeah.
Oh, 11:40, that makes more sense.
Yes.
So technically we've got another 40 minutes before the time limit goes. They're running about 7 minutes an end. So 25 minutes of bowls, unless we've got some kills. It's been a fascinating game. It's been engaging the entire time and interesting for different reasons as the game's gone on, because we've had some very good bowls and we've had some other bowls. We've had there's been the full mix, but it's been a proper game of fours, this one.
You're dead right, it has, Alex. There's been all sorts going on. Like, you're right, there's been some excellent bowls, there's been some wrong option taking, there's been momentum swings. It very much sums up what can happen and has happened in this fours game. It's been entertaining in that regard.
That's what you see a lot at the Nationals, isn't it? Because it's solid teams. You get 16 bowls on the head when it's all said and done. The games are long enough that you do have time for momentum to change. 18 ends is long enough that you can fade in and out of form, and it just equals just quite entertaining bowls for however long you may stay in the tournament for.
It certainly helps when the scorecard is reflecting that as well. It's 16-15 after 15 ends.
Look at this leading.
And I was just going to say, the one thing I've been impressed with in the last 6 to 7 ends is that Roger O'Brien has really come on with his game. It's a moot point really, but the more often you get more bowls there, the more often you're likely to score. And Roger has actually, after being, I'd say, slightly outplayed in the first half of the game, has really come on, and it's made a massive difference to his team. Ooh.
Interesting. It's getting deja vu here.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I just can't see what... anyhow, yeah. Poor option.
I'm guessing you're thinking the draw might have been on there somewhere.
Well, here will be a telling decision, because David's either going to have another go or he's going to switch to a more calm bowl.
Another go.
Oh, fair enough. Risk and reward. If he gets it, fair enough. If he doesn't, you're asking a lot from your 3 and your skip. He's going to get them both if he gets the gap.
He's not going to get them both. That's the problem with that shot.
Well, yeah, you're not wrong. Interesting.
He's done what he's asked to do, and he's still no better off. So, Dave, I guess, and I'm only guessing here, you might have been in favour of drawing somewhere like second shot.
Build the head, yeah. Get bowls on the head, build the head, you know. Wasn't a massive target. Yeah.
They weren't even close
moving
enough
along.
together to perhaps guaranteed both would go. You get one of them, and he did. But why not draw second shot?
Yeah, I think, you know, look, even if he got another third, but it was handy, and then with his second bowl he got another, just so that there's bowls on the head, and if you wanted to drive from 3, there's probably more bowls there to hit, and the target's bigger, more likely to get a result. You know, I just thought that, that was a poor option. I guess they were possibly influenced by the fact that David Fole had hit a couple earlier on, and they were thinking maybe he was dead-eye dick with the drives and that he was going to get it. So that's possibly what could have influenced their decision. But
how very dare you talk common sense? That's terrible.
It's early in the Nationals for...
that sort of carry on.
Still got 7 more days of bowls. 7.5 days of bowls to broadcast after this one, as we see O'Donnell on his back end. He's played some telling bowls in this match as well. All 8 players have, to be fair. Like
Yep.
We've seen some really good stuff. Reflection on the green too, I think, that allows those bowls to be played.
That looks pretty good to me. It's going to be heavy, but the line was really good.
Oh, it turned at the end. That's a good bowl. He's turned the bowl around the corner and hung around for second shot as well. So isolated that shot bowl a little bit from the jack.
On the draw. Funnily enough, didn't need to use speed, did he?
I don't know whether we're labouring the point too much here.
Yeah, I won't say anymore.
But it's common sense. I mean, obviously, you've got more chance of doing something as a skip if you've got more bowls around the head. Doesn't make it's not rocket science.
All right, so here's a question, and they're looking at this quite intently. It's a really, on a different note, isn't it cool to see Lucha talk through the shot selection with David File, who is the 2 and the 4, but has played for New Zealand and has 86 Gisborne titles? Isn't that using your team?
Communication, absolutely. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as there is some.
Right, so we just relived David's attempt to get rid of them both. He was on the wide side. And I wonder if he's asked Adam to play that same bowl. We'll find out.
Well, it's poked out now, so he's got a chance of ripping it clean out.
See what he opts to play. Oh, it's on its way. Oh, it looks like he missed it. Don't know what he did, but he didn't look happy. And he's kicked the ball and he sat down on the bench. So I'd say something's happened. Right.
Nothing positive.
Well, the head looks the same as it was.
His head doesn't. He's wondering why he ever played the game today. But
Now, Pat Houlihan's got a chance to make 4 shots here. If he can play with just a couple of feet of weight to the second shot bowl, land it and roll it over, he'll bring in 2 or 3 other of his own bowls. He might. He's pulled up short here,
yeah,
which is a shame, I think.
Yeah, I think he's worried.
Maybe he's just had the dead ball in mind, but I would be looking to play bottom right hand side down here at about 4 o'clock. There's that red bowl, which is part of the blue chip team. Excuse me.
You're excused.
And I need these
Oh, here we go. Here's his miss. Oh, he missed quite wide. So he missed around the outside of the head with his first one. And let's just have a look at the second attempt. So they're switching to the...
Now, Dave, it might be better still that he didn't play it with his first.
backhand and trying to
So
draw
he's
it.
just trying to draw it.
And if Adam misses, that's worth four shots to him. At least 3, if not 4. So it's better to go the bowl now for sure. We'll see if he's brave enough.
16-15.
I don't think I'd be driving it as such. I wouldn't be driving it. I'd just still be playing controlled weight, drawing, looking to land it and push it 2 or 3 rolls and stay there.
Well, that's only how far it needs to go, isn't it? When you look at it, you can work backwards for that when you're trying to figure out your weight. How far does the bowl need to move to bring everything else in?
The way he's lining up, he might be playing with more weight than... Yes, he is. He's actually having a... Oh, no, he's not. No, misread that.
Oh, he did the ballerina impression with his back foot, but it is just that perfect weight. I tell you what, he's not far away here. Just needs it. Oh,
He's drawing another shot anyhow.
Oh, fair enough. Good bowl. 2 to Pat Houlihan, and we see the score, or 2.5 to Pat.
Oh.
It's at least 17-16. I don't know why they... From this camera angle, you could not convince me that it was more than 2. Keith
Me
indicating
neither.
that he thinks it's a 3.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been drawing if he didn't favour this one.
Oh, it is 3. Yep.
Oh, fair enough. So that explains the shot selection from Pat Houlihan. Just add a bonus for 3. So 18-16. 18-16 the score. And we're on the penultimate end of this first broadcast match of the 2026 Summerset National Open Men's Fours, and what an opening match it's been.
Well, I've actually thoroughly enjoyed it. It's nice to see a game go right down to the wire. It's great to see good bowls, consistently through the game, and we've talked about the ebbs and the flows, but it's mainly been flows. I mean, both teams have been guilty of some great bowls, and I've been absolutely drawn to it the whole game, and I've enjoyed it.
I have to agree, it has been absorbing. It's been it's kept your interest. At one stage there, 11-4, you thought maybe it's going to become a bit one-sided, but definitely not. It's we get down to the stage where it's edge of the seat stuff now.
Oh, and while I remember, the app that I spoke about, it's available on Android and Apple, and it's called Pose and Tracking for Darts, but obviously we're using it for bowls, so Pose and Tracking for Darts. If anyone wants to spend an idle 10 or 15 minutes thinking about how you might apply that to bowls, if you upload or give it an image, a video of you playing a bowl from the side-on delivery, and play 3 deliveries, it will analyse those for you and overlays sort of the motion and
what you're doing.
Three different coloured lines. It's a really good indication of whether your delivery is consistent, which is what we're aiming for, or whether perhaps there's something there that you need to look at.
It's a work on.
Great battle between these two leads we've seen for the last 16 ends. In the last 6 or 7, I think you're right, Keith, that the Clyde lead has stepped his game up.
Yep, Roger. Definitely the second half of the game has been mostly Roger, in my opinion, whereas without doubt the first half of the game we had Sean playing particularly well. So, and that's reflective of how the scoring's gone, strangely enough.
See David File, and with only 86 centre titles.
Is there anything to drive at, or is he just going to draw?
On his forehand. That's facetious, Keith. Funny. Oh, look at this.
We knew he could do it. 86 centre titles tells us everything we need to know. Stop! Oh,
Good try.
it was a good try.
He's showing a little bit of frustration. Dave Chisholm here, been impressed with his delivery as well. Gets it away very smoothly. Like if you were to take a video of how close he gets to the ground, that's very smooth release on the bowl. Yeah. I quite like the bowls. See, I've not seen. I knew that Henselite, I think they did a split bowl, which is like 2 colours, but I've not seen the that particular.
Tell you what, you would notice, if it wasn't a good delivery, it would be a wobble. You'd notice that pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's one way to find out if you've got a wobble. That's why I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't use those bowls myself, Keith.
I wouldn't encourage you to do so. Absolutely not.
I've noticed I've developed a bit of a dump recently, which is unfortunate.
Lovely bowl, David.
Lovely bowl.
Good adjustment from David File there. Excellent bowl.
How would I do?
A pretty tough proposition on the last end for the Blucher team, but the Blucher score anything here, and it's going to be game on for the last end.
And the other side of that coin, Dave, I think, is that if the Blucher team is going to score, Hooligans will want them to score just the one. So there'll be one up last end, last bowl, which is a great spot to be in.
True.
Stalking down after this one.
Good looker, just run out of steam, eh?
Oh, he's on the short side. Riker Gregory there's purloined a deck chair. That's fantastic. I like that. All about comfort.
He needs a cold beverage, I suspect.
Right, back to the bowls. On the forehand, Howard.
This looks good.
Oh, he's not far away here. Stay with it. He wants it to stay with it. And he's done so. That's a very good shot. Often you see those, the ball sits away from the jack.
Who's got the shots? The big question.
I'm thinking the Bleacher team's got the shot. That's my call without knowing, just because it looked like the jack went to the red sticker bowl, and the blue sticker bowl followed it, but sort of went at the very end, went away from it fractionally. So Bleacher will be desperate to hold on to the one, and Houlihan will be quite happy in some ways to just drop a one. So could end up being one of those stalemates. There we go. Neither skip will want to make a mistake here. I think that Patrick can actually afford to be slightly more direct. He's not coming in. I think he could have afforded to put a second ball near the head, whereas Adam Bleacher doesn't. If he's got the shot, he does not want to give it away.
Would love to know.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Bleacher's got the shot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was easy.
In that case, I can't quite work out what Pat was doing then if Bleacher's got the shot, because
You'd think
he
he'd
was
have been
looking like
direct.
he didn't want to.
Yes.
I just didn't think it looked like he didn't want to go anywhere near the head.
Oh, maybe
Whereas-
Bleacher's got the shot now. Oh, my goodness gracious me.
Could have given it
Oh,
away.
he's not touched. I think you're wrong, Keith.
I do too, Keith. I'm sorry, because based on the way those skips played their first bowls, it looked to me like Pat was not keen on going too close to the head, whereas Bleacher was trying to play that shot.
More the reaction of Adam after he's missed would indicate. I think he's down.
Well, I'll let you two know that I love being right. and I really hate being wrong. So I'm going to double down and say I'm right.
You may be disappointed.
And I hope now with all my heart somebody moves something so I'll never know.
That's your best outcome, I think. So see Pat again on the forehand, holding one.
No. It's not looking good.
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, Pat's holding one to that blue sticker
nowhere near it.
If nothing changes, Houlihan will be 19-16 up on the last end.
Change something, please.
I thought there was some interesting word was about to come out of your mouth.
No, not me. Not today. Maybe by day 7. Maybe.
Right, here we go.
Oh, he's not trying. I think he realises. No, he should be trying.
He's
Chipping his own bowl out. Please chip it out.
Oh, he's missed it.
right. Well,
We all know.
let's see.
Should I put one on Bleacher's side?
Yeah, you shouldn't.
Yep. There we go. So
Who would have thought that? One to Pat. Houlihan leading 19 shots to 16 as we start the final end. And what a game this has been. We saw
Don't want to do it.
Adam Bleacher and his team race to an 11-4 lead. Then it was 14-8, then 14-all, and it's been a battle in the last 5 ends. And now we see Houlihan leading by 3 as we start the final end. What a game.
Yep, well, this game's had everything.
Yep, it sure has. It's been a brilliant game of bowls. It's conditions have allowed some of the heads to be outstanding. The winds obviously affected some of the heads, and they've been a wee bit scattered. But we've had some awesome bowls, and as we mentioned earlier, it's had everything. It's had great bowls from all 8 players. It's had momentum swings. It's had lead changes. It's a great opening game for our coverage for sure.
If you are interested in how the other games have gone, you can find the results on Bowls Hub, which you can get to going to bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. all the results of the games are put in there as quickly as is possible, and it's pretty good nowadays. It's all literally as the results sort of come in, they get put up, so you can follow whoever you want and see how they're getting on at their respective venues.
We'll see if Roger can just finish the game the way he's been going the last sort of 6-7 ends. Just draw one close, Roger. He's getting a clap. That's a good sign. Yeah, he really has played very well.
Oh, great bowl.
And the other thing that I noticed, Dave, is during this game that there has been some chances to vary the tactics a wee bit as well, and both teams have tried that. As I said, it's had everything, and that's one of the things you can do when things aren't going right, is to vary things up and change things and adapt quickly. I'm just actually a little surprised that it ended up being the Houlihan team being 3 in front last end, because really the game didn't ever look like that, and now it is.
Yeah, I think that accidental short jack that was thrown in the middle stages of the game opened up the opportunities for that teams to latch onto the fact that, well, actually these short ends are not too bad. We might throw them on purpose, and so yeah, there were some tactical changes on lengths. I think we only saw one full length end throughout the whole game. Both teams abandoned that length pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I don't know why, because I think from memory that end was pretty accurate.
It was the 8th end, wasn't it? Because it was the 3 that Blucher got when Houlihan's team stretched it out to 2 metres to 2 metres, and Blucher's team smothered it. Then the next end was when we saw that short end, and it was 4 that went to Pat Houlihan, and the next 3 was 3 in the other direction, and you thought, well, maybe that's their little run over, but they found a way back into it, and 3 up last end. The way this head is building, is David File going to try and kill it? Legitimately? It's like you're looking at how the head's building. Where's a 3 or a 4 is going to require some good bowls?
Important bowl here from Dave Chisholm, because I've only got one bowl anywhere near it, and this is a good bowl because it might not be second shot, but I think it actually is second shot, but it's another bowl on the head, so their shot bowl is not as lonely anymore.
David's well capable of trailing that jack back into his other bowls, though, the other red sticker bowls, and that will change the way the head looks. This line looks pretty good. This line looks really good.
That's a beautiful bowl. That's classy, isn't it?
Great shot. Great shot. No cause for the alarm buttons to be pushed here from the Houlihan team, though. They're only 1 down. Just draw another bowl on the head. Try and beat your own second shot that you've already got.
Well, now you've got a bowl behind the jack. You can afford to trail the jack like, wouldn't hurt if you do. This looks really good.
Great effort here. Great effort here. Tit for tat.
There's been some ridiculous bowls in this game.
These people know how to play, don't they?
Be forgiven for thinking so. Callaway.
So we're needing to cobble together 3 shots. So again, drawing close will be quite important. That line looks okay. How's the weight?
They've got bowls on the head, so they can create a 3, but they'll be also contemplating, as we see an excellent bowl from Paddy Stewart here. My word, what a genuine attempt that was. They might be contemplating attacking too as well, because whilst that was an outstanding bowl, it's also probably hidden the shot bowl just a little bit more, and also that shot bowl's more likely to lock in to the head with any sort of weight played to it. So they may go looking to really open things up here again now, the Blucher team.
I think we'll see a speeding bullet of a bowl played here.
Yeah,
They need
kills a replay, isn't it?
Yes, it kills a replay, and especially with that last bowl fattening the width of the head up.
Yeah,
I think you might see some aggression here this time.
if he's going to kill it, it's almost through the blue bowl at 1 o'clock. The split, you could clear all the bowls off the head, but it's almost hard to see a way. I'm not sure if the collision bowl comes through onto the jack.
Well, it just a matter of interest. They've got about 15 minutes, so they could afford to kill this end and another and still get the next one in, whereas after that, time would become a problem.
Right, so he's opted to play his forehand. Let's see what weight is going to come out of his hand. I'm not convinced. Oh, no, it is
Close.
reasonably quick. I think it's going to turn just a little bit too much. Interesting. They opted for the forehand. I suppose there's lots of chances.
Yeah.
So what's Houlihan's best bowl to play here? Dave?
He's got a couple of options in my opinion. One is, once again, how's things look around the back? And the other one is, although I'm not a fan of them, what's he like at putting a block in?
Good luck. As we see,
Yeah,
Bowls
that's why I'm not a fan of them.
for placemakers, there's a special on. Now, blocks are almost impossible to play, aren't they? So, yeah, good luck. We might see one. What's the shortest you can play a bowl before it gets burnt?
18 metres, isn't it?
That sounds right. He's not doing that, so he's going for the back, as you suggested, probably the smarter play. And Adam, get the feeling he's not going to muck around with this. See how long he takes on. He's literally
Picking up
on
a
the mat.
vibe of a positive draw shot, perhaps.
Here we go, trying to kill it.
That's wideish.
He could get the kill through the blue. No, he's cleared the head out.
There's no threes there, so kill's the only option now.
Interesting.
Round the back.
All right, just in case he's not seen something from his end.
I think Pat, I don't think we would be going anywhere near this.
No.
The last thing he wants to do is the target another bowl wider. Could have been a little bit of a delaying tactic there from Pat too, just giving Adam Blucher a bit more time to think about the shot that he's got to play with his last bowl.
Yep, he can have a think about how he missed it, so it won't be good for his mental state, will it?
He's a wily competitor. First and foremost, Adam will come and have a look and make sure there isn't a 3 on, which I just can't. I can see plenty of 2s. Like you could cannon through the red bowl onto the blue one, hang around for a 2. Don't think there's a 3 there. So therefore, that bowl that Paddy's pointing at, wouldn't you just try and kill it off that?
That's his target. Yep, that's the one that'll lead to getting the kill.
He's close. Oh, lovely effort. But it's not to be. It was 1-2. The red stick its bowls. So the final score, 17-19. What a game that was between Team Blucher and Team Houlihan. Dave, thank you very much for joining us for this broadcast match. It was a pleasure to have your company or hear your dulcet tones again over the next 7 days. And I can tell you we'll be back at this stage at 2:45, but maybe a little later with more coverage of the section play of the men's Open Fours. In the meantime, though, let's check out some highlights from that game.
At Skin Institute, we've been caring for your skin for more than 30 years. And that's why we're proud to introduce Skin Tracker, our two-step system for detecting microchanges in your skin. We utilise our advanced AI imaging technology alongside a skin assessment with one of our expert clinicians. At Skin Institute, we remain dedicated to the early detection, diagnosis and treatment of every form of skin cancer.
ka tuku mihi mātou, Bowls New Zealand, Aotearoa kia koutou katoa koutai, mai ki tēnei kaupapa hui huenga. Hello and welcome to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the 2026 National Fours Championships, broadcasting live from the Bowls Mount Maunganui, or the Mount Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid. I'm joined in commentary for this one by Keith Setter. We had Dave Edwards, who's the former national coach, with us in the last game. He was great. And this game is going to be between Team Elgar and Team Hunter. Now, Elgar is in the blue shirts and Hunter in the grey shirts. Oh, we can find out how they've gone. So there you go. So on the right in the grey shirts and with the blue stickers, Team Hunter. And they are, Keith, who are they?
We've got James Hunter, Tony Fabling, Clayton Hockley and Alan Solly.
There you go. And Team Elgar on the left in the red stickers with the blue shirts.
They've got Dean Elgar, you've got Dan Dickerson, Alvin Gardner and Tom Tamati.
So they're great, two great teams. Dean Elgar has won the New Zealand Fours before. Alvin Gardner's won 2 New Zealand titles. So we just see this game get underway here now. That's a first bowl by Clayton Hockley from the player's view.
Well, we're in for a treat, I think, Alex. We've had a brilliant game this morning. It was really close. There were some great bowls, and partly due to the conditions of play, partly because of the way the greens are playing, and of course, notwithstanding the fact we had 2 pretty evenly matched teams in the end, and I can't see that this will be much different. I'm sure we'll be in for an exciting match. So we've just early on, I think we noticed that this morning as well. Early on, there's a feeling out process. It can take maybe an end or two, between 2 to 4 bowls before people get the idea of the green and the weight, and then it just becomes a game of skill and performance. And as I said, this morning was very, very interesting. It was a game of 2 halves. We had a team that was out to about an 8-shot lead about halfway through the game, and then they end up running a close second, which perhaps would have been a struggle to pick early on.
Yeah, no, it's remarkable how the game works. As we see, that's a good shot there. Remember, the results are all available on Bowls Hub Aotearoa. That's where you should go to find the first couple of rounds. And Central Cambridge, I think it's one of the clubs that Hockley and Co play in. And also, I think that might be that shirt. Somewhere in Hamilton. It's a lovely club, Keith.
Oh, good. I think at the end of the day, it's never too early to mention all the sponsors, and I think we mentioned this morning also about all the clubs around the Bay of Plenty hosting some of these games. It's of real importance, and from my point of view, it's 100% required that we have that support from both the clubs that are running the events and helping the national body out, and secondly the sponsors that are there to put things together and help run the event in terms of the finance, and also just the notoriety of getting their name out there through the event. We're on the first end. It looks to me like you've got just a settling down process. It's 1 to the red ticketed team of Dean Elgar, so at the moment it looks like just the 1, and James Hunter's team has got second shot. We're interested to see whether or not who settles down first. We are looking at a fairly spread end, but again we had that early on in the last game, and then by about the 3rd or 4th end there was some wonderful bowls played on a consistent basis. And I think it was noticed also that the impact that the leads have on the game. I mean, if you can get that first bowl really close consistently, it tends to help the rest of the team dominate that end, and it takes something special from the opposition to change that. So we'll be looking at that as well. There's a number of things that we noticed that changed during the game. Not the least of which was that there were various tactics. We had a situation where about halfway through the game, there was a very short end throw-in. Whether that was a tactic or whether it was a mistake, we don't know. But it sort of changed how both teams tackled the game. And I think it was a point of change for the Houlihan team, in as much as they managed to score a 4, and that got them back into the game. And up until then, they'd been quite widely outplayed. So it's interesting that one end, and in effect, a mistake of throwing the jack to an end length that no one really had played before, made such a difference. We notice now that I think it's Team Hunter there that's playing their bowl. It's coming in. It's just on a little bit on the narrow side. And once again, we noticed in this morning's match that it's a big swooping hand. So a lot of the bowls early on were quite narrow and quite short. So we've got much the same here. It's that little feeling out process where people are getting the hang of the game, hang of the end, how their bowls are going to react, and essentially trying to get close. However, it's never easy first end up, and of course it takes, as I said, maybe 2 or 3 ends just to settle down into the game. These games are 18 ends, and anything can happen during those 18 ends. And we talked with Dave, who was very interesting this morning. He had a lot of really great insight into the game moving forward, about how some of the elite players of New Zealand would, in an 18 end game, would perhaps break it down into 3 small games of 6 ends. And there was an anecdote about how one of the New Zealand teams in the past used to start well, and then suddenly during the middle of the game, as we see a great bowl there, it's been trailed right toward the back edge of the rink, and that's clearly got the shot, and the jack's gone into the ditch, so pretty much guaranteed to be the shot in the end. However, Dave was saying that they then taught through education a way of not allowing that big lead that particular New Zealand team had got fritter away. They managed to build on that by breaking the game into different amounts of ends, smaller groups, and allowing them to stay focused and maintain their lead, and obviously be more successful. So we have a situation where that jack has been taken into the ditch. The bowl that trailed it's only about a foot away, which is clearly going to be the shot. And now it's a matter of, if you've got the shot, building on that, and if you haven't, it's an opportunity to draw a close second, or maybe, if you're really good, you might even get the shot out of it.
Disappointing.
It's one of those ones we'll never know. Didn't get past the bowls.
So Dean Elgar here. It's one of the New Zealand singles and the New Zealand fours. Remember, the jack's been trailed into the ditch.
We found this morning, though, Alex, didn't we, that the first end or two, both teams struggled to get the green on the big swooping hand. Not so difficult on the narrower hand, and most of them got the weight. If they got the weight, it was a little short more than long.
That's true. Hamati turf management on the back. Right, so on that first end, seeing the score being written up.
I think this will be the one, yep.
So it's a blue stickered bowl, wasn't it?
Yep.
That,
So that's James Hunter's bowl.
trailed the jack back, and it's just the one. So 1 to Team Hunter. Well, he was down as a skip, but it looks like they've shuffled everything around.
Oh,
Oh no, I might be right. Stand by my initial statement. As you were.
I'm none the wiser now. If I wasn't confused before, I certainly am now. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. However, we'll write that in due course, obviously.
I think it's correct on reflection.
So Alan Solly's drawn the shot. Is it probably about just on a metre away, perfect weight. And that was on, from memory, the wider hand. So it's not surprising he's a little bit narrow. And this bowl is on the slightly narrower hand. and ironically he's wide. So, I mean, it's exactly what happened this morning. Until people get the hang of it, there are issues.
See this on the... Oh. Sorry, not a power cut, Keith, it's okay. On the back end, Clayton Hockley.
Oh, this is very, very good.
Is he down as the lead?
Yep.
Oh, brilliant. So I think it's about right.
No, Alan Solly's the lead,
No,
according to...
Clayton's the lead, I can tell you that for free.
Okay. These teams are surprising me and everyone else. That's good. I guess at the end of the day, it's not who puts it there, it's the fact they do get there. And that's a very good reply. I'm assuming from Tom.
So we see on the back end.
Is this Alan Solly? Solly?
Well, there is no Alan. Well, there probably is an Alan Tolley, but he's not in this team.
Oh, is it not? No, I can't read my own writing.
There is an Alan Solly though.
How's he
Lovely
getting on?
bowl. Yeah,
Yep.
pretty good.
Yep. And did you say, do you think James is skipping, so therefore Tony's playing 3? Is that how it is?
Tony's the 3.
Yes.
Yep.
I wasn't trying to trick you.
Sounded like it. On the forehand, it's a beautiful bowl.
Are we going to get drawn into predicting what these players are going to play, or will we just be wiser than that and just let them play the game and then comment after they've played it?
We'll wait and see, I think.
I think wait and see is probably the option.
The wisest call. That's Alan Solly.
Not to be confused with Alan Tolley.
He doesn't exist.
Oh. Okay. Shame.
For Dean, he's got Dan Dickerson, Alvin Gardner. This is Alvin Gardner here.
Alvin's been around quite a while, isn't he?
A very long time. He's played for Canterbury. Won maybe 3 inter-centres in a row for the Canterbury Centre.
It's a pretty fair effort, isn't it? Oh, he hasn't lost much, if any, of his abilities. He's played 2 good bowls there. And again, a good bowl in these conditions, anywhere within a metre, I think, is a great bowl. You know, we've got to understand that there's other bowls in play. You've got to try to get around or through them or under them, and all the while you're trying to pick the right weight and match it to the right green. It's not an easy task, and we sometimes underplay that. And you've got the pressure of the situation. You know, you're wanting to win, but you also wanted to play well. And it's a national championship, so every bowl's crucial. And you try to concentrate for around about 3 hours.
Yeah, and this is Dan Dickerson.
Good.
Who's nephew of Ian Dickerson.
I was going to ask that, so thank you for clearing that one up.
Won a Commonwealth Games gold in the singles for New Zealand, did Ian?
Did Ian go on to play for New Zealand in an important pairs fixture as well, or am I dreaming that?
But he did win, I think he won the World Triples maybe.
Yeah, okay. So not just a singles player. Well, that won't be the trickiest question I ask you this afternoon, that's for sure.
I look forward to hearing what else you've got lined up, Keith.
So many things.
So that's Tony Fadling, who's played that bowl on his back end.
Very good. You don't see enough of those bowls that are both, as it turns out, slightly wide, slightly heavy, but give themselves every chance to drag the jack back rather than finishing shy or in the right line. And those ones there where he's landed the red stickered bowl is actually the perfect spot now. You just don't see enough of that.
Effort.
So it looks to me like the front red sticker bowl is probably the shot, and it could be 2. It's difficult to tell on the angles, but definitely 1. But there's still room there to draw a second shot or the shot itself. So James will be playing his first bowl. We're going to break with tradition here and say that he's going to bowl on his backhand. He'll be looking to draw the shot.
break with tradition, Keith.
Yes. Oh, it it was bordering on likely. I was confident he was going to do it, and I didn't expect him to do it so well. Look at that.
Nearly brilliant.
Oh. And after saying we hardly ever see a bowl going past the header foot, those last two bowls from the blue sticker bowls, perfect. So that's they've got plenty to work to now. And alternatively, Dean trying to get the gap, which is a far more difficult shot.
Looks like red stickered bowls
Front.
the shot at 10 o'clock.
Yes. So he's adjusting, I hope, just the green because the weight was perfect.
Oh, I think he has as well. Not far away.
Could be unlucky again, you know. He adjusted both, weight and green.
Smidgen short. Dean Elgin now on his forehand.
Well, the reason he's not going the backhand, I suspect he thinks he's got it. Well, he's definitely got one. He's maybe got two. He didn't want to move the jack at all.
Yeah. Erring on the safe side, right?
Yep. And plus, scoring on the first end is never a bad thing. Second end.
Might have felt like the first end.
To me, it did. His first end.
So we see one more. One to red. Blue.
Oh. It's have it again, isn't it?
Yeah.
The blue shirted team's playing with the red stickered balls.
Yeah, it makes sense, Keith. It's just logical. So one each, one apiece.
Oh. After two.
After two ends, it's the score.
As long as it's consistent and we have the whole week of blue shirted people having red stickered bowls, we'll be used to it by the end. It'll be good.
Leighton Hockley now on his forehand.
Yes.
He's played for a very long time, has Clayton.
Oh, it's quite young. Has he been? If he's been around a while, he's started very young, did he?
Yes, he did start young. I'll tell you how young in a second when I get to that part of my questionnaire. We sent out to the masses.
Tom?
Oh, I didn't answer that question.
Of course. Privacy laws, you're not allowed to know his age. Oh, Tom's played... His first one was a good attempt. The second one was an excellent bowl.
Right, it's his 16th season of bowls.
Started when he was 9. He's 25, he looks young. Another good bowl. He's going to tip the area. Oh, he's tipping. Oh no, that's two really good bowls now. 2 shots. 2 quite close. And Alvin will add to this. If I know Alvin, I think I do. How about now?
How about what now?
Alvin.
Alvin.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
playing a great bowl.
Always thought that the Alvin and the Chipmunks albums are quite interesting from the 50s and 60s.
Ah.
Yeah.
I was wondering where you're going with that.
I'm not suggesting that Alvin's teammates are the Chipmunks. That would only be if he was skipping. There was a guy having to play around with a tape player, and he turned it up on the speed dial. If you turn it up at the right speed, it goes up nicely and isn't flat or sharp.
Sharp.
Anyway,
This looks pretty good to me. Yep. Very good. That looks good, but on that hand it should be slightly narrow because as we know now, it does turn quite quickly at the end. It's probably a little shy as well. Yeah, just as a matter of interest, Alex, while you're doing nothing else, is there a metric or a simple way of awarding points for each player and each team to arrive at sort of a total that would give you an indication of whether they would be expecting to either win that game or win the entire event, that sort of rationale?
Was that your curly question?
No, it's one of them.
Well, there's not a simple way, but in general, it's probably, I'd say it's more down to the ends. If you can win, so say we've got 18 ends of bowls, if you win 10, 11 ends, 75 to 80% of the time, you're going to win that game of bowls. So if you can keep someone not scoring when they've got the last bowl for 2 or 3 ends in a row, generally you're going to win that game of bowls. And if you do that for the entire tournament, lo and behold.
Except this morning's game. Bad example of that.
I said generally.
All right.
So we see Dan Dickerson on his backhand. It's a skip of two winning Taranaki men's fours teams. One in 2019 where they defeated Ray Martin, having been 16-5 down. And the other one you and I commentated, Keith. Where...
Is that the one where they went inside because it rained?
Yes.
Ah.
I think.
Good. I remember that.
Anyway.
Fondly.
Oh, back up the rink. Oh, just about. That plant was set to push the blue bowl back up towards the player, which is rare to see in bowls.
That plant would have cannoned that ball back in there, wouldn't it?
Yeah. You could say that.
I did.
As we relive this bowl of Dan Dickerson's. Isn't it unusual that we live in a world where solid black bowls stand out now?
Yes, it used to be
Wouldn't have picked
everything, and now it's the exception to the rule, isn't it? And obviously there's room for all types of bowls, all sorts of colours and that sort of thing. And again, it's individual choice, I imagine. They all have to play within a spectrum of so they're legal. So at the end of the day, it's what you prefer to play with.
That's interesting. So that bowl there never looked like turning at any stage and didn't, which is about what we've seen on this rink, Keith. There's a swinging hand and a half green.
Yeah, and the two that are to the right that are really wide or have finished wide are actually...
He snicked the jack to...
Was it a slice of hell or not?
Oh, I think it was.
Oh.
Because those are red stickered bowls, aren't they? So he snicked the jack and now they're 4 down. Those 4 red stickered bowls of Dean Elgar and his team. Surely we'll see an attempt at a kill here for James with his last one.
I was going to say that, well, I was trying to say the two out to the right that have stayed wide, that are really, that's the green, no wider than that, isn't it? And that last one was just under that and it came back.
He's going to hit this on the forehand.
It's close.
Needs a lucky result.
Big rub. Oh. None of the above, though, unfortunately.
It's 4 to Team Elgar on this third end, which means the score now 6 shots to 1.
Don't think so. Is it?
Pretty sure. So they scored a 2 on the...
No, of course they did, yes.
On the second end.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome. Sweet.
So 6-1 after 3.
Look at that. He nearly got away with it. He was on the tight side, but the collision bowl just about fell through in the right direction from James Hunter, Cambridge Central, 28 years old, and played his first national championship 11 years ago for Thames Valley. Been playing on and off for 17 years, he reckons.
Okay, so he's pretty experienced. Has he featured at a national event before that you're aware of, or?
Seen his name.
Yep.
Seen his name.
And he's skipping Tony Fabling, who's well known.
Yes, and Clayton Hockley's no mug either.
So it's a good solid team. Might be too early to say that, considering the scoreline, but let's not give up, because remember the first game this morning, or the first game we commentated, there was an 8-shot difference at one point, and that team got up and won. So
this is Tom Tamati, plays for Bowls Papanui. And I said, well, what do you like about your bowling club? And he reckons it's the new Saturday lunches. Go down pretty good. Won the New Zealand Māori Fours last year in Gisborne, and the Stoke Peers in 2023 with Craig Carter.
Yep.
When asked for his go-to karaoke song, would you like to take a guess?
Ring of Fire from Johnny Cash.
No, he's picked Gangster's Paradise. His one. We've had a range. It's a question we asked. We had a range of responses. A lot of bowlers apparently can't sing. is what some of them have said.
I can't even say the words, let alone sing them. As well.
Some of them, actually, a lot of them say, yeah, don't do karaoke, can't sing. Jocelyn Holton was one of those. Diddy White's got a beautiful voice, though, so she'll make up for it when they're on the broadcast rink, as we see this bowl on the forehand.
I've got a lovely voice too, but it's a very rough passage coming out, so I just tend not to do it.
I have heard your... I'm not even sure if singing's the... Anyway.
Cats that are being strung up sounds very similar. Let's not go down that track too far. It's very much a wormhole. So we're looking at 6-1 early on to Team Algar, which is obviously a good start for them. Unfortunately, fortunately for them, getting that 4 is actually a boost. But it's so early on, it's really no reason to panic currently. And once again, Alvin, it always seems like he gives his bowls a chance. They don't always go right next to the jack. Obviously, you're human, people make mistakes, but he's pretty consistent with every bowl. It's a similar delivery, which gets me on to one of my other questions I had for you, is how important is routine when it comes to being consistent and playing game bowls?
Very.
All right, thanks for the answer. Great.
Very important. It can't be overstated how helpful it is to have a consistent routine, and also the way in which that can assist you to play under pressure as well.
So you can trust it.
Yeah, it means you know how you get the bowl away pretty much, and when you're under pressure, to fall into that routine becomes a really easy thing, as we see. Bowl on the forehand.
Yeah, something I was talking to Terry about the other day, and she made the point about another aspect of the game, which is to throw the jack up. I was very interested to hear Dave was very strong on the need to be accurate with that skill. And again, it's one of those things where it's not given a lot of time, perhaps at practices and skill drills and that sort of thing, but the reality is, if you can dominate an end by length, you've got more chance of scoring, which goes back to what you said before. If you can score maybe 11 or 12 ends out of 18, you're going to win the game probably 75% of the time. Generally speaking, I think the words were used. Yeah.
That is what I said.
So, once again, it's just all these little 1%ers that adds up to having a great performance and a successful one.
Be with us with some technical challenges we have. The equipment. It's not a power cut.
What I have noticed though already is that both these teams have actually settled down a little quicker than the earlier game, in as much at this end in effect is very tight. We've got lots of bowls fairly tight to the jack, and they are playing the narrower hand, which is something the other teams didn't do in the last game. So,
and they've gone straight onto it, which is interesting, whereas the other team largely stuck to the more turning hand that is away from the ditch.
So what we've found, I think, is that this team is probably reading the rink, in my opinion, probably better and earlier.
Certainly it's an earlier switch, isn't it? Is
Yep.
what it is, which is interesting. And sometimes it just takes one person who's brave to switch over right at the start of the game, and you go, oh yeah, it's a nice nice hand.
Yep, nice result. We need to follow that. That was Dean, was it? Yep.
Just missed on the outside of the head. He's a very classy bowler. Plays out of Paratutu now, was at West End for a very long time. As I said, he's won a New Zealand singles and a New Zealand fours, all within 2 or 3 years of each other. Has an exceptionally accurate drive shot, which he used to great effect when he defeated Mike Kernahan in the New Zealand fours final 2018.
Oh, I think it's fair to say we may see that drive at some point.
It's missing on the high side. Right, what do you think this is about, Keith?
I think James's 3 has asked him to trail the jack a fraction. Don't need to be shy, but don't want to be wide and turn the red sticker bowls in. He just wants to get under them, and unfortunately he's just got a fraction wide again. Weight was good. So he's getting the weight right, just the lines slightly out. Looks like they might have scored there. The team.
Nope.
No.
Just remember,
Blue
blue on the scoreboard.
Blue is red and red is blue.
Correct,
Yes,
yeah.
Good.
Easy.
Pleased to know that.
Just understand how many that was to the red sticker balls. Oh, dearie me. It's only day one.
Yeah, that
Too early to be getting tired.
the question is for me is that the 3 was saying, yep, be under the head, be narrow. I was thinking he was trying to add to his what he'd already got, but it was actually more important than that, wasn't it? Can you see it?
It was a 1, I think. I reckon that's 7-1 the score.
Good. Just so you can get mentally prepared, Alex, in a couple of ends' time I might ask you a question around if you were a brand new player watching or listening in, how do you get started in this game? So just give that some thought and I'll get back to you shortly.
Appreciate the warning.
Yep.
See another ball on the forehand. A mixture of length head so far as we start this 5th end. This is a nice length for an ender bowl, so isn't it, Keith, where it's just maybe a metre up from the 2 metre mark. Bit of room to breathe at the back, but it's not ridiculous one way or t'other.
Yep, looks like the mat's about the same at the other end too, so it's closer to full length than middle, but it's still, as you say, a nice comfortable length for most players, and we're hoping they won't let us down. They'll play some good bowls.
Yeah, look at that bowl go. Once it starts turning, you can see Clayton was disappointed. Played for a few years for the Mangere Marcos with Taylor Horn and Jordan King and Chris Lowe. Jordan and Chris, of course, New Zealand Peers Champions 2019. Look at this bowl from Alvin Gardner. That's delightful, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm finding Alvin hasn't let me down much at all so far, which I'm quite pleased with. He's, what I said earlier, consistent and always there or thereabouts, and that's one of his trademarks, I think, is that over the many years he's always been quite a consistent bowler.
Yeah, he played a lot of bowls with Blake Signal. I think they might have won, it's either 2 or 3 national championships together in the sort of 2009 through to 2012 times. I'll tell you in a second.
And here's the other thing, which...
2 fours and pairs.
Oh, well done. Well done. I wouldn't have guessed that.
And you can see why. I mean, look at that. That's just super duper consistent stuff, isn't it?
Proud of you, Alvin. Proud of you. And I think there would be room to play the other hand, but they're not. They're a little bit freaked out, I think, because those bowls stayed wide last time, and they don't want to get too wide and miss on that side. So they're playing the hand they think they know, which is the swooper. This looks close. This looks really close. Oh, what a great effort.
On Solly. I was unable to find out the surname Solly is probably, well, is reasonably well known in bowls, but it's more because we have a book of drawers that is sold by Bowls New Zealand. It was written by, it's called the Solly Manual. George Solly was his name. Wrote book of drawers for match committees. There's a green one and there's a blue one. They're both very good. And I wondered if Alan was a relative, but I couldn't find any information on that. We must thank George Solly because he's the reason I'm sure that clubs still refer to his book when it comes to running events. Yeah, it was pretty much explains everything from a two-life draw to a round robin to how to run an inter-club format, etc., etc. It's very, very helpful and written in plain, easy to understand language. It was produced from the 90s through. It nearly went well from Tony Fabling.
Now, I don't know, but given today's ability to communicate and with all the technology we have, is it nearly impossible to perhaps get hold of somebody in Tauranga and get them to ask the question?
Oh, you're suggesting someone ask Alan Solly if he's related to George Solly?
It would fix the problem, wouldn't it?
It's not the worst idea you've had today.
It won't be. You know, me and technology, though, could have caught me out.
Sure, someone will figure it out. Right, so red stickered bowls of Elgers holding 2. He's 7-1 up. Got a blue stickered bowl at the bottom right of your screen. There's a little planty cannony thing on through the front one. I think Tony Fabling will be looking to play onto that front bowl, pop the jack in the 4 o'clock direction.
Definitely playing firm. That's a good sign. I like it when people break out of the draw.
This is very close.
He's going to be unlucky, I think.
Oh my goodness.
Good call.
He couldn't have done much more there.
We couldn't have been more unlucky. Let's just say that.
Correct. So we relive. This is the outstanding bowl of the end so far from Alvin, who's pulled the jack just off the centre line, and then he put a second one there just past it to hold it.
I would argue the second one was better because they had no room. An open draw to the jack was great. Second one just locked it in beautifully, and that's what ended up saving the end for the red sticker team. There's still plenty of options though for the other team. It's just they've got to be brave.
Dean Elgar holding 2, remember. Nice narrow target as it sits. So for Dean, it's an added bonus if you can hold a 3, but it's more you're just thinking, oh, well, as long as I don't finish level or low to the left or the right, we're okay, and it's going to turn away a lot, that bowl. I think James hits this on the forehand.
I think that you just waited for him to set up, actually. That's the only reason you said forehand, but I would have been tempted to go backhand because you've got the jack. He's really not attacking it hard, though, is he?
Oh, he's close. Through the shot bowl.
It's not turning.
It's so hard to play on our New Zealand greens. But with that weight, I wonder if the jack, I think that red stickered bowl of Dan Dickerson's that's short at 2 o'clock would almost be the shot. See that red stickered solid black bowl?
Yes.
With that weight that James is playing, it looks like the jack's sort of going in the 4 o'clock direction. It could easily bounce back up the rink.
He wants to land, get third, he did.
That's a lovely bowl.
Backhand, jack, into the bin.
Yeah, a bit quicker here.
He can play forehand and still try to get the bin, couldn't he?
See where he is on the mat. He's underneath the line on the mat. So he's asking his bowl to hold.
Not going to.
Could get lucky. Hasn't. And it's going to be another multiple to Team Helga, who've come out of the blocks. All guns blazing. I think that was a 3? 2. I think it was a 2.
No, I think it was a 2. You thought it was a 3.
9-1 the score.
We don't know. do we?
Don't pull the magic curtain away, Keith. Look at this. So he's on the tight side. Since he went through the split, pop the jack
I was
to the left.
literally
as we
putting you
saw.
under the bus. That's all I was trying to do.
Thanks.
It's all right.
Yeah, it was
10.
a 2. Yep.
Ah, well, they made it 10, so it's 3.
What? Oh, yes. Sorry.
Hmm.
Don't mind me.
As you were. 10-1. Now that is a good start, isn't it? I mean, if you're 10-1 up, you're pretty pleased with yourself, even though we haven't quite reached the first third of the game. That's a great start.
It was a really good point that Dave and yourself made in the first game, is in bunches of 6, ends of 6 is a good way to divvy up an 18-end match, and we saw it really play itself out in that first game, because if you look at the first 6 ends, David File and his team won 8 shots to 3. The next 6 ends was 6 apiece, right? So, sorry, oh.
No.
11-6 to Pat Houlihan, and the last 6 ends was 5-3 to Pat Houlihan. So if you would look at that game, you'd go, the first third was dominated by David File,
Which
the
it was.
second third by Pat Houlihan, and that last game of 6 ends was roughly 50-50, and that played out to be about right, because Patrick was 3 up last end.
And 1 by 2. So, yeah, it sort of stacks up. But the other thing which I was interested in Dave's perspective is that some people think breaking it down is important, others quite happy to just see it as a whole. And everyone is different in that way. If you're confident that your concentration levels can be maintained for 18 ends, then all well and good. But if you're not getting that result, you need to look at breaking it down. Well, that's what you do. Whatever you need to do that's legal to win the game. And I think Dave made the point perfectly.
Brendan Brill has come through with some great information. So Alan Solly's father was called George, and he was a bowler. So my idle thought has come through right, and thank you for asking the world, Keith, because otherwise we would never have known. But much appreciated. Isn't it cool? I think that's the familial thing with bowls, right? Because it does run through in families. So generally a bowling family goes generation on, because you bring your kids along to the bowls club.
Well, your mum plays bowls.
Correct. So how cool is that? So Alan Solly, that's this guy here, his dad, George. We must thank him for almost any club tournament you've ever played. So they probably used the Solly book of bowls.
He was there in spirit if he wasn't there physically. That's the thing.
It's a great book, and it is well written. It's written in nice plain English way of explaining how your 2-life system works and all that other stuff. Great stuff.
Technology's a marvellous thing. I wished I'd embrace it.
Forgot what I was saying now.
Well, this end's a little bit different to the previous, isn't it? I mean, in terms of they're not exactly nailing it. There's been a few loose ones, but that can happen. Slightly different length end.
And the opposite to what we saw in Game 1. This way's a bit quicker. So in Game 1 this way was a little bit quicker anyway, in the direction the wind was blowing. And the teams were preferring the slightly quicker end. We saw them find it nicer, whereas going away from the camera as we see it, feels like it's a bit uphill into the wind.
Still there's a little maybe 5 to 10 knot wind by the looks. The shirts are moving a wee bit, and they're just being a little tentative coming with the wind. Whereas going into the wind, I guess they can afford to reach through and just be a foot heavier than what they expect, just to make sure that they're there. So, everyone's playing their own game, and that's part of the game, is to make sure that you try to play as well as you possibly can, as often as you possibly can. But unlike the first few ends, all of them are struggling to get the exact weight. They're either slightly short or slightly long, and that hasn't been the case so far. So I don't know why that's changed.
Central Cambridge, the blue stickered bowls desperately need to find a way to score sometime soon. This end would be nice. Dynasty Apparel suppliers have premium sportswear, New Zealand owned and run company, providing a lot of stuff for bowlers now. Bowls New Zealand use them for our uniforms, but a lot of clubs and centres around the place do also. A wonderful job with the sublimated shirts, and it is on the back end for Dean Elgar.
Looks a bit tight to me.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if it holds up its head quite long enough to stay in.
Alex, if you were Team Hunter right now, looking at, obviously looking at the scoreline 10-1, what do you need to change to get back in the game?
The first thing they need to do is score, obviously, and from there you need to change. Sometimes it doesn't matter what you change as long as you've changed something. 10-1 down after 5 is neither here nor there in a game of an 18-end game of 4s. But you want to score, and then you need to talk as a team and go, what piece do we want to change? I don't think there's any merit in changing everything at once. So probably the two things they might look at changing is, one, what hand are we leading off on? So maybe they start leading off on the big swinging hand.
Do we go around the clock or something like that?
Or two, do we change the length of the head? Change things in one piece at a time, but they need to score first, Keith, and that's been the challenge. Oh, well, we might be in with a chance. So Hunter now on his backhand, he's got enough room that he would back himself to score.
Just get one, eh? Just get on the board and get scoring. That's the thing. That looks a good grass. Looks like he's pretty close. We'll definitely pay out on this one. Perfect bowl.
That's an outstanding bowl.
It seemed like they definitely got one, but I'm not sure they had a second shot somewhere there. They all seemed to think they knew what they were doing, so that's good.
Yeah, we'll find the lollipops for tomorrow.
What we know is that Dean Elgar's team is still on 10.
And we'll look to see what they change here, the Central Cambridge combination. Something needs to be different, obviously. Alright, so the length, it's a slightly longer end than what we saw coming in this direction, and he's been playing the backhand largely. So Clayton now on the forehand side.
This is the swooping hand, so he'll want to miss on the wide and heavy side, won't he?
Yes. And with the big swing, this bowl, if he's got the weight, should actually just about finish back on the centre line at the end.
So that's a great start,
Yeah.
because he could have easily been a lot narrower or a lot lighter and been nowhere near it. Did we pick up on whether it was just one?
Oh, we started off at 1.
Okay. 10-2 after 6, with a third of the game finished, and Team Elgar would be relatively pleased with themselves currently. I mean, the game's nowhere near over, but I think I'd rather be 8 in front than 8 behind.
Yeah, it's a place that you can defend from, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's a different mindset for the team that's 8 shots up rather than 8 shots down.
And I think if we go back to this morning's game, when David's team had that big lead, they then dropped in 4 ends, 10 shots, 2 4s and a 2, which instead of minimising the bad ends and dropping 1s, they not only let the other team back in, they went from 14-4 up to 14 all in literally 4 ends. And you can't afford to do that at any time of the game. And interestingly, I mean, it's almost a 2 metre jack, and all 4 of those bowls are more than acceptable as far as I'm concerned. I mean, they're very close.
That could not be more your fault, Keith.
Is that the next rink? I'm going to say Alvin's going to get close, because he's my go-to man at the moment. I'm liking him. He's looks fractionally narrow.
So there or thereabouts all the time. Another good bowl from Alvin Gardner.
Yeah, good result. He's made none into 2 there, which was a byproduct of being at least there and reaching.
On his forehand.
I like that we know a little bit of his history now. That's quite good, isn't it?
Oh, I love it with bowls, and it is something that exists with in the game anyway. There's some fantastic bowling families. If you think about both the Scots and the Scoglands, can trace their bowls heritage back to literally people who literally laid the greens down. I think it's the Scots were, I can't remember, one of the other. The great-great-great-grandfather's the person who put the first green down on the west coast. Must be the Scots because they're from South Island. How cool is that?
Yeah.
And they're still in a family that's playing bowls. And the Scoglands, similar, where you had that multi-generational thing with, there was a TT Scogland whose first name escapes me. He won.
Starts with T.
Yes, but he was known as something else, which is why it's confusing.
Terence?
He played for New Zealand, won a Bowls New Zealand Gold Star. His brother was a minister in the government, but got 14 or 15 Bowls Manawa 2 titles. The son of the brother is Phil Scogland, who won 5 New Zealand singles titles, 3 in a row. So the youngest man to win a New Zealand singles title at 21 in 1960 something, and people wrote letters into the editor and said, we don't think young people should be playing the sport. Unbelievable.
Nothing's changed then.
Anyway, back to the bowls.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for that unofficial rant. It was very nice. I appreciated it. I mean, at the end of the day, the point you're making is that this is a game for families. It's a game for everyone. And whether it was 100 years ago, like as we talked about this morning, or whether it's now, it's very inclusive, and it's such a simple game made difficult by humans. And the reality is that every day's different. And, one day you wake up and you just can't miss. The next day you get up and you can't hit a thing. And that's the beauty of it. I mean, nothing in my mind would tell me that, it's not the best best game going around because of that. I mean, you've got opportunities every day, whatever tournament you're playing in. If you're going to do well one day, you could just as easily go brilliantly the next or terribly the next.
Yep.
You never know.
It's almost addictive. As we see, Tony Fabling, who was a very good squash player in his day, was a good squash player first.
Yeah.
On his forehand.
As well as fitness won't be in question then, will it?
No, I think bowl's a little bit easier on the body than squash.
Oh, I'd imagine so.
Scott Harrison too, he plays a bit with him, was a good squash player. Scott from Balmoral Bowling Club. And Tony on the forehand. Look at this for weight control, right? Like that's beautiful speed for a team that's 10-2 down. Now got at least 3rd, 4th and 5th shot. Probably these shot bowls the Red Stick had won at 2 o'clock to the jack.
I would say they've got 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Fair enough.
And the Red Stick is lonely now because he's turned the other shot bowl through. And that's probably exactly what they were trying to do, to try to get a number.
So just
Starting to think that hand's a little bit more difficult coming this way, because it does, if you get an inch wide, it does hold, and if you get it, and they have been a little bit short on weight, so there's just little idiosyncrasies with everything you play, isn't there?
yeah, look, it's a nice rink. It's an interesting one. I suppose you can find bowlers are capable of finding any. We're more than capable of finding any ranked challenge. In general, bowlers tend to. We've had an opportunity to watch this is our 24th, 25th, 26th end of bowls on this rink. I'd be inclined to say that if you're not frightened of taking your green, the hand away from the ditch, so the forehand that James Hunter's playing, probably the nicer one because it's always going to come back in.
He's going for that inside red stickered bowl and he's going to miss it.
That's such nice weight.
Yep. Oh, he's got rid of that red too, so not that makes much difference. But
It means it's very important that Dean Elgar draws a second shot here, because
Yes.
it's a tiny correction for James Hunter to make for this to be a success.
that line looks better, I think, depending on weight. He's narrowed it down a wee bit. Oh, he's going to be unlucky.
Oh, it's agonisingly short. That's a lovely effort, and nothing's changing here for James. He needs to go square through that red stickered blue bowl.
Any of that stickered bowl, you're getting a multiple of some sort.
There's a world where he could potentially get unlucky, but let's not talk about that. On his forehand, let it go nicely.
That's got to be on the narrow side. No, because it's
Nah,
a lot more weight.
He's accidentally gone jack in the ditch. Look at this. So he added a lot more weight, and the bowl held and held and held, and it's looking like it stayed alive. So I wonder how close this bowl in the ditch is to the jack. He's probably holding 1.5, maybe 2 shots here. There it is. So it's just to the right of screen, just out of bounds. Well, not out of bounds, but out of where our TV cameras are, but holding 2, Keith.
Well, when you're down, you've got to be up. I think that's the old adage, isn't it? And good on him for playing the weight. He got a slightly different result with his second bowl than he did with his first. I think it never turned nearly as much.
How's your weight, Dean? If they clap, it's good.
No clapping there, so
No, certainly was no clapping.
hands in the pocket still. I suspect that.
And no clapping because it was enough for one, and they were the Central Cambridge team. So the red stickered bowls of Dean Elgar close enough, and you can see his bowl stayed up there on the paddock. 11-2 the score. Been an exciting game.
Yeah.
Again, it's a game that at this stage is looking pretty one-sided. I would remind us that on the 7th end in the previous game, the score was 11-4 to David File, which isn't that much, not hugely removed from the 11-2 that we've seen Elgar winning by. Although I think the red stickered bowls probably a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, overall.
Feels like a
Yes.
reasonable lead to hold than perhaps what David File and Adam Blucher.
Yeah, well, that
were.
begged the question, which I was about to ask you, and I'm pleased you brought that up, is that in the earlier game, the Blucher team seemed to change tactics around this time. And the other team, who had been there or thereabouts, came on to their game. It didn't change much at all. They just got a little bit better than what they were doing. In this instance, I think clearly the Elgar team has been dominating. And I'm not sure what James Hunter and his team can do to sort of stem that tide. And I asked you the question a couple of ends ago about what does James need to do. I think from now on, just get one. Just keep getting ones, because if you're scoring, the other two people aren't. And if they don't, that scoreline's going to blow out pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
That's a pretty good start.
Remember the results all available on Bowls Hub Aotearoa.
Just a quick word about the sponsors.
Yep.
Good. Yep. We'll mention them just on the off chance that we need to. Yeah, again, big ups and a huge thank you for supporting Bowls New Zealand and the national event. As far as I'm concerned, without them, it just wouldn't be the same event. And the reality is that without sponsors, these sorts of events don't continue.
Yeah, and we're very fortunate at Bowls New Zealand to have a number of partnerships with different groups, but Summerset, of course, one of those. It's called the Summerset Open National Championships, and they've been with us for 6, maybe 7 years now, and contribute to the sport not only at a national level but also at a centre and a club level, where you often see Summerset support various local tournaments. And seriously, if you're looking at your next place to go to and you meet the criteria, for there is an age criteria at Summerset, it's pretty cool. It's a nice place to go if you think about the villages, and they've got different villages that are set for sort of different vibes. The vast majority have a bowling green. There's usually snooker tables, pool tables, dartboards, swimming pools,
common areas,
gyms, hairdressers, restaurants, etc., all in the safety of it's like almost a gated community, and they make sure that their organisations and clubs and stuff that happen in the same way that Bowls does it. And the same way that Bowls does it, it provides that, I think, community for people. And you often see groups of people move to a retirement village as a friend group, Keith.
Yeah, I think that's well summarised. Well done. I was interested.
Sign up today.
I was interested. Yeah, go there now. No, wait for the end of the commentary.
Oh, I can't.
No. I think from my perspective, one of the things I was really interested in is hear Dave talk about all the home cooking and all the afternoon teas and things that you get at these other, the clubs around. Again, we talked about the Bar Plenty clubs supporting this event, and I got a feeling he was really keen on some of the scones and things that are being served up. He sounded pretty delighted. It got me thinking as well. So I mean, if you're anywhere near a bowls club in the Bar Plenty area, I'm sure that you'd be most welcome to go and have a look at some great bowls and spend a couple of hours in the afternoon with a cup of tea and a scone.
I thought you were trying to get me to make scones for the broadcast team.
That's a byproduct of what I was saying, yes.
As we see Dan Dickerson on the back end. Now this is perfect green for this hand. It's just down to his weight. As I see, it's going to finish right back on that centre line beautifully. He's just overcooked it slightly. And a good head building here for Team Hunter. Here, lemonade scones are very easy to make, Keith.
Well, we'll be the judge of that when we get some.
500ml can of Sprite, 350ml bottle of cream, and flour.
Bob's your uncle.
Oh no, he wasn't, but that's how you make lemonade scone.
Right. What was I going to tell? Oh yes, getting back to what I was talking to you a little while ago. What do you need to get started if you're a person that's looking at this and going, this is a bit of me, I want to do this? How can one get started, and what do you need to get started?
So we've got 464 or 5 bowling clubs in New Zealand, so it's very likely there's a bowling club near you if you've been tuning in to watch the Summerset National Championships, as we see Dickerson play almost an identical bowl. That's frustrating, isn't it, when you know you've got your green right twice but you've overcooked it. To be fair, Keith, the best way to start is of the 460 clubs, the vast majority of them over the summertime, so even now with the late evenings, run a Twilight Bowls League or a Business House League. And that's a great place to get a taster for the sport and a good stepping stone to see if you want to go any further. So really, just even if you just hop onto Google and have a look for bowling clubs near you, as we see that's a very disappointing bowl from Tony Fallion, because it's a red stickered bowl of Team Elgers. It's just been popped in probably for the shot, and you look at the blue stickers, they're everywhere around there, but they're not holding, are they, Keith? No,
he managed to hit the one red one that could be popped in, and popped it in nicely for the shot.
Anyway, to answer your question, if you've been watching the bowls and you think, that's a cool game, I'll have a go, literally Google or go to the bowlsnewzealand.co.nz website. There's something called Find a Club. It will use your location on your phone or your laptop and show you clubs that are near you. There will be a club near you, and just pop in and have a chat to them. There'll probably be a Twilight Bowls or a Business House League that they run. Most clubs have spare bowls that they will lend to you for the first 1, 2, 3, 4 seasons, so there doesn't have to be an investment straight away. And see how you feel, and maybe you'll find yourself on broadcast television with Heath Setter commentating.
Yeah, I don't know whether anyone could be that unlucky, but okay, it could happen, And the question I have then is, what else would you need? I guess the only thing I can think of is maybe some flat-soled shoes.
Shoes. Yeah, shoes.
The rest can be provided.
That's a lovely effort from James. It's going to be a fascinating last bowl, because they've now again got so many seconds and thirds around the place, this Central Cambridge team. Feel like it's an opportunity for the blue stickered bowls, and Dean Elgar really trying to get a second one in there,
trying to get through that hole.
Tell
and
you
he's
what,
got caught up.
Okay, so is there a path on the back end through that orange bowl square, that orange bowl of Alvin Gardner's? If you get that square, it's worth 3, 4, 5 shots to the Central Cambridge team. Has to be played with good weight control, but we know James can do it. Yep, there you go. It's what he's been called for. Tony Fabling saying, on the back end, please, needs to clear the front stuff.
It'll be a very good, hard, difficult bowl, but it'll be very good, worth it, and a very good result if he can play
Quick
it.
to follow through.
Nope.
That's so disappointing as a player. It was a real opportunity there for the Central Cambridge team, and it's going to be one, though, to the red stickered Dean Elgar team, and the score 12 shots to 2 after 8.
Yep, we're approaching halfway, and while the score says it's one-sided, there have been glimmers of good bowls from the Hunter team. It's just, fortunately, Dean Elgar's team has been
Oh,
overall a little bit more consistent.
2019 New Zealand singles semi-final. World champion Shannon McElroy leads 19-4, 19-3 against Tony Fabling. Would you like to know who made the final?
I'm going to guess Tony.
Yeah, he's in this team, and I can't think of a better win to have in the bank to make you feel like there's no game that you can't win, regardless of how far down you are. Imagine the self-belief you'd get from that result. So Tony is one of those players who doesn't know when he's lost a game of bowls, and I dare say that's a similar case for the rest of the Central Cambridge team. So they'll keep chipping away. If they can just find and take a couple of opportunities, Lincoln, you'll clear your vision. They could come in, and Clayton Hockley, the last few years, he started to pepper the jack more often, so we've seen the pressure be on the Elgar team more often than what we did when they raced out to that 10-1 lead, Keith.
Well, if you remember in that last end, the Hunter team had all the bowls, and unfortunately the only one red bowl was tipped in, and that's what ended up being the shot. So I mean, once again, if they hadn't have tipped that in, it could have been a multiple to the Hunter team, and suddenly instead of 12-2 it could have been 11-5 or something like that. So it doesn't take much.
So just having a look through some of the results on Bowl Sub Aotearoa, and I won't read them all out or I'll be talking all day, but I can tell you that a team we mentioned earlier, Ray Martin, Nev Rodder, Liam Hill and Gavin Hamlin, currently 2 out of 2 at the top of their section. We've also got a local team of Paul Anderson, Nathan Arledge, Lance Tasker, who we spoke about earlier, having won. He's on 6, maybe 7 New Zealand titles. And Ray Wilson, 2 out of 2 at the top of their section. Finbar McGuigan, Blake Signal, Caelan Hewlin, and Robbie Bird are looking on track at the moment with 2 wins out of 2.
Although those 2 teams that you've mentioned, 2 of those teams are the 2 that you and Dave picked as your outsiders, so you might know what you're talking about.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but who knows?
I wouldn't normally either, but it seems like there's proof there. Straight through the hole, that's unlucky. So it's 2 of the blue sticker Hunter team, which is a good start to this end. Now, Alvin, who's just pushed in one of the blue stickered bowls, he'll be looking to correct that.
I can also tell you that the defending men's champions, Mike Galloway, David Clark, Martin Dixon and Steve Fisher, who have already achieved a remarkable back-to-back win and are looking for a three-peat, won their first game 24 shots to 11, but have been defeated in game 2 by Sam Allison, Chris Smith, Kevin Hardaker and Lewis Welch, 20 shots to 15. So one of their lives has been taken off them.
Yeah, well, still not panic stations. I mean, you've won 1 out of 2. You've got 2 more games tomorrow, and I imagine 2 more the following day. So you need to get 3 out of those 4.
Yeah.
A team that's won 2 back-to-back titles, they're not going to be panicking just yet. But tomorrow would be a day where they'd want to be winning both games. If they don't, then the last day becomes a little bit more pressurised. Can you give us any idea,
No.
just as a rough estimate, if you were to turn up at a club and say, I'd like to play in your twilight, is there 2 things I need to ask? One is, do you think the club officials would then be able to put you in a team even though you hadn't played before? And secondly, how much would a tournament like that perhaps cost as an entry?
It's a very affordable sport. So generally, yeah, you'll be able to find a team. Recommended, as with anything, moving into retirement villages, starting to go bowls. Go with your friends, as it's more enjoyable if there's a group. But should you turn up by yourself, you'd be put in a team, and it's a cost of sort of, depending on what sort of food is provided, because there usually is food provided, no more than $15 or $20 a night sort of thing, $10, $15, $20 a night, often paid in a lump sum to play a 7 or 8 week league.
Okay, so it's very affordable, and as you said, it's a social thing. You get to play. You perhaps have a sausage and a piece of bread, and take a couple of raffle tickets, have a quiet cold drink or a cup of tea, and it's genuinely a really, really good night and a lot of fun.
Absolutely, and again, Look at those two blue-stickered bowls. They were Clayton Hockley's, weren't they?
Yes.
They were the first two bowls played, and they're the closest ones on this head. And Hunter, Team Hunter, crossing over with an opportunity to score a 2 or 3 here. It's all they need at this halfway mark. Dean Elgar will have something to say about that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think he'll be saying something like, please get close.
He's played a development game for New Zealand.
He's played it narrow. There's a real opportunity for the Hunter team. If he can just bung one in close now.
Oh, I don't want to sound overly dramatic, but I feel like a 3 or 4 here is almost must do for the Central Cambridge team.
Oh, it's very tight. They've forgotten that hand turns a little bit.
I wondered if there was merit to playing the backhand for James there, because it's a blue-stickered bowl that would be coming into the head, and we know it's a straight hand. So it would be tempting almost to just try play on the holding hand, looking to push something up. Maybe easier to add a bonus on that side as we see Dean Elgar make his correction. Has he done enough? No, he has not. And probably a stay to the forehand, but make a correction for James. This is one
the infamous bonus bowl, isn't it, really? We chatted about earlier.
Should be happy to miss wide on this one, as he's holding already.
It looks pretty good weight-wise. Is it any good? Too heavy?
Oh.
Don't touch it. The green was good.
It's a scary green to take.
2.
Right, so they score again, courtesy of Clayton Hockley's bowls, and the score should be 4 shots to 12
Halfway.
as we reach the halfway mark. 3-12, it was only the one, of course.
Oh. Just let me change the counting there. That was a bit poor. So 12-3. So are we in a position to call it yet, or like are you confident that 12-3 is enough of a lead, or is it still maybe 60-40 in charge, or what are you thinking?
If we had a percentage chance for a win, which we don't, because there isn't really a
Exact science for
formula
it.
for
Yeah.
figuring that out.
Yep.
But if I was to go on vibes, I would say it's probably 75 to 80% likelihood that Team Elgar's going to win. So what's that if you were to run a book on it? What would you get back if you put some money on Team Hunter now if it's 70% chance for Elgar to win?
They'd be running at about 4-1 in a 2-horse race.
There we go. So now we've covered all the ways we can explain what the situation is.
However, the Algar team on that basis would be probably paying about $1.20. So not really worth backing.
No, and talking of the DAB, that is my understanding that post-section rounds of the 4s and the mixed pairs will be taken by the TAB again, as well as the finals days, which is really cool. It's nice to have the support of the TAB for our events. Anything on Sky Sport will be covered by them as long as it's live and not a replay. So keep your eyes peeled. They usually put the book up. Clearly, it's after the post-section draw has been released, so it's in the evening of the day. So the bowls finishes. You should go have dinner, have something to drink. And by the time you've checked out the post-section draw, the odds are probably up on the TAB.
I think we're legally responsible for saying bet responsibly. If you're going to have a bet, enjoy it.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, one of the things with bowls is if you were to draw a Venn diagram of people who've got a TAB account and people who play bowls, there's probably quite a bit of
There's a
bit
big
of
big
crossover
overlap.
in the middle,
Yes.
I would suggest.
Yes. And the second thing I was going to say is take into account that both Dave Edwards and Alex Reed's outsider picks are still in the hunt at this stage.
Well, no one's qualified yet, but no one's been knocked out yet either. So anyone
That's
can
it.
still qualify if the heavens open now.
They've both got more wins than the defending champs.
True.
So where's my mate Alvin going? He's gone. Oh,
Short.
yes. Although he landed on that blue sticker bowl, so his probably weight was okay.
Alan Solly on his
Oh.
backhand. That's a beautiful bowl, isn't it? Lovely shot. I mean, there's still... Oh, maybe I was a bit... But 75% is a bit much.
Too late, we've done the odds.
Oh, well.
Alvin on the narrower hand, he was narrow with his first, which is unlikely because of that hand being quite narrow. Looks a far better line to me. But he hasn't quite got the weight, has he? That was what stopped it. That line was great. Yeah, two very average bowls from him. Alvin's actually been very consistent in this game. And what I'm liking is that now they've settled in, they're playing both sides, so both sides have got its merits. This is another lovely bowl.
This is yeah. That's what I was about to say, and I opened my mouth to say it and realised that you had said those exact words, so I'll stop myself.
Well, then I'd look a bit foolish because it wasn't as lovely as I was hoping.
The good thing, though, is that you've now got a bowl in the way on the backhand, and even if it's not counting, it means your opposition is
One way to go.
far less likely to play the backhand, and if they do, it's probably a poor decision. So you're reducing the options.
Let's play a block on the forehand now and you'll be fine.
Good luck.
And
Oh, look at this. When
That's-
required too, because the blue stickered bowls.
Yep.
That's a beautiful bowl from Dan Dickerson. Well played.
Yeah. Talking of family, the Dickerson name is around about, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Ian Dickerson, of course, uncle. So we just wonder what weight Tony Failing will opt to play this with, because he's looking to go through the shot bowl. Missing narrow's good.
It's not missing narrow, unfortunately.
He'll be very disappointed with that, because it's the nice weight to sit through. He played it, his bowl's probably stayed up on the paddock. Perfect weight to sit through the, yeah it has, sit through the shot bowl or trail the jack back there, but never really gave it a realistic chance of going through the shot bowl because he just took a little bit too much fresh air. Say la vie.
Yep. I don't normally speak French, such is life.
Should be ashamed of yourself. Unlucky there from Dan Dickerson. Had he cleared his bowl, he would have sat down off the blue stickered bowl for two. Is there merit in going a bit quicker for James or not, Keith?
I think not, because even with ditch weight, it's holding up. So
True.
you're going
Yeah,
for the
true.
bowl,
Yeah.
and you've got a chance that if that weight, you've got a chance of it turning a bowl, grabbing the jack square, and you've got the backers bowl. So you can trail the jack back to the ditch, and you've got two. If you hold up and get the bowl, you've got two or three. So no need to go any quicker, but you do not want to miss wide. Clearly, you want to be on the narrow side.
It's almost one of the times. Remind me.
That looks. Oh, see that even that's got a bit wide, isn't it?
This is such nice weight for the shot.
It's
Can
gonna-
you remind me when he gets back on the mat with the next bowl to say something interesting, please, Keith?
Next time he gets on the
No,
mat,
not yet. When he's on the mat next time. We'll just wait for this one. So, Dean Elgar. A bit surprised to see him lining up on the forehand.
he's trying to protect that bowl. I think he's trying to give it a mate.
Interesting. So at the risk of sounding like a technical bowls coach, this is a good example, and we'll just wait for Dean's bowl. Yeah, it's still on. For James, if we know that the forehand is a holding hand, what he might think about doing is moving to his right on the mat. So instead of standing where he is, which is to the left on the mat, if he moves to his right, his bowl's going to dig down against the straightener.
He didn't do that though, so it's going to hold, isn't it?
He's taken less green. And he's played it absolutely perfectly.
Has he though?
No. It's a beautiful effort from James. I mean, it's a beautiful effort. That's the other thing to do, is just make a normal correction, right? So he fixed his green and he fixed his weight, played it well, got a bit unlucky. We sometimes say one of the things he could have done is taken the same green he played with his first bowl, but shuffle over to his right on the mat. And if you take the same green but you're letting it go from a different place, the bowl's going to turn against a straightener. And if it's a straight hand, generally you want to move it in the direction of the straight hand, and it makes your bowl turn. In the same way that a swinging hand, you move away from the swing so that you can push it out.
Well, had you noticed, I'll make the point anyway, that with Dean's first bowl, that hand he played was the holding hand. Even though he's drawing, he went wide on the mat, and
Yep.
it swung a lot more. So it was backing up what you've just said. The same thing would occur with a weighted shot. It's going to turn more. It's going to turn earlier, and it's going to turn more than if you'd go from the other side of the mat. Same difference. Oh, great start.
Beautiful bowl, lovely bowl. That's interesting. You can often a club tends to have left over. There's lots of bowls ramps around. It's an interesting exercise one day if you're bored, just to run the bowl along the bowls ramp, but just have a look and see where it finishes differently based on where you've let it go on the front of the mat.
Why did you look at me when you said if you're bored?
No reason.
Okay. Just wondering.
Clayton Hockley again with a good first bowl. He's been the star of the Central Cambridge team so far. And I understand I'm saying that about a team that's 3-13 down, but I think they've played some pretty good bowls. A couple of opportunities missed is all it's been. There's been at least two ends I can think of where there's been enough seconds and thirds and fourths around where James Hunter could have taken his chance, and it's just missed by half a bowl one way or t'other.
Yeah, it's again, we chatted about this with Dave, and I was interested to get his feedback about the battle inside the battle, and it's my opinion too that you don't play the man at all. You're always playing your own game. You're trying to dominate through your own performance. You forget about what the other people are doing, except if you are getting beaten and you need to adapt or change something. And you need to be aware of that, not only because it's going to be beneficial to your team, but also because it's going to be a pain on the other people's side if you do it. But by and large, and I think I obviously tended to agree with what he was saying, is that it's really not about what your opposition are doing. It's really about how you're playing. And so it should be. That was one of the many insights he gave us, which I thought were quite interesting for people to take on board.
I agree. See this beautiful top-down shot. Swelling that bowl to hold from Alan Solly.
I do like that. I think I like this.
The bowl.
It's going to finish.
No, yeah, fair enough. Looking just past.
Yeah.
And with the red stickered aim.
Given that they're going to be playing aggressively and there should be movement, you needed to get one quite a way past, which is where it went. It seems wide, especially if he's heavy.
Off that one. Oh, just about. Speaking of the Central Cambridge team, yeah, that works. Central Cambridge has been used for this Nationals. And beautiful green. It's a starweed green with really small starweed heads. So it doesn't do the thing that some of them do where you can find two tracks. It's a starweed green that plays like it's Manny Toto. Absolutely beautiful. Perfect coverage all the way through. I'm sure any team who's lucky enough to play at Central Cambridge will enjoy their experience.
So am I right in saying that the Central Cambridge team doesn't have any chance of, or no more or no less of a chance to be sort of put on that green?
Yeah, random draw. Yep.
Completely random?
draw
Yep.
with however many clubs we have hosting this national championships, which I should know.
I'm going to guess about 10, maybe?
Nope.
Oh. Was a guess.
Be more than that.
Really? Hmm.
It's big nationals. That is Arawa, Bowles Mount, Central Cambridge, Inuera, Karikari, Nongataha, Rewa, Rotorua East, Omokaroa, Tauranga, Te Puke, Tui Park, Waihi Beach, Tauranga South, and Bowles Matua, and a seagull for some reason.
I counted 10.
It was more than 10.
Oh, was it?
15 or 16, Keith. But great, we're really thankful to those clubs for stepping up and hosting this national championships. We have wonderful greens and really good facilities, and I'm sure they'll make it an enjoyable nationals for those who attend them. Places like Tui Park, which are rural-ish, are really cool to visit, particularly for something like in Auckland. It's a concrete jungle. Most of our bowling clubs here hear the sound of buses and trucks sort of oofing past. You go to Tui Park, you're going to hear cows. You know, it's essentially adjacent to a farm.
Being
So
milked
you
or just
played-
in the paddock?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Mm.
Just on the paddock, Keith. But how cool is that you can go to nationals and just go to these little clubs? We do a great job of hosting, as we see Skip's bowls now.
I do like the fact that apart from the variation of that, which is one thing, the other thing I like about it is that, you know, the hospitality and the opportunity to do it for those clubs, and be at a certain standard, which you know previously had been and done a visit. It just means that everyone's getting a pretty fair go of playing in decent conditions and playing their best bowls.
Yeah, the greens are good, right? So you should enjoy your time. And it's a disappointing bowl from James. He's underneath the line. It's been a challenging game for the Central Cambridge combination. I feel like they've been one bowl behind all the time. One or two bowls behind this Alga group. It's Dean holding the shot. He's played that well. Inside out. Oh, not quite. Right, James just wanting to give his bowl a chance.
You know what I think I've noticed now is that in the earlier game, the Holston team.
What's happening in collision? Oh, it's a red stickered bowl onto a blue stickered bowl for one. Well,
It's a little bit exciting for just the one, but yeah, I can understand. That's helpful, isn't it?
it's one of the ones you'd be happy with if you called it. He had good weight, to be fair to him, and he took his green. His first bowl hooked underneath the head, so he took his green, gave it a chance to breathe, and that was a cannon, Keith.
Yes, yes, it
Cannon to
was. There was
bowl.
certainly no plant there, that's for sure.
3-bowl cannon. Boom, boom.
What I was going
Shuffle it up
to
and
say is that earlier with the David File game, you could see that the momentum had shifted, and I don't see that shifting in this game.
Not yet. It would need something. I think James would probably need to play a bowl for 4 or 5 and to see if the tails go up.
Yep.
Clayton, though, he's starting off as what am I trying to say? Clayton's been given his team those opportunities. He had a good battle with Tom Tamati. It's a nice bowl.
Yeah, it's a good reply, isn't it? Right where you want one. On the plus side, this both teams won their first games, so it's not the end of the world. Whoever loses this has only had one loss for the day.
Yeah, you're usually unlucky to be out of the Nationals after your first day of section play.
You can't be.
You can if you lose 3 games.
Oh, can you play 3? I didn't realise. Oh, is it not 2-2-2? It's actually 3-3, is it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I think you learn.
You're a commentator, Keith. We started at 11.
Yeah, but
everyone got a sleep in.
My senior commentator didn't tell me.
Yes, we all get a sleep in. We're changing the conditions of play. Look at this for leading. That's beautiful leading from both of these players. Slightly better for Team Alga because the 2 bowls are past-ish the head. More past the head than Clayton's.
Yes.
Alan Solly on his forehand.
All he has to do is reach those balls. He's gone wide on the narrow hand. Which is a shame because he was going the other way. He was now on the wide hand.
I was trying to turn though.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
just fraction wide. You're welcome.
And sit. No.
Message luck. Alvin, come on, Alvin. Don't let me down. He's wide.
On the forehand.
Oh, he's going to come back, and yet he was on the other side of the mat.
Wonder if
His bowls might be just reacting differently.
XGs. Just keep paying attention, I suppose. One of the things about bowls is, of course, the conditions are changeable. Over 18 ends, usually the green's going to change 2 or 3 times. We're now 4:30, so the temperature will be changing.
Tide would have gone out too, and being the mount, it could change the way things go.
That's a good point.
This looks quite good, I think. Fraction heavy, eh? Just overcooked it a fraction.
Beautiful line.
This is fraught with danger because you get slightly narrow. You're going to tip the red sticker bowler, and he's not. He's going to be wide because he didn't want to do that. Oh, good bowling. Oh, it's not going to turn, is it? Hard luck.
Lovely head that's building here, though. Look at it's a nice tight head of bowls.
Yep, and Tony got a clap from the skip because that's as good as you could do without getting the shot, which is, if you could do that every time, your skip would be thrilled, wouldn't he? When do we see something from the Hunter team that's special? You know, when do we see that? If we can see that, then they're back in the game.
They're all capable. Well, this Elgar team very steady though, as we see Dan Dickerson. Last year's Summerset Open mixed pairs winner with Sue Hodges, so defending champion, just underneath the line. What hand would you play here if you're Tony, Keith?
I'd be playing the swinging hand. Yep, go through there. If you get the front one, you make sure of the shot. If you get under it, you might grab the jack and go. You know, you've got a few chances on the swinging hand, but it's a difficult shot. It's a little bit more difficult than the other hand. Seems wide, but if he's got the perfect weight, it'll turn. No, it is wide.
One ball low. But to your point, never really had he would have needed maybe a 4 or 5 feet more weight than that.
And a couple of feet narrower to make something happen. I think he likes this. I don't mind it either. I think he likes it. Trying to push his own in. Oh.
Lovely bowl. It's a great head of bowls here. Who do you think's holding the shot, Keith?
Front blue. Stickered bowl.
The one at 1 o'clock.
Yep. Oh, 1:30.
One-ish.
Yep. 2ish. But with 4 bowls to go, I don't imagine the jack will stay there. I don't imagine for a second.
Something to do. Placemakers Monster Tool Sale starts on the 23rd of February, which is Monday. Bowls NZ4 is the code to use in store, and start saving. Quite exciting. Keith, do you need to go to Placemakers?
No, I'm good with all my tools at the moment, but I can see that would be a big advantage for the people that are watching.
Placemakers. Great to have their support. So we see this on the backhand from James Hunter. The clapping would indicate they're holding the shot as you suggested.
Possibly too, if you're looking at the one at 7 o'clock,
So
close to 8 o'clock. He might have 2. He doesn't really want to change anything. But you can imagine in that case that this will be much more aggressive. In terms of the line, not necessarily the weight.
he has taken that nice tight line. If his bowl holds up long enough now, look at that, it's just going to dive at the end, but not by much. More a weight issue there, I think, for Dean Elgar.
Yep.
Wonder,
Another metre of weight would have been perfect.
is there merit? I think you've got to try and make it another counter. I'm just not sure what hand I would play this on. Opting for the backhand.
Yep. I think stick to your knitting. You know what you're doing. You've just done one. You know exactly what to alter. Doesn't look pleased. He's got out too wide again. And this shot from Dean could win the game for them. If he can trail the jack 6 inches and make 3 or 4 out of it, he's just about game over.
Look, we're at that point in the match, aren't we, where you feel like Dean Elgar and his team are one multiple away from being too far in front.
It's pretty close.
He's given this every chance in the world. You wouldn't. Oh, good bowl. Worth the one. That's a good enough shot there. So the score now will be 14-4.
And we have reached the 2/3 mark.
After 12 ends. And then that second third. Oh, the ones really, isn't it? 4-2 is the second third. In favour of Dean Elgar, and that's an indication that it's a team that's happy to play sort of defensive bowls, right, where they've taken a 10-2 lead, so dropping ones is okay, scoring ones is okay, and you can run that out. If they do that again for the next third of the game, even if they drop 6 ones, it's going to be a 14-10 victory.
Now again, we talked about minimising a bad end, and that's exactly what these guys are doing, and because they're being consistent, they're able to put the bowls and mix them up and not drop a big number.
Mark Cameron in the background there, the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, playing at the Summerset National Fours.
Have you seen how his results have gone?
I have.
And how's that next bowl going?
It's pretty good. It's been a good battle, these two leads, Clayton and Tom. Got a smile on his face there. Could be through the jack if it gets down quick enough.
Oh,
we would have called that a first-year toucher had he been successful in training it around the corner. He wasn't, so he won't.
is that the equivalent of a raking lead?
Not so many words, but generally, yeah.
Similar?
Yeah.
Not the same, but similar. Okay.
This first end we've seen Clayton, he's just, I mean, that's 2 very consistent bowls, but he's a bowl short and on the narrow side, so they're ineffective bowls off the front.
I think I like this a wee bit. Just a bit tight.
Bowl. Lovely bowl. Yeah, we've spoken about him. He's a classy bowler. 2 New Zealand titles, a fours and a pairs, and I think when Mike Kernahan won his gold star by winning the singles at Browns Bay in 2016, that he might have defeated Elvin in the final on that occasion.
Okay.
But don't hold me to that. How close is this? Oh, he might have found the gap. No. In for second.
Just a small adjustment required by Owen. He's I think he's got a very good delivery, and I think it's consistent, and I've sort of banged on about it a wee bit, but at the end of the day, all of those sort of little 1%ers are actually coming to fruition now because he's let me down there. but you know, generally speaking, he's been one of the more consistent players out of the 8 of them. This looks good.
If he's got the weight right, this should be exceptional. even if he's in for a third or fourth shot back there, that's quite nice. It opens up options for Tony Fabling to trail the jack back to it on the backhand or sit through the shot bowl.
Yeah, be tempted to play, because you need to score more than one, you'd be playing the backhand with the idea of getting the bowl, and if you haven't turned, you get the jack. It's a very early call. He hasn't even got the bowl in his hand yet. Oh, he has now. We'll see whether the skip actually asks him to do that, or whether they're still drawing. This looks like it's running out of steam.
I think it's a backhand shot now for Tony Fabling.
Nope. Forehand for the same shot as we were calling, but
Your bowl's turning away.
yeah, and turning a lot compared to the backhand.
No, if he plays it well, fair enough, and he's in the area. Oh,
No,
inside out.
no,
Just perfect.
Yeah.
Right?
no.
Oh, his bowl turned away. Oh, well, it's a lovely effort. He does play those that speed very nicely, Tony Fabling. Sort of the weight where, should you collide with an opposition bowl square, your collision bowl, his collision bowl doesn't usually leave the head.
Doesn't go away a long way. A bit like the difference between that and the earlier today, when we saw David Files' bowls hit what he was after, but disappear as well.
Yeah, it's a harder shot to play with the weight to keep your bowl around, but it's worth more. And we might see a switch to the backhand here from Tony Fabling.
That's awesome, because that really wasn't on until that bowl set it over that one roll, and now he's got every chance in the world to play that bowl through. Oh, a lot more weight this time.
Wide.
And he's really wide. That's disappointing because he's so good at those shots.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the speed that left his hand at, to be fair. Perhaps an indication of a smidgen of frustration coming through now. 14-4. Played 12 ends of bowls. You're thinking, oh, it's hard work. Still, that shot bowl would be worth 2 to Team Hunter. So unless Dean Elgar can draw second shot, I don't see why James wouldn't have another nibble. Oh, lovely camera angle there. Those black bowls that stand right out. Solid black.
I think he likes this. He's eyeballing it.
Heavy.
Fraction heavy. Green was good. The line was perfect.
Look, if James wanted to have a proper go at this, he'd be okay to do so, because it is worth 2, and maybe just the way the game's been going, easier to hit it harder rather than not.
Controlled weight. He's definitely reaching.
He's got to be in the area here. He's got to be in the area here.
Yeah, he's got it perfect.
That's an outstanding bowl from James Hunter. Beautiful. And they'll be holding 2. Nothing's changed for Dean Elgar. He's had his practice bowl with his first one.
Well, the thing that's changed, if there's anything, is that he was 1 up and now he's 2 down. So it does add that little bit of extra concern. He's looking at, have I got another option? And he goes, no, these are all against us. So,
Imagine driving the bunch.
yeah, and getting your front one and taking
He
that
might
clean
be
out.
driving the bunch.
If he gets it wrong, he can take his own out. He's not one that would normally go those, would he? Surely he hasn't shown any signs of that yet.
Well, I think that's what we're going to see.
Yeah,
He's going to try and get rid of all of the blue stickered bowls.
that's a very game shot. Could get his own.
Look at this. He's close. I tell you what. Are they all going? No, he's missed it. Not even a chance.
What are you telling me?
He was looking for the outside half.
I think there's 3 there.
They are 3 down. That was an excellent effort for that shot selection from Dean Elgar, looking for the outside half of Clayton Hockley's bowl that I said was narrow and short and ineffective at lead. 2 of them are going to count as shots to clear all 3 out. And do we have do we have a twist in the tail of this game?
Turning the red sticker bowl in or stop? Stop for 4?
I think it'll stop.
Stopping for 4?
Yeah, that's outstanding. What a lovely end of bowls from the Central Cambridge team. Clayton's 2 bowls that I said were no good have counted, and 2 others, so 4. Doubled their score. 8 shots now. Trail 14 after 13 ends of bowls here at Bowls Mount Maunganui. You're watching round 3 of the Open Men's Fours section play. If you want to find full results for the men's and the women's fours, you can find them at bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. And let's watch a replay. That's the bowl that did it. Lovely shot from James Hunter to remove the shot bowl. Dean Elgar tried to get rid of the bunch of 3. Didn't. James added a bonus for 4. 2 effective bowls. And we see the score tightening up now. 6 down with 4 to go after this one.
Well, easy to be wise afterwards, but where did it come from? We've seen nothing like that. And then suddenly, one end, boom, 2 ineffective bowls from the lead, and suddenly you get a 4.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, Keith, but Central Cambridge will be pleased. And they haven't had a lack of opportunity during this game. There's maybe 3 or 4 ends I can think of where Clayton played 2 good bowls and they sort of had bowls there or thereabouts. There was that one end where Alvin's bowl got rolled into the head to sit with 1, and Central Cambridge had 2nd, 3rd and 4th and 5th shot, but they haven't looked like converting them, as you said.
Yep.
Taking the chance now, so what they want to do is go back-to-back scoring ends, because the ends are running out. You can look at the score tick at the top left of your screen. This is the 14th end, so there's 4 to go after this. So the ends, the timer's running out for Central Cambridge. They want to be scoring 2 or 3 ends in a row.
It would be, for them, the goal would be to keep scoring, but also it'd be very handy to get more than a 1.
Helpful.
If you get a 2 or a 3, that just puts added pressure on where there was none, literally until the last end. The Dean team has been in pretty much total control, and now the panic button could have been just looked at to be touched. And if you score 2 here, or even a 1, suddenly things have tightened up to the point where, what are we doing? How come this has happened? You start questioning why you're even at the Mount playing bowls. So you actually have to think differently and say, right, we're still 6 in front. Let's not worry about that one end. Let's get back to what we've been doing.
The right bias, you see us.
Delvin.
On the forehand. I was going to say, Keith, I mentioned it at the singles and pairs. I had an opportunity to hop in to the commentary booth briefly, but it's come to my attention that 2 things have come to my attention. The first thing that's come to my attention is that Cotula, which is what Maniatoto is, and Dioka, is a New Zealand native waterweed. I knew they were waterweeds, but I didn't know they were a New Zealand native plant that only turns up in New Zealand. And secondly, its use in bowling greens has just ticked over a century. It became far more popular in the 70s and 80s, so until then we used grass greens quite a lot. But in 1923, the Westport bowling green was invaded by weeds. And they sort of left it there and figured that it made quite a good bowling green. So 1923, the first bowling green using a Cotula.
So the question that follows up from that is, you've got starweed,
Yep.
and you've got...
That's a native as well.
Yep, you've got Maniatoto, and you've got this other one.
Yeah, so Maniatoto and Dioka, I think, are part of the Cotula family.
Right. So who has decided that, or who hasn't decided to make that a standard across every green in New Zealand? They've obviously got choices. Doesn't matter which one you have.
It's largely geographically based. So it's a South Island waterweed that's supposed to grow on like the sides of, I suppose, next to lakes and stuff, and those climate conditions.
I was going to say they'd be hardier because it's a couple of degrees on average colder down there.
Used to it being a bit cold, whereas up in Auckland it can be a bit of a challenge, although they do a great job with some of the Maniatoto greens up here. So it's just picking what's best for you. And as the climate changes, maybe we'll see another natural weed or grass
progression of some sort.
Popular.
Yeah.
Fascinating to me that it's unique to New Zealand, and it has some unique traits as well. For example, when there's a light rain on a Mania Toto green, it actually tends to speed up before it slows down because of the way that
It
it
skids.
reacts to the
Yeah.
to the water, because it is a water weed. It only slows down when you see puddles, whereas if it's a grass green, it slows down immediately. Anyway, that's enough conversation about the grass, as we see. This bowl by Tony Phelan on the forehand. That's a nice shot. Hard to tell who's holding here. What would you... 2 down. Thank you, Dean. It's almost like you heard me. So Team Hunter, the blue-stickered bowls, have got the 2 closest bowls. If they were to score a 2, they'd be into double figures. Oh, that's a nice camera angle, team. A level bowl and one a little bit short. That's actually quite a good head for the Central Cambridge team, isn't it, Keith?
Yeah, well, you've got the big thing in its favour is there's plenty of gaps. So, you're dead drawing it, or you're going through a hole. And if you're going through a hole, you're staying 2 down. And as we've seen, it's very weight reliant. So, we talked
Bigger
about.
side than I was expecting.
Yeah, it was massive. We talked about getting that 4 to get to 8, and imagine if you could get a 2 this end. Suddenly it's only 14-10, and things have tightened right up. So they'll be hoping that they hold at least these 2 and possibly make it a third, whereas Dean's team will be hoping that Dean can pull one out of the fire and draw the shot cold. Or
Yeah, we've got this bowl from Dan Dickerson first. I think he's winding up here. Very accurate.
looking for the jack in the bin.
Yeah, he's very accurate with these shots. Square. Follow through. Oh, well, he wasn't unlucky, but he was also very close to biting the jack on the follow through there with this collision bowl. Had he not got a feather off the front one at 2 o'clock, he actually would have.
Yeah, he could have been very lucky as well, but he wasn't. So fair's fair. He didn't hit what he was after, but at the end of the day, he didn't get the jack either. So it's sort of fair. Having said that, we now get the impression, a bit like earlier today, when things start to go wrong, people get aggressive, and it hasn't been the go-to for a lot of the players.
Oh, I don't think the Central Cambridge team would be paying quite as much as they were when you asked me 4 years ago. Remember, you can book your next getaway, Keith, with Millennium Hotels and save 20% if you use the code BowlsNZ4.
Ah, yes, well,
Just if you're
you
wondering.
could book into a motel and then perhaps go to Placemakers. I don't know. It's
2 and 1, yeah, fair enough. Mark O'Connor there in the background. This one is club handicap singles, I think. James looking to add.
or get to the ditch, one or the other.
Needs it to sit down, sit.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
okay.
enough, so he's in for 4th shot. Be interested to see. In theory, there's plenty of room to draw here, but it's a long end. There's stuff in the way. Dean's got this bowl and the last bowl of the end. Maybe he just spends 2 bowls at it. He's good enough that he'd back himself to hit the jack 1 out of 2 times. Wouldn't be surprised if we see aggression here.
So this is where communication and trust in your 3 becomes very important, doesn't it? I mean, the answer you get from your 3, if you say, "Hey, shall I bin it?" and he goes, "Yep, do it," as opposed to, "Oh, I'm not sure," it can make a massive difference to your mindset.
Yeah, and then you have to get on board whatever bandwagon you decide to get on if you opt not to drive. And Dean looking for the draw here, but it's uphill and it's a big swing. I don't think it's going to hold on, but I could be wrong. No, it's not going to. Good thing about that though, Keith, is it's perfect weight, so Dean just has to make one correction with this next bowl. Just a foot more green.
Just brave when you could be now. It could be any second. It could be 3 down. It'll be a brave decision to draw your way out of trouble with your things in the road. But as you say, he's only got to adjust one thing, not 2 things. Oh, this is poor. It's just not going to hold up from there. We really needed to put another one in there just to put a little bit of pressure on. But 2's still good fishing. Now, what's he doing? Drawing? I think he has to, doesn't he? He's drawn the first one. That's where he's decided to go. So why would he change?
Yeah, he's a classy bowler. He'll just take a bit more great. I know he's going to hit that.
Yeah, pretty good.
That is absolutely outstanding bowl. What a shot! And he's ricocheted, I think, back into the back of the ditch. Oh, that's just brilliant from Dean Elgar.
I think that's a 2 too.
That's how he's won. If you're wondering, how's he won a New Zealand fours and a New Zealand singles? It's shots like that, just bidding it when under pressure. What a bowl! Look at this. That's really, really good. Well done. 16, 8 the score now. How to turn any sort of momentum that was gathering totally around. Brilliant, Keith.
Yep. I have one question, and that is, why wouldn't he have played that with his first?
I think his answer to you would be, I got it with my second one, so it doesn't matter. I don't know. It's there's so many options in the game of bowls for what shot to play.
There's definitely no right or wrong answer when it comes to a skip playing the bowl in front of them.
Yeah, I think you're just great. I think in this situation, you're happy that you got it with your last bowler. It sort of becomes largely a moot point.
Yeah, because from the lay person's point of view, after the first bowl, which he missed, as you said, perfect weight, narrow by a foot, nothing had changed.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd think that all he had to do was adjust a foot of green, and Bob's your uncle. But instead, he changes the type of shot completely and perfectly. But it's amazing that people go through those mental torments, in my opinion. Because it's like, what if it was on to draw the first time, it was still on to draw the second time. If it was on to kill it like he did with his second, why didn't he try it with his first? It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I don't have an answer for you, Keith.
Well, it might have been a rhetorical question.
It's a fascinating game, and
It's just incredible.
there's always options, right?
Yep.
There's things you can do. Clayton been playing very well. This is another pretty good bowl. Clean run. It's outstanding. Yep, well played. Wonder if we'll see.
In a team that's 8 points behind, he's definitely been the star performer.
I agree.
I didn't want to agree with you, but I feel like I have to now because he has actually been quite incredible given the scoreline.
It's super steady, eh?
Yep.
All the time.
I think Dave referenced another player similar to him who walked off and said, well, I won my game. And I think it's fair to say he's probably won his game, but it's not helping his team.
See Alan on the back end. So on his back end. Sorry, there's a big break in between the two things I just said. Alan Solly was on his back end as well. I was trying to say in one fell swoop, but had a pause in between.
Good to know it wasn't a technical issue.
Well, it depends. It's a nice bowl. Here it goes. Yep, handy stuff.
How would you rate this game compared to the earlier one?
It's not been as tightly contested, but I think both games have been engaging because there's been enough interesting hits and good bowls played, right? Like
Yep.
even that last end we saw Dean lifted himself up to play a really good shot and score a 2. Otherwise we could be saying, oh, it's 14-10, 14-11. There's only 3 the difference with 3 or 4 ends to go. So it's been an engaging game. Similar games, I suppose. This one feels a bit more. I think Elgar has been in control for longer than what we saw in the first game that we broadcast, where it was pretty 50-50, and we had a look at the scorecard to prove that. The first third went the way of Lucha and Co. The second third went the way of Houlihan, and the first third was sort of shared 50-50. This one feels more like Team Elgar have been in control, but Hunter and Co have stayed close enough. You know, their goal will be, or if I was them, you'd be thinking, if we can get to the 18th end and be within a handful of shots, within 5,
There's a chance.
we could find a way to win this game. Because 4 or 5 is scoreable. We've actually seen them score a 4, right?
Yep.
So maybe it's your goal is to be within 4 when you start the last end. If we're within 4, we know that's a possibility that we could score a 4 and force an extra end.
Yeah, I guess what it comes down to is what you just said, though, that last bowl.
Look at this. Oh, lovely bowl from Tony Fabling. Pop the jack back in behind.
He's been very impressive.
One.
He's been very impressive, hasn't he?
Sorry, you're saying, Keith?
I was just saying that last end, had Dean not played that perfect drive, we could, as you said, it could have been 14-10 and we'd be talking a different story, wouldn't we? Instead of 8 behind, you're only 4 behind. Just that one bowl changed, I think, the course of the game. And I think deservedly so.
Yeah, it was a classy skips bowl, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, sort of snuffing out the opposition, or snuffing out when there's that chance for a bit of momentum to happen from the opposing team, just lifting yourself up and playing that big bowl.
Yeah, because it would have been, if they had have scored, if James had scored a 2 there and made it 10, he'd have got 6 shots and 2 ends. And panic stations would have been starting to occur in the Algar camp. But now, they can sit back and go, well, we're 8 in front, 4 to go. We can drop ones. We can just minimise. See, this end, had it been 14-10 and they're 1 down and it's all tight, would look differently, wouldn't it? But now, just draw a second shot, just get something handy. We don't need to panic.
Yeah, and he's there or thereabouts, which is what he's achieved with that bowl.
Yep.
Very nice shot.
It's not how, it's how many, of course.
Expect to see Tony play his backhand.
Yep. I would suggest he'd be trying to draw a toucher here. He needs to get close. Bit tight still, eh? Not much.
Feather.
Oh.
And I said against the bias. It said in with the bias. It was would have been a nice result. Lovely. I mean, he does play with that. Gives his bowl chances. So it's not often that he'll play a bowl with dead weight. It's usually maybe a foot or 2 feet heavier than it could be. But that's actually quite a clever way to play your bowls, because it means if you are a little bit narrow, a little bit wide, and you get a wick, it's not going to stop your bowl. The bowl tends to want to sort of
keep going. Yep. Well, it's the old golfing saying, 100% of short putts don't go in. And again, with these bowls, if you're a foot past, you're a chance of getting the jack. If you're a foot short, you've got no chance of trailing the jack. Dean's played a pretty good one here again. Just trying to get in there.
Lovely bowl.
If you were James, Alex, what would you be doing? Trying to sit the red sticker bowl out for 3? Let's play the forehand. That's not what I'd be doing.
Why would you not be doing that, Keith?
Because at the moment he's got 1 and a measure, maybe only 1. If you sit the red sticker bowl out and you sit for 3, you're putting at least a little bit of scoreboard pressure on him. If you go through the gate, you're landing the red ones at the back, which is still a good spot. Oh, he's playing backhand. He was talking forehand, so he's changed. Looks a fraction wide to me. Maybe not. Stopped it short. Oh no, it hasn't.
Make up your mind, Keith. I mean, it's a lovely bowl. He's unlucky to... I don't know how he's found the gap and not counted there.
Tell you what, for a miss, that's the best place to miss. It's covered the 2 reds.
It's nicely played.
If facial expressions have anything to do with it, I don't think he likes this. It had something to do with it.
Oh. Disappointed with that one.
Now, if James can just play the same shot except be a bowl wider, three shots at least, it would be perfect. And he sort of needs a multiple, doesn't he? So, watching it closely, too wide.
Right, let's see how many it was to the Central Cambridge team.
You gonna guess?
I would take a punt at 2.
Sure, well, I'll disagree and say 1, but we'll see what happens. I mean, one of us is right.
Ends to go. And I think the score is 10-16. Find out shortly. Oh, disappointing. You're allowed to be right once, Keith, I suppose.
Yeah, balances up this morning, but so we're on to the 16th end. It's been a game which has been dominated by Dean Algar and his team, to be fair. But we have noticed that the James Hunter skipped team has been, in the second half of the game, has definitely been there or thereabouts, led by Clayton Hockley, who's played very consistently and I think overall been a very, very good lead for the team and has helped the team go, get back into the game to a certain degree. Having said all that, 16-9 is a quite a decent gap between the two teams with only 3 ends to go. But all is not lost because, as Alex has mentioned before, if the James Hunter team is within maybe 4 or 5 shots coming to the last end, there's always a chance. It's never done until it's finished. And at this point, we're saying, okay, the Algar team seems to be more consistent and deserves their 6-point lead. And we're getting down to very much the business end of this game. But there's still another couple of chapters to be turned over and a few pages to be turned. We're hoping that for the Hunter team, especially, just to make a game of it, and already they've got the shot, courtesy of Clayton Hockley. So now Alan Solly will be trying to get close, trying to put a little bit more pressure on the opposition team. He's going. Looks like the narrower hand. This looks pretty good. That's excellent. What a bowl. Okay, so they've got 2 close ones, which is good. At this stage, we haven't seen a lot of aggression, but as we get down to the business end of the game, we might find that people get a little bit more desperate, and if they can't get a multiple that they're after, they might turn around and just look for the kill to stay in the game. Now, Alvin's been pretty consistent, but this one looks like it's got away on him a little bit, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, still nowhere near panic stations for Team Algar. As we see Alan on his forehand.
He's taking a little bit more green this time, I think. Around the back would be a good spot. He's got the shot and they've got a 3rd shot, but he's just going to land. Still not a bad option.
Oh, that's a lovely bowl.
Wow.
Well played.
Very, very well played.
He may be asked to hit this, but I'm not sure if there's a huge amount of you're 6 up. You may as well be a metre over on the back end. But I have a feeling that Alvin's going to be a bit quicker on the forehand.
Straight on that hand. But that way it's dead straight. So we've seen, I don't know how many bowls with weight missed wide on that hand, but that's another one. It's a trap for young players, and Alvin's not young.
I don't know, but just with the score and the head, still okay for the red stickered bowls. Oh, I don't know. Question whether you need to hit it quite that hard, or even drive. I don't think you need to drive, just a metre over on the backhand, build the head. You need to drive, you know, Dean's got a really good drive shot on him. And anyway, we'll see what Dan Dickerson opts to play here.
I'm trying to manifest what Dave would have said this morning. Something about drawing close, build ahead. I think those things ring in my ears.
Yeah, and see now Dean's changed to that speed. I like this shot. This is nice because you just have a chance to...
You're only 2 down. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's good shot selection.
And again, we talk all the time about taking the right option. That's good skipping. That's what the skips are there to do, is to get the team to do the right thing.
Trying to play that little bit over on the forehand.
Still wide, I think. Yep.
Arguably slightly overplayed, but it's still an okay weight. It's still going to achieve what you were looking to do.
With one proviso, that bowl stayed on the rink, which I don't think it did.
Kevin Maxfield again watching on, the greenkeeper here at the Bowls Mount Maunganui, and a multiple national title holder himself.
Well, he can be well pleased with the performance of his green.
Look at this from Tony Fabling as he... what did he do?
Went through the
gap. How did he
gap.
find the gap? That's unlucky.
Yep. It's about as good as you could do without doing anything.
Great try.
I think, you know, ringing in my ears as Dave Edwards' catch cry of drawing close. It's still doable, isn't it? I mean, that just shows you it is drawable.
Just be a metre over on either hand.
Yeah, any of your bowls, sitting them up and over 2 rolls is fine.
Preferably it's a metre over on the backhand for Dan, but either, right?
Give yourself 2 or 3 options. If you're missing in a good spot.
On the backhand you can... It's just going to kill. You're just going to kill it. I mean, it's fine. You'll just end up replaying the end 6 up. So it's not the decision's sound. You just, by making that decision, saying that we don't want to score on this end, we want to kill this head and start again.
Yep.
Out of the way.
We don't want to see it either. Oh, yes, we do. That's it. I just think it's a defensive move when you're 6 in front. That's all. I don't think you need to do it with this bowl. I mean, back your skip if you get into any more trouble than 2 down. But you're only 2 down.
Yeah, it's interesting. Anyway, that's the shot that he's going to play here. Dan Dickerson on his forehand, looking to kill the end with controlled weight.
And he's still wide.
Not looking to kill it at all, just looking to pop the jack off. Misread the hand signals. Oh, I've totally misunderstood what he was trying to do. That's pretty much the shot we said he might try and play, Keith, just on the forehand, not the backhand.
I tell you what, these players are really good at confusing people. I think that's their job overall. I mean, you would have thought he would have played that on the backhand.
With that weight?
Yes.
Yeah. No, he was obviously looking just to push the jack in the 4 o'clock direction through the blue stickered bowl of Clayton Hockley's. And now it's James Hunter on his backhand, looking to add to the head.
I'm a little perplexed about it, because if he'd have played it on the backhand, he had a chance of rolling his bowls onto the head. Lots of different chances. That hand you had 1 chance. He's got to be going the gap. Oh, big rub. No rub. Yep.
Handy.
Not going that side though, is it? It's more heading to 4 o'clock.
Interested to see what shot Dean Elgar opts to play here.
Well, I think he's got all his eggs in the particular basket of... You'd think he'd have to play the forehand looking for the shot bowl. Like the cannon.
It's a little tap.
The plant.
Plant, yeah.
The cannon-y planty thing. Yeah. Just same weight as that last bowl or less. And it's going to pop it out. does look like the weight. Oh, I think he thinks he's narrow.
He's got a look on his face. I'm not
That's
sure
his
how,
normal
but-
face.
Oh, what a lovely effort that was from Dean Elgar. Half a bowl wider, and he's actually moved the jack a smidgen. Would have popped it for 2 or 3 red. That's a beautiful effort.
And yet the best thing about that is that he's not got what he wanted, but he's ended up cutting it to 1, which is plan B, clearly. It's actually the perfect weight. You just, yeah, perfect. It's going to and off that outside bowl, trying to move the jack to the left as we look at it.
Well, it's a block. He's tightened it up. I think Dean on the back end, right through the bunch, you could just about cannon the shot bowl out. Oh, not so much on that angle, actually. And then, no, he shouldn't do that. It's a bad decision.
Bad, even an option that you're trying to
You'd
get
actually
them
end
to
up
play.
dropping 2 or 3 if you play
Yes.
the back end, because the jack
Yes.
might move and the bowl might not.
It's flicking over to, yeah, there, that's it. So don't do that. That's right, they're talking about it.
Oh, take the one down, throw the bowl away, one down, so that you're 5 up, 2 to go. Score on the penultimate end, and it should be happy days.
Exactly. Play the card and play the percentages.
I've decided there should be no shot play.
You can still draw around that front block, tap it, and it's perfectly safe.
Yep.
So he can still play something, but he just doesn't have to be aggressive, that's all. Yeah, he wants to go there. Yep, he's playing it. Wide. It's just the 1.
Yep, fair enough. So 1 to the Central Cambridge team, making the score 16 shots to 10 with 2 ends to go.
Those odds that we were talking about earlier, they look pretty good now, I think.
Yeah, it should be, if Elgar can score on this end, you would think that'd be a very defensible 15 shots to 10, sorry. No, what's the score? 16-10. Let's get a double check on the scoreboard, it makes a slight difference.
Hmm.
Team Elgar is on. I thought they got a 2 on the 14th end. Oh no, they didn't. They got a 1, 15-10. Well done, mate. Oh, Clayton Hockley starting off with a toucher again. And 5 the difference. I mean, it is slightly different. It's a slight change in dynamic, isn't it? You still think if Elgar scores, he wins.
Yeah,
But
that's the short answer.
yeah, if Elgar scores, he wins. But more of a sniff for Team Hunter than one might think.
Especially if there's a multiple 2 or 3 and the game's back on. Well, both the games today that we've covered have been tight and quite entertaining, I think. And the quality's been there. I mean, it doesn't hurt that you've got perfect greens and great conditions overhead, but you've also got some very good players who are playing well. A bit wide, I think. So with 2 ends to go, 15-10 to Dean Elgar's team.
Yep.
I think that's a fair reflection of how the game's gone to a certain degree. I mean, they have deserved a lead. You could argue back and forth whether 5 points is legitimately correct or enough or not enough, but it is what it is. And to James Hunter's team's credit, they've hung in there.
They've stayed within Kui, right? For enough of this game.
Does it feel like to you that the game's winding down? I don't know. But to me, it's like we're still waiting for something to happen, and the Hunter team, we're hoping it happens for them rather than to them.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And on this end, Alga's holding 2. I don't know. I'm not sure if they'll even play the last end, to be fair, Keith.
I know technically, if you're talking to someone else, you're looking at an 8-point. If there's eight bowls and 8 points, you play it. But realistically, that's not going to happen. A lot of these players are realistic and say, well, we're 7 behind, 6 behind. We're not going to get a 6. There hasn't been a 6 all game, and that's another lovely bowl by my pick of the team. It's Alvin at his very best. It's a little bit of a dagger in the heart of the James Hunter team, but I wouldn't underestimate Tony Fabling. He's played some special bowls during this during this game, and I'm sure they played some great bowls this morning. They had a big win, and he's in the area again. That's absolutely perfect bowl. You've given yourself a chance. You've opened the head up again. Some great bowls being played. It's just not quite as consistent as the Dean Algar team. Tony's he's done his job, and again, it's a team game. You've all got to do your job. I think as we're winding this game down, there's a few thank yous to be made, I guess, Alex. Thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to all the clubs around the Bay of Plenty that are hosting games, and thank you to all the members who have put teams in, because without them, obviously, there's no tournament. So, big thank you to all of you who are involved. It's an absolute pleasure to watch these games and hopefully help people that are watching make a bit of sense out of them. And I think we've managed to witness a couple of pretty enthralling games, and from my point of view, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, they've just been entertaining games of bowls for people who can play the game. 7 more days of this to go on Sky Sport and the Bowls New Zealand YouTube channel, which I'm looking forward to bringing. Women's fours tomorrow. How's this from Tony Fabling? It's held on. Not quite long enough, through the gap somehow. And red stickered bowls of Dean Algar still holding in there. That bowl is a lonely bowl, isn't it? That blue stickered one. If Ian Dickerson can sit through that, you'd be sitting looking pretty good.
Yep. And if he makes an error on a little bit narrow, he grabbed the jack. It's just as good, if not better. So, I mean, plenty of chances with the right weight. And dare I say it, the right green at the same time. That'd be very good.
They do help. It is the
that weight was perfect.
It's 2 of the things.
But it's still looking very good for Dean Algar's team. I mean, I think you mentioned if they score here, that's a 6-shot difference. They may shake hands, but they may not. If they score a 2, I'd say it's just about certain they'll shake hands. So I don't see the Hunter team of getting a 7. I think that'd be realistic. So James needs to play the shot of his game, not just of his life, but he needs to play a really special bowl here. Sitting the shot bowl out, staying there for 2 would be ideal. I think he likes it. He likes it a lot.
Never close, Keith.
No. Should have liked it a bit more, because that almost was perfect. I guess he's got 2 out there now. If he can drag the jack on a 45-degree angle, that would be near enough for 3. Pretty difficult shot, but again, desperate times, desperate measures. And Dean will be rinse and repeat. One of the things that Alex says a lot. Just rinse and repeat, put one right next to it.
That's quite an attack.
Ah, it's late in the day.
Never going to say that again.
He is not rinsing or repeating. He's playing completely the opposite. He's trying to cover the danger bowls, which is smart. He's got the shot. He doesn't need to do much. Yep. They clapped it because there's three blue stickered bowls right there. You have to get the very edge of the jack now. Let's have a chance. I don't mind this. I don't mind this.
Oh, look, he's not far away. Good ball.
2.
Interesting. It comes down to this ball from Dean Elgar.
Oh, things are tightened right up here. There's, I think it's Dan that's saying, "Hey, you need to be through." He's realised he's 2 down and he doesn't like it.
It's a huge opportunity for. Huge opportunity for Central Cambridge, but this is the moment for Dean. We've seen him already do it. Where these skips are capable of playing these bowls. It's another chance. It's another time where Central Cambridge are sitting in a position where if Dean was to miss, they're actually looking okay.
Yep.
But every other time they've done that, Dean hasn't missed, and they've stayed that 5 to 7 points, 7 shots behind.
I guess second last end things tighten up a wee bit, and you don't want them to tighten up much at all, do you? Oh, he's getting rid of his chalk. We've seen this done before. It's a lucky thing you do. He is going the backhand and he's going quick. How about that?
Interesting.
I think that's a sign of a little bit of pressure.
We go. Dean Elgar on the backhand
It's close.
to make
It's really close.
that. That's gone quite well.
One blue.
1 to Team Hunter, so the score 11 shots to 15 as we start the final end of this game. Fascinating, Keith.
Well, the whole game we haven't really predicted that, and now we're in a situation where James Hunter's team has got a real chance. He's literally only 4 behind, and that's actually doable. He has scored a 4 on the 13th end, so he's done it before. He knows how to do it. Having said that, Dean Elgar's bowl there to cut it from 2 to 1 could become very important as well. So, you can look at it from both sides. I think once again they've all got the skill to either minimise a score or alternatively get a decent score. So, we're going to have to wait with bated breath as to how this game finishes. One thing's for sure, we're playing the 18th end. We're not shaking hands. We've got plenty to work with, and I think again we've got a situation where James's lead, Clayton Hockley's played pretty consistently, played some great bowls during the game, and I may have just done the old commentator's curse to a certain degree. Having said that, I mean it's in a pretty decent spot. He'll be happy with that. He's got a couple of handy bowls. And Tom here, he'll be looking to beat those bowls and get the shot, just to put some added pressure on the James Hunter team. This might be slightly tight. Can I get a big rub? No, he's getting no rubs. So, plenty of room for both teams at this stage. For the difference, as we're playing the last end, anything could happen, and possibly our body language tells us a wee bit. I suspect he doesn't like that one too much. Turned his back on it. So Alvin asking which way he wants. He's going to play the backhand, which I think is a swinging hand, and he's just going to be putting a position bowl in. He's got a chance of winning the game here if he puts a couple of decent bowls close to the jack. That will make it very difficult for James Hunter. Having said that, playing the swinging hand comes with its own risk.
On the forehand, Alan Solly. They've just found a way to stay in this game, haven't they, the Central Cambridge team?
Yep. If I was Dean Algo, I'd be thinking, how did we completely outplay the opposition and only be 4 in front?
I don't even know. Yeah, it's a bizarre. Bowls is a funny game.
Well, this is the sort of thing, and we've said this a few times during the day. You're never truly out of a game unless you know the last bowl's played, or you're 20 behind.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Central Cambridge have done well is they have stayed within Cooey. But if you were to think about the Elgar team, they've actually done almost nothing wrong, really. They've played good bowls, taken opportunities when they've been there.
They've been consistent. Dean's played some big bowls under what could have been pressure.
I would say that of the 11 shots that Team Hunter have scored, probably 5 of them are Clayton Hockley's.
Yep.
Maybe 6 with his lead bowls.
Yep. And it's not a surprise to just notice that he's got 2 in a good spot right now. You know, they're there to be utilised. At this stage, you should just be building the head, trying to make a big number, trying to get Dean's team to panic a wee bit.
Yeah, and that's a handy bowl. This is a handy bowl from Tony Fabling. It's in that catching position.
Yep.
So those 3 shots can become counters.
Yep. You move that jack, 6 inches to a foot, and you've got 4.
It's all rather exciting. Dan Dickerson on his backhand now.
He's a good man to have as your 3, though, in this sort of situation. Generally, he's pretty steady. And this might be a fraction quick. I think he thinks it's a bit quick. He needs to land on something. He did too, so he's a bit lucky. Having said that, that doesn't help because the jack's going clean back now.
This is a huge bowl. This one here from Tony Fabling's huge in the context of this game. If he can put the Elgar team under pressure with their final 3 bowls, anything could happen here. Just needs to trail the jack back 1.5 feet.
Even a foot would be enough just to make them all count. And again, depending on the line, a little slice of it would be perfect. A slice of heaven.
Would be. Oh, no. And he knows. You can see on his face, Tony knows how big a moment this was, and he's just not quite come to the party on this occasion. And the Elgar team, I can tell you, you'll be going, whew. Sigh of relief. We've missed, that bullet's missed us.
Yeah, Dean was quite quick to get on ahead and say, through here, please, Dan. Please get past. Because if we get one there, we're okay. If you don't, the threat's still there. Green's good, as you wait. This looks very, very good, Alex. Looks very, very good.
Yeah, handy bowl.
Perfect bowl. What a time to do that for your teammate, eh? Yep. Now things have changed dramatically for James. He's, instead of drawing the jack back, he's got to somehow fashion a way of moving that bowl that's just been put in by Dan Dickerson. And I just don't see how we can do that. I could maybe, and this is something, Alex, to think about, maybe 2 feet over, playing it on the narrow side to get a rub off that closest bowl, slicing the jack this way and going with it.
Yep.
And if you can make 2 out of it, panic stations, maybe, you just never know, do you?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, may as well. They have to...
If he gets a little faint rub of that bowl I'm talking about, he could actually get the second one as well.
Is visualising keeping the jack within the scoring zone. So the blue bowl at the bottom of your screen, it cannot go past that
It's got to go just to it.
distance-wise.
Just to it, yep. He wants to get a rub off that shot bowl and either get a slice of the jack or he's going quick.
Might be trying to kill this.
Yep. And he's been wide, and we continue to be wide on that hand.
I'm actually in favour of a block.
Wash your mouth out.
And you'd play it on your backhand and be slightly to the left of the centre line as we see it.
Why wouldn't you just draw the shot then?
But you could. That's one of the options available to them, Keith.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, and I've been wrong many times, but somebody said earlier that's really hard to play a block.
It is hard. It's particularly hard in outdoor bowls to play an effective block, so Dean may go close here. And just a reminder to those tuning in that tomorrow we start again at 11:30.
Yep.
11:30 with coverage of the section play from the women's fours. As this game draws itself to a conclusion, this may be the last bowl here that we're seeing from James Hunter.
He's got the kill in mind, I suspect. Yep.
Trying to kill this end.
Close. Pretty good. Oh, it didn't kill.
Has he killed it? I don't think he has killed it. And that's that. So congratulations to... Well, just wait.
To someone.
Have they shaken hands? Oh, goodness gracious me.
It's a kill.
And so it continues.
Gee, that didn't look like the angle for a kill, did it? I'll answer that myself. No, it didn't, Keith. So they're going to play another end, and I think that's fair because James Hunter was trying to kill it. He's done that. That was the choice left to them. They clearly decided they couldn't get a 4 to draw to force an extra end, so the kill became the only option, and he did that well enough. It didn't look like missing, so that's a point in his favour. I mean, a lot of the weighted shots on that narrower forehand have missed wide, but he never looked like missing wide. So good on him for doing that. It's part of the game, and they're going to replay the 18th end. We'll hopefully get an answer now whether or not there's going to be a winner. We're looking at a medium length end, and again we have Clayton who's put one within a metre, which is again a good start. And Tom's looking to reply. He's played it at equally good bowls directly behind the jack, which is actually a good spot. For those who are watching that wondered why the kill, because the kill's a replayed end, and when you're faced with a situation where you're trying to get 4 or more and you can't get that, the option becomes clear that if you want to stay in the game you need to kill it, and then you get a chance to play the 18th end again, and that's definitely part of the rules of the game. And anyone that has been playing at a nationals or in any tournaments really, if that rule is in place, then that's something that your skip is relied upon to do from time to time, and it's perfectly legitimate. It's something that you need to do to stay in the game, and he's, in this case, he did it brilliantly. So we have Dean Algo's team's got the shot at this stage, and possibly still has the shot.
Interesting.
Albin's playing the narrower backhand.
That was a really nice bowl from James, wasn't it?
Oh, I was just explaining that that's one of the things in your arsenal you have to have as a skip, because when the rule is around kill to replay the end, you have to be able to have confidence to do that. And the competence, not just the confidence.
Oh, it's a great shot, and you keep giving yourself these opportunities. Sometimes you can find a way to score that number on the last end. Stranger things have happened in bowls.
Now, I can only wish that I was around when this happened, but I believe Nick Unkovich used to be quite good at killing the jack.
Yeah, he was. He was known for it, Keith. And back in those days on the quick greens, where the game was more draw drive than what it is now, it wasn't unusual to see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kills in a game of fours.
Didn't think you were going to stop there. 11, 12, no, it wasn't. No, okay.
I can only count to 10.
Yep. Yeah, and things progress. I mean, back in those days, and it was a strength then, and it is still a strength now, because under the rules, if you can and need to kill it, you do so. So what do we got here? We've got, looks like Alvin Gardner's got second shot, so it looks like it's 2 to Dean Algar's team, and on the plus side for James Hunter's team, he's got a good position bowl, so a little trail here would be helpful. Tony's more than capable of doing that. And as we've talked about during the game, he always plays, or he seems to play, very good weight. It ended up being what? A metre heavy, which was exactly what he was trying to do, which is, again, just a sign of the class of Tony. He's been one of those players I enjoy watching, because when he misses, he doesn't miss by much. And he misses in good places, so you can't ask for much more. As a skip, you'd love to have him as your 3.
Absolutely. And a cool head as well. Reads the game nicely.
Yeah, just trying to get another close or handy one, and he's just slipped through there a wee bit. Maybe mixing the bowls up, trying to say, well, you can't get 4 if we keep matching bowls. That's probably where they're heading.
That's a reasonable option. As we see Tony Failing on his backhand.
This looks a bit closer. Big rub. Big rub. There we go. Good call, Keithy. That's the way.
Holding 3.
Or 1. What has happened there, though, if they get desperate, that jack is now out in the open to be driven, whereas before it was tucked behind that front bowl. So it's a double, a good thing twice. Not only do you play a good bowl, he's managed to bring it out. Oh, that's excellent bowling.
Absolutely outstanding bowls from the skip and the 3 and that Alga team. They've really the last few innings, as the James Hunter team's been sort of rushing back at them, played some very good salvaging bowls. So 4 bowls to go in this game, unless there's another Kildy.
Wash your mouth out, please. I don't think they'll notice that they...
Maybe 4 bowls as well.
Oh, here we go. Yes, thank you. Oh, what a...
that was such an outstanding... He pretty much didn't kill it initially, did he, James? And then it sort of bounced out of bounds. It's a great effort. There we go. So, James on his forehand.
Are we taking a swipe at this, do you think?
Not yet. I think there's still an opportunity to make that 4. He's narrow.
Yeah, it was between shots, I think. That's one of the hardest shots in bowls to play, is that foot over. Trying to not be wide, but don't be narrow. Don't be heavy, don't be wide, don't be narrow, don't be short. There's so many things, and you end up doing all of the above.
Anything else you don't want to be?
On the rink. But you know what I mean.
It
is too many things to calculate. And invariably you play something's half-hearted.
Really interested to see...
block.
Well, I'm more thinking about if James... Because you tuck it around the corner, there's a weird 4 that could sit there for Team Hunter. Dean's trying to pull the jack around the corner. That's a good bowl. Yeah, that's a good shot. Hard to kill that now. You can see half of the middle bowl for a kill on the back end. What's he going to do? What would you play here, Keith? The kill I can see is the middle bowl up from the shot on the back end to try and kill the jack to the left, or is there actually a legitimate bowl on here?
I think this will be the last bowl of the game, because I just don't see he can play either hand with enough weight and enough accuracy. They're looking to drag the
Tell
jack.
you what,
It's never turning on that hand.
are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. It was a lovely effort. What a game that was. Congratulations to Dean Elgar and his team. Have pushed us past our scheduled 5:30 start and kept it exciting all the way. A 16 shots to 11 final score there. Thank you very much for tuning in to watch this first day of Bowls broadcast of the Summerset Open National Championships, and we'll be back tomorrow with women's section play from 11:30.
At Skin Institute, we've been caring for your skin for more than 30 years. And that's why we're proud to introduce Skin Tracker, our two-step system for detecting micro-changes in your skin. We utilise our advanced AI imaging technology alongside a skin assessment with one of our expert clinicians. At Skin Institute, we remain dedicated to the early detection, diagnosis and treatment of every form of skin cancer.